Do you want to be a part of the Coco community? Sure, we all do. So join this free weekly live talk show to find out how easy it is to watch at home and learn about your color computer. At the CoCoNation, more than 9 million men and women have participated in the community without setting foot outside their homes. And now at home in your spare time, you can see what's happening, or even join the discussion. Choose from any one of these segments: panel intros, project updates, acquisitions, Coco thoughts, featured interviews and events, the Game On Challenge, news, Ron's Garage, Coco commercials, show coverage, panel goodbyes, or you can join one of our extra shows. You can choose from the Game On Challenge Live or Coco Tech. Join the CoCoNation right now.
Click the link for the free information TJB Chris spoke about. Then decide if you want to watch the CoCoNation Live Show, the world's leading live weekly talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer, its siblings, cousins, and redheaded stepchildren. Visit thecoconation.com. There is no obligation and no salesman will visit you. Visit thecoconation.com.
The CoCoNation show is an unscripted, live, and interactive broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own, and not necessarily those of the CoCoNation show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds are encouraged, and a sense of humor is recommended. Thank you for being a part of the CoCoNation.
Radio Shack? Okay.
What?
The 80s called.
Welcome to the CoCoNation, the world's first live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its hardware cousins.
Oh, welcome, everybody. CoCoNation Show, episode 412, and man, do I got a hangover. Oh,
Wine.
Dude, doing this show or listening to the show does drive one to drink, I have to admit.
yeah.
Only if you say WeFax.
Everybody
So,
drink.
That's a
So
triple shot right there.
so we survived CoCoFEST.
Again.
All right. Those, I haven't even had enough time to change clothes.
What's your excuse every other week then?
Is that what that smell is?
Mm-hmm. All right. On the panel today, we have yours truly in the top corner. Then we got Kevin Holloway
Hello, everybody.
and MarkO.
Hey there, glad to be here today and glad I survived CoCoFEST again.
And we got Alan.
Howdy from Texas, everybody. Welcome to the show.
Okay. Next row, we've got Ron Deluxe.
Hey, how you doing? Out in Arizona, it's really hot, but we made it through CoCoFEST digitally, sort of.
Okay. Let's see. Rick Euland.
And everything back home is set up and working, pretty much.
Well, that makes one of us.
I don't know. Ron, I just had this picture of ramen noodles in a pool.
Oh, yeah, throw a
Sipping-
little seasoning in, you're good.
Sipping on a drink that looks like those holiday shirts.
Okay. Next over, we got Wingnut.
Hello.
And
Wingnut.
then we got the Sloopy.
Greetings. Yeah, everything here is back to the way it looked like before CoCoFEST. So,
Mm-hmm. Okay. Next row, we got Can of Waters.
Hey, everybody, and I survived not being at CoCoFEST, barely.
Missed you,
Yeah.
Ken.
We're just going to find you some therapy. And we got Jeffery C. Drywater. Okay. And Henry Strickland.
Hello, world. I'm in a quiet library in Swanee, Tennessee.
So we'll be quiet today.
Trying not to cough.
It's gonna be a low voice.
You still trying to make it home?
Be quiet or they'll throw me out. Yeah, I'm still on my way back from Illinois to Georgia.
Did you get lost?
I
think he's-
I wanted
he's
to
walking.
lay up in the mountains here for a few days and
Oh,
enjoy
yeah.
hiking around. And
So use that master's golf announcer voice and you'll be good.
Going to get his putter and put it into the green, into the
He's
hole.
puttering around with hardware now.
take his putter and snap it in half and throw it in the creek.
He's going to take his sand wedge and just beat it on the ground.
And next over, we've got L Curtis Boyle.
Welcome to the show, everyone. We'll have a bit of a recap of CoCoFEST for all the people on the panel that were there, including some first timers. So that'll be interesting to hear what they thought of it.
All right. Next row, we got Frederic Sagard.
Hello from Montreal, and today I am installing cabinets for my workshop.
Office.
No, you're not.
Yeah.
You're sitting
Workshop
on
office.
the show.
Call it what you want.
That sounds like some real excitement there. Using those drywall screws.
Oh yeah, that's gonna hold everything. Yeah, and duct tape.
The excitement comes at the end of the project when you load the cabinets and make sure that the screws hit the studs.
Yeah.
All right. 2 more to go. Jason, the Coco Man.
Live from the CoCoMan.biz studios, although I see my sign still not up there. Must still
Yeah.
be packed up.
You see
Computer's not hooked up. The Coco's sitting here. The monitor's sitting here. It's not set up yet. It's been a very long week at my real job, so I've gotten nothing done other than I set those on the desk there. But I do have my Diet Dr. Pepper.
course.
And last but not least, we got Brian Weasler.
Maybe.
Maybe. Guess he fell asleep.
Allegedly.
Brian.
I'm here, guys. I'm on my phone right. I'm on my phone right now. I'm trying to get my computer wasn't letting me go into Zoom here, so I'll be on in a minute.
He's at the truck stop with the
No,
semi full of Cocos.
he's doing inventory.
Go on, sound the horn, Brian.
Now I'm
Oh my
seeing
God, there's two
double.
of them now.
Wow.
Oh, whoa. 2 Brian Weaslers for the price of
too
one.
much.
So,
He's got
all right.
two
In the
up there.
chats, we got Wayne Campbell, Exile in Paradise, Michael Zwiffel, Jim Rye, Julian Brown, Brian Walsh, Tom Eric Anderson, Brian Blake, Sixty, David Lord, Grant Blodow, William Maything. I lost my place. Oh, there we go. Ken Wilmot, Sloopy, David Lord again. All right. That catches us up on the chat. So CoCoFEST.
Was that last weekend?
Yeah, that was last weekend, I think.
Okay.
Well, we should probably say something about the guys that put it on. They did a good job, or no, or yes. Or
Yeah.
Well, it was
One
Grant.
side.
Yeah.
Yeah, that has that going against it. But
Yeah.
He did say he was going to pop in after a while.
But I think we should just go through the panel for everybody that was there and just see like what you thought of the show in general, what your favorite parts of it were, what you thought of the seminars, the change of days since we're now going with Friday, Saturday rather than Saturday, Sunday, how that went. And for anybody that was maybe watching, what did you guys think of the live presentation streams that were coming from the Glenside account on YouTube? So we probably just go through the whole panel and get from both perspectives.
Okay. Let's see. Well, we'll start with me, I guess. I was pretty busy setting up the auction.
That's the one part I haven't got a chance to watch yet.
So, didn't have as much. We only had 3 Cocos this year, but we had a lot of floppy drives, joysticks, and then a lot of other software miscellaneous stuff. So, but we did have one 3 and 2 Model 1s.
Coco Model 1s or Tier Stadium
Yeah.
Model 1s?
Coco
Okay.
Model 1s.
There was a Vectrex there.
Yeah, that was
In
on
the auction?
display. No,
Oh,
that
okay.
was,
No, that was. I think Tom C brought a Vectrex.
Yeah.
yeah, he did. But yeah, it was a lot of running around. So the walk around I did, how did that work out? Because I probably plan on doing the same thing at VCF.
It was great, and you didn't drop out, I don't think, at all. Did you?
Yeah.
No,
I think the frame rate got choppy once or twice, but the audio kept right through, and it was better than in previous years where we've had complete stalls.
It was good.
Because I was just using a little tablet with my hotspot in my back pocket.
All right, I've got to give you credit for sort of a stop and steady. You can't be steady all the time without a $5,000 tripod, but you can steady in on a display for a second while you talk about it and not be all jiggly wiggly. And you did that, so thank you.
Cool.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Wonder if you could
Yeah,
get a gimbal.
Try not to do shaky cam.
Exactly.
Yeah,
This
gimbal helps with that
presentation-
quite a bit.
Yeah.
So
So you were
Yeah.
using a hotspot. I'm gonna wonder how that's gonna be at VCF Midwest, considering how
Oh God, yeah.
how jammed the network was. At least the Verizon network was when I was there last year.
And last year that same hotspot just it couldn't do the job at VCF. So we'll see
Yeah, but
see if
did you
they've
have-
upgraded their network since then.
Did you
Maybe we'll
it
just
in
have to
back
run a
pocket?
really long network cord to you.
Right, right. Hang it from the roof. Oh, drone flying over him with the network cord.
Well, this hotspot is LTE, so maybe less people are on LTE now.
Oh, good. Yeah, I think the only reason that VCF works at all is because they have cell towers inside the hall, just kind of bolted
Yeah.
onto the wall up there.
Yeah,
Actually,
and
that's
LTE
the
is better range than 5G too, so that might have helped as well.
But the advantage of 5G over LTE is that it's supposed to be good in very crowded places.
Right. There's more.
Right.
It holds more. It just doesn't reach so far.
I don't know if in practice it meets that or not, because I turn off 5G because I don't really need it, and LTE works for me.
Heck,
So
my
I-
phone doesn't even have 5G.
Yeah, mine doesn't either.
So I think though on the auction we did end up with a spectrum overload because when we actually got everybody in the room, we lost bandwidth over to the camera. And
You probably had
Oh,
you probably
God.
had bodies, you know,
Yeah.
blocking the signal.
and all the Wi-Fi and all that stuff just all packed into that one room. So we had to have the camera a lot closer to the auctioneer. So I couldn't take the camera around all the tables. I had to bring everything to the camera set right there at the door. Next year, I think we have an idea to correct that.
I'm wondering if you could just shoot the actual signal across the hall and have the rest wired, and maybe not. Then you don't have to deal with the audience getting in the way of your signal.
Yeah, I think with the room being right across the hall from the auctioneer, we're going to make an attempt at just hardwiring it next year.
Was there any
Cool.
word on how many
That'll work.
actually showed up at the show?
At least 42,
Right. Lots.
give or take.
And
Yeah, it's probably
I mean,
Jim is kind
what
of
about-
keeping track of that, and he's not here, so
Yeah, we
Right,
should have
yeah, I don't
invited
know.
him, shouldn't we have?
I think he's
Some-
busy actually.
I think he was at CoCoFEST. Someone invited him.
He knows we're here every Saturday.
I don't remember hearing any numbers this year like we did hear numbers last year during
Yeah,
the
with-
show.
112 or I don't know what it was last year. What was it?
They
I
haven't
heard
compi-
what's the
they-
serial number.
They haven't compiled any of that information yet. We'll have to probably wait to the Glenside meeting.
It was
Okay.
certainly comparable to last year.
It
Right.
seemed a little less than last year, to be honest.
Yeah,
because
I
we
could see that. There were some notable people that didn't make it, and we were sad.
Yeah, and you
There
had some
was
new
really-
people there too. So I mean,
Bunch of new
it
people.
started to
Right.
balance out.
And we ended up not
there was
using the
nobody in
overflow
the
room.
overflow room.
Yeah.
Right. Well,
Oh,
that's
that's true. That's
we
true.
were missing, vendor tables. Let's mark that out in 8-foot chunks. Missed 3 or 4 of them, and we don't need an overflow room anymore.
Right.
So-
So
Did you have any-
if I just for my own personal observations, I'd say it was probably down a little bit from last year.
Did you have anything more to say, Mark?
No, for me, it was just a lot of running around and getting a chance to actually work on some Cocos. Did manage to fix one.
Oh, that's good.
Cool.
So, all right. Let's see, Mark. Sure. Kevin, were you there? I don't recall seeing you there.
Richard Larbieski was
He's
there,
not
right?
even here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Mark, your
Okay.
turn.
I'm still
Hi,
not.
MarkO.
Mark. Yeah, MarkO. Okay. So what I noticed, lacking a whole bunch of Canadians, really Mr. Curtis and Ken. And Bob Emery didn't make it either. I guess he had a transmission problem. Kind of sidelined him. Lots of people that hadn't been to CoCoFEST before. Got to meet Wingnut in person. Glad you were there. Got to meet Jeffery Drywater. Glad you were there.
Tom C.
Tom C. Yep. I know he's made it to VCF Midwest before, but he's never made it there before. He was right next to me with his Vectrex. Sheldon McDonald came by, and that was great. Talked with him a bit. Let's see who else did I talk to.
Yeah, he's from the
Also
same
right
area
next-
of Canada that William House is.
Right,
Sheldon.
Calgary. Yeah, Calgary.
So
Alberta.
Ron Wingnut, were you able to pick up extra wingnuts?
He got a Coco 3, I heard.
I didn't look for wing nuts, but okay.
There were a couple other people too that I hadn't met before in real life, or they were kind of new to the show too. About 6 people, I think. So that was all really good. Other than that, show me some pictures.
But did you have a favorite part of it, or a favorite thing that happened or saw?
Actually, it was just talking with people. I spent a lot of time, and I talked with Evan Wright. He lives in the area, of course, and he he saw that I don't remember who was posting. I think it was Rick Adams. I think so. He came over and hung out for Saturday. It was really nice to chat with him, get caught up, find out what he's doing in real life. So yeah, just talking with people. I spent a lot of time. Ed Jacquet, who does the VCC maintainer now, spent a lot of time talking with him. So Brian Walsh was right next to me, so I chatted with him on some stuff. So it was just nice socializing with people.
Okay. Alan, if you're around, I don't think you attended the show, but did you get a chance to catch any of the streams?
No, I did. Well, there was a stream that I did manage to catch, but it wasn't one of the official ones. So, and it was very cool.
Okay. Ron, did you catch any of the streams? I know you weren't there this year.
I saw John Strong's and the other one that was can't think right now. Come back to me.
Was it the break key or was it?
No, it was.
Was it Terry Steen's assembly?
No,
thing?
no. Give me some more. Give me some.
Can you just name them all off for us, MarkO?
Yeah, just name them all.
Those are the ones I remember off the top of my head. Make me go to the Glen's.
Wasn't there one where Boise was talking on a couch about Coco or something? I missed
No,
that.
that was
one.
last year. That was last year.
No, he had it this year.
No,
too,
he did
didn't
the
he?
couch this
Yeah,
year.
this year.
Yeah.
I'm playing dumb. I was one of the guests.
Oh, gee.
Oh, I missed that one. I tried to pop into most of them, but I missed that one.
I didn't. You can hear me ramble on about hardware. Okay, what I haven't done.
So, did anybody get to talk to Richard Lorieski since he was there?
We'll talk about Richard a bit. Actually, I've got a news announcement from
okay.
him on that. So,
because he's a pretty nice guy, and
And
I
I
haven't seen him in a while.
I love how Frederic's camera keeps zooming in and out.
Yeah,
automatically. It's like are we tracking Frederic hanging cabinets? I guess.
Especially when he
That's
bends over.
SCTV cam.
Oh yeah, simulated 3D.
He just flipped us off with his hand.
Would you
like
like
it's like Dr. Tongue in the House of
Pepper?
Beef type thing from SCTV
That was in the
days.
frame, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially when he bends over.
Yeah, then it zooms in on his butt. That's what we all want to see. So,
Look at that. That's what that technology was invented for.
Okay.
None of us could call 911 for you. What?
Ron Delvaux. So there was Nitrous 9 on the Phoenix F56. There's a deep dive into full screen editor based microworks editor. That's Terry Steen. Coco War Stories. I don't know who.
Rick Adams.
Did that one off here.
Yeah,
I
watched
Rick.
that.
Right.
Rick Adams. I watched
That
it.
was a good one. I sat down for most of that one.
He's a great storyteller. I mean, not that it
Yes.
wasn't true.
For some sad reason, only 10 minutes of Henry Strickland's.
yeah, I was going to mention that because I was watching it live, and all of a sudden the recording cut out. I don't know what happened.
Yep. So there's only 10 minutes of the hour, unfortunately.
So Henry, we might have to have you come on for a Coco Tech and kind of repeat that performance.
Yep, we should.
Yeah, I could do that, but I think they said they did have a recording. It just didn't go
probably
out
have-
over the air yet.
They probably have a local recording. We'll have to just upload it.
Okay, they can re-upload it to YouTube then.
Yeah.
They'll
Yeah,
send
John
you your
Strong
money
has-
back.
Tile maps for game programming on the Coco. Cold and dark to cursor. And that is, looks like Henry III, break key. More Terry Steen with overview on assembler for Microworks. Also, Henry III also has making and creating in under 225 square feet of space. And then there's Coco on the couch. So I don't know which one you're thinking of, Ron, but that's what there is.
Yeah,
He said Rick
Ron.
Adams is the one he was thinking of.
Rick Adams.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, Rick texted me and he goes, "You're not coming?" I go, "No." He goes, "Who's going to help me bring my stuff in?" Because last year I helped him bring his stuff.
Priorities.
I felt bad.
You should.
Yeah.
Rick Euland, how about you?
Mainly the same general blur that MarkO reported. I think I kind of liked having the Friday for the serious people to get all the good stuff before the general public kind of came in Friday night and Saturday. And, you know, I kind of like that. We had more time to talk about things. And do you really, you know,
Actually, I forgot to ask on the people previous that have been answering this. What did you guys think of the day change? Is that about the same? Works better, works worse?
I liked it. I think I'll change my flight going home to Sunday night instead of Monday afternoon.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Rick, you're so nice. You never mentioned that you sold out all your boards, didn't you?
Yeah, I did do that, which was interesting. A lot of interesting things happened, which I got a couple of things I'll just do in projects because it's all one slideshow. But yeah, it was a good show commercially. Unfortunately, again, I just can't walk around like I used to, so I can't power walk the floor very often, and I miss a lot of stuff, so I have to watch it online. So I'm catching all the streaming stuff as it comes out, so I can figure out what was going on right over there when I was right over here.
You need a Coco powered wheelchair pretty soon.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking,
Yeah, Wayne Campbell used one at VCF there, so he wouldn't be the first.
I want one of those. The Dean Kamen made the vertical one that you could stand up, so you're.
Didn't they call that Segway?
It's a
Well,
Segway,
it was his alternate product, his serious product, which was a wheelchair.
Yeah.
Sort
We just
of.
need that $6 million man
Oh.
bionic stuff to start working. That's what we need.
Right,
Yeah,
that's
that's
a
a-
wheelchair
yeah.
that sits up and balances, uses the Segway technology.
So yeah, if you want to give me $100K for a hip, I'm on.
So I was curious how the day change was going to go, but it seemed to work out pretty well. I think you could say that Friday and Saturday really were pretty full days. A few tables started to shut down and thin out later on Saturday, kind of like things thinned out previously on Sundays, but not nearly so much. And for people who got there on Thursday and stayed until Sunday, there were people around all that time. You know, you could find somebody sitting around or in the restaurant or something. And
Yeah, we talked about that. That a lot of the people were saying that the pace was a lot nicer. It wasn't quite so jam packed. There's a little more breathing room between each presentation. But yeah, to your point there about the people, some people started packing up a little bit on Friday after the dinner, or Saturday after the dinner. I think we're going to look at that because there was really no hook to keep people there, and so we might try to find something that, you know, I mean, typically in the past we might have had people playing music or something like that, but we might try to throw something in there to kind of keep people there Saturday if we can. But we understand people have to travel.
Well, Brian, I think you missed out. There was music there on Saturday night.
yeah, there was music.
Yeah, I was there. I was working, but I mean, but just more of a hook though, because that's what the comment was to me, is that they're like, well, there's nothing else to do. So, but
yeah, it
we'll
seemed
see.
like things kind of whizzled out after dinner.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, things are going to happen like that, but I thought on the whole that it did a lot better than the previous year. And I was kind of wondering, because it seems to me easier for people to take Monday off, or easier for people to take Sunday off than to take Friday off. But people seem to come on Thursday night, and it was a full show on Friday. So it was good.
Cool. And again, the people there on Friday were interested and absorbed with what you had to say. And by Saturday, when I really didn't feel like talking anymore, most of the people were just, you know.
Yeah. No, I had a really good time. This is the first time at
nice.
CoCoFEST I've been up past midnight every single night, so it was good. Had a really good time.
I remember the first Rainbow Fest I went to in '86. I didn't sleep Friday night at all. Just went straight into Saturday and kept going.
Yeah, no, I really like the pace. I'd say if we put it up for a vote to do the Friday, Saturday again.
And how old were you then, Curtis? Because
right.
I would have been. You're making me do math. 19.
I know it's. Yeah, there you go. There you go. That's why.
Yeah. So
Try to
sleeping
do
is
that
always
now,
optional.
I die.
Actually, no. Sorry, I was 18.
Oh.
18. Sorry.
Well.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
I turned 19 later that year, but
then why was it notable that?
And you're the one not wanting to do math.
Well, I also did copious amounts of drinking that particular one too. That Saturday night was not fun.
So just to let everybody know, this is Grant, by the way, I'm here.
Oh, who let him in? Go ahead.
I wonder what that noise was.
Well, I
we're
just
going to
want
have
to
some stats.
I just
Stand
want to
by.
say that we had probably one of the best CoCoFests ever. because Curtis was not there. I didn't have someone behind me giving me a hard time the whole time. And
complaint lists were down. Okay.
Well, at least you finally learned all the lessons I tried to teach you these last few years, so it went a bit smoother. So.
Well, I'm hoping that we'll raise the tariffs higher on you, so therefore you won't come next year. So, but no, seriously, on a serious note, we are probably going to have CoCoFEST next year on the last weekend of April. It will be another Friday and Saturday, but I'll have everything locked down for sure here probably by the 1 to 2 weeks from now. So when I get the contract from the hotel, so that's what we're looking for. Going back to the last weekend in April, and then it'll be a Friday, Saturday event again. So
Earlier they were saying it was May 1st and 2nd.
No, we're going April. Last weekend.
Yeah, it's varied between April and May most of the time, even with Rainbow Fest back in the day.
Yep, that's correct. So,
well, the last Friday, Saturday in April is 24-25.
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
And I see that picture of Curtis there. He didn't need the bed because he had it. It was full of cocoa.
Yeah,
stuff.
that's all
the stuff I bought that particular Rainbow Fest.
Yeah, why sleep?
So yes, I will say that I think the numbers were pretty similar. I think from what I counted, we were around 120 people that showed up. That's including what we had people sign up as from local people. So the numbers were roughly about the same as it was the last year's. But I will say that the number of tables declined a little bit because of people from Canada canceling and so forth. And I would say the auction too, probably a lot of stuff did not go as high as I expected it to as well. So,
and then some stuff that I thought was not going to go hardly anything went for quite good.
Yeah, I mean, there was a stack of Rainbow magazines. It was probably 2.5 feet tall. Went for $40. That would have gone for $300. Yeah, that would have gone for $300 here just a couple of years ago. So I think with the economy going down a little bit and stuff like that, I think that kind of hurt the auction as well.
With the current economic uncertainty,
Exactly.
I could see that. I kind of think I felt a little bit of the effect of the current economic uncertainty as far as at my table, but that's okay. I don't come in there for that. I come to socialize, have fun. If somebody wants to buy something, great. But
Grant, did the auction do well enough that you can pretty well pay for next year's fest, or did it drop pretty drastically as far as incoming funds?
It was a substantial number. It was a drop. We're probably talking about over $1,000 difference. So I mean, nothing to worry about. We'll still have CoCoFEST next year and everything like that. We have a good bank account. But yeah, it did. This will probably be the first one in a while that might be in the red a little bit. So
okay.
Because
I know, like, we dropped admission fees and stuff here a couple of years back, so maybe that's something that might have to be introduced if it keeps up.
Yeah, exactly.
Being down, yeah.
Well, and the problem is too, you got to keep in mind, there's going to be a problem here when we're going to run out of hardware and software stuff to sell over. You can trade this stuff so many times before it's starting to get smaller and smaller and smaller. So,
yeah, that's true too.
So yeah, we might
a lot
have
of us old guys are dying off,
and
we're
that
gonna have our stuff put into the circulation again.
I got an idea. Set up a PayPal so we could do remote auctions.
Yeah, then nobody will show up.
Well, the problem with that though is it eats up a lot of time. I think they tried that before in the past.
Yeah, we did, and it really delayed the auction.
The auction goes on long enough sometimes.
Yeah, because some of the people, depending on where they are, they were getting lag of like 30 seconds to a minute. And you'd have to like hold bids until somebody would do it in. So it basically just doubled the size of or length of the auction.
Okay.
Well, some of our
we'd have
members
to
would be on a modem instead of a.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mark.
Then afterwards, we'd have to ship the stuff.
Yeah, that was the other thing too. You had to do the shipping costs.
Shipping's murder.
Yeah, it's a lot more expensive now to ship than it used to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, that too.
So, and just to let Ron DeVoe, I have a poster for you, and I also have a name tag for you. So I'll be mailing those out to you here probably this next week.
Awesome! Thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem.
It was a privilege to do the artwork. Thank you.
It worked out perfectly. So thanks.
Hey, well, as far as the show itself goes, Grant, since we're kind of going around the board here with what were your impressions of the fest as an attendee, as opposed to running it and all the intricacies you had to worry about there? How did you think the general presentation of the fest? Was there anything that really stood out to you thought was really cool? Or
I think the fest overall went well because we pretty much got all the issues worked out. The auction, we had just a little bitty problem at the very beginning, and then we had no problems whatsoever with the audio and video, which was a big improvement from last year.
Well, we had one. Henry Strickland's presentation got cut off, but it sounds like there's a backup or something.
Yeah, yep, there is backups. I was going to say there's backups of everything. So they're going to get cleaned up and everything, and then republished on the YouTube channel. And the presentations went very well, but we might need to start cutting back on them a little bit because some of the like the later ones after dinner didn't get attended very well. Henry Strickland's was pretty good. So was what's his name? Boise Pete was well. Rick Adams was pretty good as well. So, and Terry was pretty good. But I guess the problem is that after people eat, they don't want to go listen to a very technical presentation. I guess you could say.
Yeah, they might fall asleep in their seats.
Yeah, exactly.
Food coma.
It should shift into a more social mode instead of
well, it wasn't Mexican
presentation
food, right?
mode after dinner. I agree.
Yeah, so I'm probably gonna be cutting down on the number of presentations and make it more social. So maybe 3 on Friday and 2 on Saturday type of thing. So
That's fun. I won't do a presentation then.
So we'll probably tweak that a little bit because it's kind of bad when you have a person giving a presentation and only 5 people show up. So.
Maybe something more along the line of like Boise's, where he has it on the couch and it's just kind of more of a free for all type thing. Maybe something like that more in the evening, where it's a bit more socially interactive than just somebody showing slides.
Exactly. So yeah, we'll tweak that a little bit and get that worked out. Because that's the other thing too. I think Henry's right. People want to be more sociable after the dinners, on Friday and Saturday night instead of doing a presentation at 8:30 at night. So
everybody made it to the fest without any couches or problems,
Yep. And unfortunately, there was no because L Curtis Boyle was in here. Everything went perfectly. No fire trucks.
I didn't scare Ken Waters, half of his life, the way I drive. It was,
We did see coffee consumption dramatically drop off.
Yeah, I'd imagine.
But at least it was present, though, right?
Yeah, with at least a gallon or 2 less of coffee this year, I think.
Well, I know when Bruce Moore did it, he did a little sneak preview walk around the day before Mark did his official one. And when he went up to the table where the lemonade and stuff was, the coffee machine wasn't even there. And I was just so disgusted. And I was going, I'm glad I didn't go here. There's no coffee. But then he found it in the back room. So
yeah.
Oh, yeah, there was the official coffee by where they have the lemonade stuff later in the day. But then there's the secret coffee off in the little room off the hall.
Yeah, that's where I lived last year.
Yeah, I drove this year, and I had filled the car with so many Cocos and equipment that I just didn't think I had extra room for my extra secret coffee machine either. Even though I had already bought Tim Hortons pods for all the Canadians.
Oh, that's swearing words to Ken. He's not a big fan of Tim Hortons coffee.
Yeah, and I will say too, I think, I enjoy talking to new people. Like I got to spend some time with Henry Strickland, and I enjoyed that a lot, and got to meet a lot of other people too as well. And like I said, I think it wasn't much as stress as it has been in the past. It's not rush. It was a lot of, mingling around people, talking to people, and not having to worry about the next presentation or hurry up and get the presentation over so we can get the auction going before it goes over, and that type of thing. So. I think it went very well this year. So, and by the way, how did dinner go? By the way, for you guys, was it better this year? Worse?
There's silence.
Well, it was okay. It's a bit overpriced still, but that was a better option, and for that case, I kind of justified it that I only got 1 table this year. I really didn't need 2 tables, 8-foot tables like I had the previous year. So that's how I justified it. But it was fine. Had a nice, I kind of look at it. It's once a year. I look more at like the social aspect of it, and
yeah, that's what I was pushing for last time.
This year was really confusing because the restaurant was open. So
right,
we were sitting 2 tables over with a $14 burger instead of a $50.
We had a great time too.
Yeah. It was a lot of fun, but yeah, we should just. I mean, if you're gonna have the restaurant open, the dinner's kind of redundant. We're paying a caterer when they've got a kitchen on site, you know. But that wasn't true in the past. That's only happened this year. So.
Oh no! The restaurant has always been open.
No.
I think
last
the
year
last
it
time
wasn't.
it was like that. I think last year maybe just the lower section was open,
Right.
and
Yep.
where
Restaurant
the
has-
upper
restaurant has
section
always-
where we were, we had the white tablecloths or something. I think that was the difference. But
Yeah, they put the tables together in long rows, didn't they?
Right. We
That
had more
was-
people who
Mhm.
did the dinner last year than this year, so that's probably why it didn't take up the whole upper level like it did last
Okay,
year.
it was just strange, but yeah.
Yeah, because if
Yeah,
you can just reserve the restaurant for however many people sign up and buy
Well,
regular
and that-
meals, that
and-
would
and
be.
that is something
Well-
else that I was thinking about doing next year is because someone else brought up the deal too, because you can get a steak for $28. Is maybe we just reserve the whole restaurant and they
Or chunk of it, yeah.
yeah, and then everybody just order off the menu and get what they want.
Yeah.
You know, that type of thing too.
How much would
look-
it slow the kitchen down if they're doing each order bespoke as opposed to doing big casserole trays?
That is true too. So
Yeah, well,
Well, the thing is, if you guys are doing it to socialize, if you guys are there for like 3 or 4 hours, who cares if it takes that long to get your meals? 'Cause
Right.
you're busy
We want it
talking
to take a
anyway.
while. Yeah.
Mhm.
That's the way I would view it anyway.
yeah,
Yeah, I think that might be a good idea, just to have people order off the menu, and if we can reserve part of the restaurant, and they can put some of the tables together like they did for this. I
Yeah.
think that might be a
Grant, you can still do
reasonable
like like
alternative.
you're doing reservations now, except it not paying for them because people pay for depending what they order at the restaurant. But at least get an idea for the restaurant, like how many chairs we're going to need.
Yeah, exactly. And that would be better for, like I said, again, and Henry's right. It would probably make it a slower process with the kitchen, but it would be a better price though too.
Well, and
Yeah.
we need to make sure that everyone can get the amount of checks they want, and it's not going to be on one check like that
Oh,
Mexican
right, the
place
whole-
we went to that one year.
Yeah. So I'll talk to him
right.
about that and see if that's an option. So
What about a luncheon instead of a dinner so that people don't get, disperse after the dinner?
No, that would kill the heart of the day.
yeah,
Yeah.
I think so. I think
Yeah.
so too.
I
Plus the
think
seminars
that
and stuff,
would.
too.
Then when would I go to Portellos?
Right.
Why would you go to Portellos is the more critical question.
Well, I mean,
but,
going out for lunch is good because then you have
Why?
to come back.
Why? Because it's like, I only get to make it to Portellos 2-3 times a year.
well, the next time you go, you can pick up my order. It might be ready by then.
That'd be like 2-3 times a year too many.
Well, the nice thing is now you can order at the counter, or at least the one that's close to CoCoFEST, that has like the Prohibition era theming.
Kiosks.
You have there's like 3 kiosks now. So I ordered right on the screen because when I go up to that counter, I always had a hard time hearing what they were asking about, this, that, and the other thing. I'm like, I'll just touch screen it. I'm good.
Our group was the other way around. We found going up to the counter worked instantly. And
Well, yeah, I think were you the group where there was like 3 of you in front of the touchscreen, or was that a different group? I saw a group of people. There was like 3 people.
That was a piece of comedy.
Yeah. Like, how many Coco people does it take to run a touchscreen?
obviously not enough.
Must have been
Anyways.
4.
Thanks for the upgrade, Grant, and thanks for popping by.
Yeah, no problem. One other question too: was there any room for improvement on this CoCoFEST that I need to consider for next year? Or?
Well, you got rid of me this year, and it went better. So I think we would get rid of you next year, except for the organization part. That might help too.
It was kind of funny. I almost threw some people into heart attack mode at the fest because I was joking around with Jim, saying, "Hey, I'm gonna this is my last year. I'm quitting the CoCoFEST," and he's like, "What?" And Rick Adams overheard it. He thought that was really was quitting. He was really upset about that. So
This is how rumors get started, Grant.
I know it.
Grant, did you find that you had enough time to do it, or having an assistant or two would be helpful to track down things or run with some things?
That's one thing Jim and I were talking about, because I was doing a lot of running around because I was having to go from the presentation room to the room where we stored the auction items and all the way back to the conference center and then stuff like that. So I probably am going to have to look for a what Jim called a runner, somebody to help me out a little bit to do things.
Next year, Rick Hewlett will have his, motorized.
I'll have my
scooter.
zippy chair, yeah, and I can just.
Yeah. because unfortunately, on I think it was Friday or Saturday, I wanted to go to lunch, with Coco Man and them, and I was unable to go because I got dragged away to put out a fire somewhere, to take care of an issue. So it was a little. So that was a little, one thing. But other than that, I think everything else went well. So.
Yeah, I think you said earlier you did do as much running around this year as you did last year, right?
Yeah, I did a lot more running around this year than I did last year. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's just because we have the auction room all the way down in that suite.
Oh, right, down the corner, around the block, and
Yeah, exactly. So it wasn't across the hall like it was. So, but
And
I
as
do
far
want to
as-
say thanks to MarcB and Brian Weasler for helping out. Though I really do appreciate that because running that auction is not easy.
Well, and I found MarcB not to be very pleasant. I mean, I don't know what you guys have an issue with him. I mean,
Well, there were no cats throwing up around him.
Oh, come on. I mean, he doesn't change his clothes for a full week here. That's why we have problems with him. So
Yeah. Unlike today, yeah, one wiped out my bed this morning. Just a little bit ago. That's where I had to leave.
Oh, geez.
Make sure Jim Brain knows that we appreciate his work too.
Yeah,
no
Grant,
problem.
as far as going to lunch, it was like I made the decision with Ken, Ken, my brother Ken and I, that I said, I'm telling people we're going here and we're going now, and if they want to go, that's where we'll be. I'm not playing herding cats.
Yeah,
like,
that's true.
But
I wonder if
I wonder if we ought to have it pre-announced or pre on the schedule. Meet at this spot here for a ride to Portellos.
Oh, at some time,
at
yeah.
this particular time.
Is it
That would be
impossible
nice.
to have announcements in the?
Yeah, because Bruce Moore brought it in, so that works.
Oh yeah, he had a little PA system.
Yep, and it
Because
worked
there
a
was
lot
no
better.
music man.
Yeah, it worked a
Exactly.
lot better.
no, it's right there.
Even
we
a
did this-
whiteboard in the back would have been good. Write down lunch today at so and so. Meet here.
Meet by the
Well,
yellow
I think
chair.
there's a lunch break on the schedule, but by the time you figure out where you're going to go, I think at least half the lunch break is gone by then. That's why I just said Portillo. We're going to Portillo's. That's where we'll be if anybody wants to go.
I think we heard the good idea, the lunch break whiteboard. Jason's going to Portellos, meet at the Coco Man.
Yeah, that's actually not a bad
You know?
idea. Like,
Yeah.
because some people like different kinds of food and they, everybody gets a little click they run off to. And
Well, to tell you the truth, half of us probably don't even need to eat lunch.
Oh,
I get so worked up at the fest, I can't eat lunch. I just kind of,
You don't want me not to eat lunch. I'll get very, very hungry.
yeah, he'll be as green as the Coco screen.
Yeah, I'll just yell nuclear green. Yeah, exactly. Feed me.
Hey, Grant, I want
Yes,
you
sir.
to know I wasn't too impressed with last year's meal, so this year I opted out. I actually ordered from a place called Legends Pizza that's like 3 blocks down Gary Street.
That's where we went. That's where we went.
Yeah.
Yep. So anyway, thin crust Chicago style. It was excellent.
Oh,
Yes.
nice.
Oh, speaking of dinner on Friday, some of us opted to go to a pizza place, and I got to be sent to another pizza place that didn't have any seating.
That's
Like,
deja
hey,
vu.
Yeah.
That's happened a few years ago, as I recall.
Yeah, but that
it
at least
did.
that was the hotel. People that worked at the hotel told us about this pizza place
Yeah.
with no seating, but this I just
went
got
there
the
with you.
address. Yeah, there was some of the guys who went to go get the power strips, or maybe that might have been. I guess that was Thursday, not Friday, because they went to go get the power strips, and they were going to come back like, oh, we're going to meet at this pizza place, and Ken and I show up, and I'm like, there's no seats, and then Jim Brain pulls up. I'm like, yeah, and it's like, yeah, this seems familiar. So
Isn't that called New York pizza when you have to stand around on the street and eat it?
right?
Then you get to eat off what's falling onto your shirt later.
I'm still trying to parse thin crust Chicago.
that doesn't work. That's anyway.
So were there new products at this Coco?
Hey, we
Fest
got to
this
finish
year?
going through the panel, Ron.
Oh, right. We haven't even got through stage one.
Haven't got half of it done yet.
Jeez.
Wingnut, this was your first fest, so I was really curious what your thoughts were as a first-time attendee.
Okay, so this might take a while. I'm thinking about this the whole time you guys were talking. So when I got there,
Adjust your camera so we can see your face, man.
oh sure. All right.
Yeah, all we saw was a hat. It's a talking hat.
Hello.
There you go.
There he is.
There you
Hey.
are.
Yeah, Wingnut. Yeah, this is me.
How you doing?
So the first thoughts were that it exceeded my expectations, man. There were a lot of different things there for this 8-bit computer that I didn't know about that were really awesome, honestly. See, I thought about all this stuff I wanted to say. I'm not very good like when the spot's on me. It was it was a really good time.
Was your wallet fat? I mean, did you bring enough money to buy the stuff you saw?
Yes, I did. I did buy. I bought a Coco 3. And the Coco 3 that I bought happened to have the 6309 and the 2 megabyte upgrade into it already.
That's a steal. That's good.
That's great.
Yeah, $200 you got it for.
Upgrades too, and they're just sitting here. I was going to buy a Coco 3 that somebody offered to me for $175, but I took it to Patrick Euland's station and we plugged it in and tried it, and it blew up. So that was
so it's a parts machine now.
There was actual vital smoke that came out. Oh.
Yeah, that was wild, right?
Where did the smoke come out of?
Yeah,
the power supply.
That's usually a bad sign.
The power supply let go. It booted one time, just fine, and then the second time.
Oh, was that the one with the bad cap?
No.
Oh,
that's a whole different one.
Anyway, continue on, Wingnut. So, aside from the fact you got a steal on a Coco 3 with 2 meg and a 609.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because he wouldn't have got it if you hadn't burned up the first one, so that was a good
Right.
thing.
And the one he got is clean. It looks beautiful.
It's a great machine. Yes, it is. I met Brian Weisler. I lost my wallet, and so I
no.
first night. But I left it up in the hotel room. There's a lot, man. I tried to
So you
play.
did recover it.
Yeah.
You did. Okay.
I played the game that was set up, the Nightmare Highway or something like that. I tried
Nightmare Highway.
I tried to get a high score on that. But as I was trying to get the high score, the national anthem started playing, so I had to stop playing. And I was at 11,000 points, and I had a couple lives left. And by the time the national anthem was done, my game was over. So there you go.
That is a great excuse.
No,
Don't worry. There was, the winner scored way more than 11,000 points.
Yep.
And Jason, you should tell Ken maybe he has to put in a pause button so Wingnut has a chance next time.
All right.
Yeah, I was like, there's no pause, really? Oh, I think we've probably come to the end of the Nightmare Highway. So
yeah, he's labeling it final edition now. So
yeah, final. I'm
yeah,
right.
air quotes. Yeah.
What else, Ronnie?
And was there any personalities that you really enjoyed talking with, Wingnut, or some of the seminars you might have went to, or?
Yeah, Henry Strickland was pretty cool. I remember one night I came back to the hotel and he busted out the peanut butter and jelly with the loaf of bread, and I was like, "All right, I can dig it."
Oh yeah, the German PB and J.
Yeah.
And he missed a lot. He just got back to put his headphones on.
We were just talking about you, Henry.
I had some beer.
Oh yeah, what did I miss?
Peanut butter and jelly.
That was really cool.
Oh yeah. So I will respond to Ron Delvaux's question from a few minutes ago after this discussion's over. So.
Oh, okay, good.
So did you attend some of the seminars, Wingnut? I think that was the other question. And did you have a favorite of those if you did?
I went to Henry Strickland's, and that was my favorite. I mean, it was really good. He's a man of the people. That's how I felt. Like, you're really, I appreciate what you're doing, man. And yeah.
All right. Well, thanks.
I really don't have much else. I mean, me and Drywater, we went around the area. We went a pretty good radius, and we tried some different spots out there, and it was fun. We went to Buffalo Wild Wings, went to this place called Maze and Mash, and I'll be coming back next year.
So you're hooked now.
Sweet.
Yes.
Next year you'll have to come in early or stay later to go attend the Galloping Ghost too. That's
do
an
you have
all
any
day thing
friends
at
that
least.
live near you or anything that are into the cocoa that you can bring with you again next year or whatever?
Who, me?
Yeah,
Just
you.
that loser Sloopy, right?
Oh boy.
I didn't know the
Really?
computer existed a year ago.
Okay. Well, it sounds like you had a good time, and if you're planning coming back, I think that's a salute to Grant that the show ran pretty good. That people that are brand new to it want to come back. Slippy, did you manage to watch any of the streams?
No, I didn't watch anything. I was like so overcome with emotion that I wasn't able to be there that I just had
Oh, gee.
I was curled up in the corner.
Just hanging out in the fetal position all weekend.
But I must say that there was a CoCoNation show, and I don't think anyone noticed that it was put on by Scab Labor.
Oh yeah, we noticed.
It actually looked like a real show.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, there was no dropouts, no dead air or anything.
It's all in one segment. Yeah.
We even had a hardware announcement that the guys at the fest didn't know about, so that was kind of cool.
Yeah, so I think you should keep doing that. And it was really my favorite part of the whole thing was the Game On challenge.
On Thursday or the wrap up on Saturday?
The Game On challenge on Saturday.
Oh, okay. And speaking of Game On challenge, how about Ken? Did you get a chance to watch streams? Are you even there?
No, I'm not here.
Okay.
Oh shoot.
I caught
Okay, good.
very little. They're in my queue. I haven't really had much of a chance to watch them. I briefly watched a little bit of a couple of them, which, yeah, that's all I've had a chance to do. So,
Okay. Mr. Jeffrey Drywater.
Yes. Who? What? I'm awake.
General thoughts about the fest? Any favorite parts of it? Either seminars or, a booth or a person you met or something like that?
Was my first CoCoFEST. As I've indicated in the past, I just decided to relive my childhood by getting a bunch of 8-bit computers, and I had a blast. Ron and I split a hotel room, and for anybody who may consider that next year, he snores like a freight train. It's not just the sound that keeps you awake, it's the vibration.
It's the vibration in the room.
And meanwhile, the next room, they're measuring the Richter scale. Is that what you're getting at?
Are you sure you didn't get a room by one of those elevated trains that Chicago's famous for?
No.
Is that what that noise was?
Hey, in Ron's defense, at VCF East, I shared a room with him, and I didn't hear nothing. So maybe it's just the Chicago ambient noise that you heard.
It could be out drowned him. That might be the other possibility. But
It's
anyway.
not. Ask my wife.
Right.
Go ahead, Jeff. Sorry.
So I watched a couple shows with the Henry Strickland one. I thought this is my criticism, so this is constructive criticism. I thought the auction was a little slow. Could have been a little quicker. They could have kept the pace up a little better, but I didn't. Ended up going up to my room for a little while, watching the auction on YouTube, waiting until I saw the first printer come out, and I knew that my item, the one I wanted at the auction, would be next. So I ran back down there and ended up getting what I wanted.
Masterful.
That's a smart bidder there. That's
a veteran move on your first time.
One recommendation you would, Curtis and a couple of you were talking about, the social aspect of the show, having maybe a couple of couches in the middle of the show where people could sit and socialize, just to sit and socialize right in the middle of the show. So if you saw
instead of a
somebody
couple
sitting there-
tables, put a couch pit.
Just a
little
fallout
bit,
space. Yeah.
something a little bit more relaxed.
Good idea.
Where you don't
Yeah,
have to.
we
you're
have had
not
on the
sitting-
hallways like those little chairs. We've had little gatherings there, but then you have people sitting on the floor because there's just a couple chairs, right? So
but
actually having
we've
couches is not bad.
hotel
We've had
staff
bad
walking by and-
experiences with couches.
Well, that's why you want to trap them in the middle of the room. Yeah.
Love
Put some
seats
couches
then.
in the hallway.
Love seats then. That was good.
But
Good comeback.
where where you're not sitting in the hallway, where people aren't trying to walk past you every time, where you can just sit and socialize for either a few minutes or half an hour or whatever. That's just my 2 cents worth on the social thing. Go ahead, Curtis.
Well, the hallway is where the
Or-
Coco Widows ended up.
Oh, yeah, there were a couple.
I do like the idea of having the couches, like instead of like just the jam session, or whatever, maybe having some couches people can just sit and visit in the middle of the show on the evening. That's
Yeah.
actually not a bad, except he's going to be in a bit of a food coma anyway, so might as
Or
well
even
relax.
during the,
and
even during the day, some of the people get tired of walking around, or somebody's with you and they're not as interested in seeing this. You can only walk around there so many times, but you can sit and
Right.
chat with somebody one-on-one, for an hour, for 2 hours. So that's just my 2 cents. But otherwise, yeah, I had a great time. It was my Ron and I, Wingnut and I, we explored some of the local food curiosities and had a great time. I came in on Thursday night, left on Sunday. Was it Sunday? Yeah, Sunday. And yeah, I had a good time.
Good. I just want to make, there's a comment here, and you guys that attended the fest can maybe fill in the details here, but Paul Fiscarelli says, my package with all my gear for CoCoFEST is just arrived at the hotel.
Oh, jeez.
Oh,
my gosh.
That happened to a couple of people, but I didn't know there was still
That's
one
my
out
chocolate bar story right there. That's exactly.
Yeah, I was going to say, did he send himself chocolates or something?
He must have used UPS then.
Nope. He actually used the United States Postal Service this time.
Oh, that's why.
Yeah, they cut 20,000 people or something.
And
recently,
it's funny because I was talking to Paul, and it was actually in the city on Friday. So I'm kind of surprised why it took another week for them to get it from their warehouse or where they store the mail on Friday to bring it in a week.
I'm not surprised. I've sent priority mail from here to St. Louis, and it'll get to the St. Louis area, and then it sat there for a week. I've had that.
But
happen.
I think there's also a big difference between they say it's in the city and it actually being in the city.
Yeah, we hit that with UPS repeatedly. They lied.
Okay.
Basically.
I had a package. that
It's
was
like, oh yeah,
received-
it's in the city. It's going to be delivered. Oh wait, no, it's still in transit. It's actually.
Oh wait, no, it's still in the warehouse in Chicago, where it's been since Thursday. Or yeah,
It's in a city, not the one you're in.
I've had an outbound package go to Toronto 5 times before it left for its destination. So, yeah.
Oh, I sent a package to Eastern Pennsylvania from Eastern Ohio here, and it went to Arizona first.
yeah. Well, I'm just reading Paul Fiscarelli just added. He said priority 3-day shipping equals 12 days.
Oh, sweet.
Oh,
You
yeah,
need
I don't
negative
trust
8-day
that at all.
shipping, and you'll be good. Yeah.
Well, we have a new pope now, and he's from Chicago, so things ought to,
I wonder if he's been to.
He
I wonder
can
if he's
bless
been
the
to
warehouse,
Portellos.
and maybe they'll get it faster.
Something, right?
Yeah.
Henry Strickland, you kind of covered some of it already, but any favorite parts of the show, or?
Well, I was just busy the whole time, either talking to somebody or trying to solder a board or trying to get my presentation ready to go. Or yeah, it was nonstop. So I had to kind of pick and choose what to work on while I was there. I did give a talk on my new Nekot OS for real-time multi-Coco gaming. And at the talk, I gave away a few dozen of these Bonobo cards. These are cheap networking cards that, okay, there's one over there, Jason, thank you. That cost about $10 just for the making of it, plus soldering down the 40 pin. I make it cheaper by doing my own soldering on the dip part there on that Pico. And then I also tried to get a few of these, and these I had just gotten. This one is a single board computer with the 6309 and a Pi Pico to run it. And I only gave out about half a dozen of these, so there'll be more. But the point I want to make is the extra stock on this, I'm getting shipped to Patrick Euland And so you'll be able to go to his, is it called Computer Connect with one N?
Correct.
Yeah. And get these if you missed your chance then. And they're still going to be at a very good price for while this stock lasts, and whether new stuff will happen, we don't know. But that was kind of like at the core of what I was doing. I was demoing that at my table for a while. I demoed it during the talk that I gave. And I had some problems with the single board computer, and I had to solder a few more. So I spent some time in the evenings doing that. But just really enjoyed seeing everybody else's stuff and talking to them as well, and had a few people sit me down and give me good talks about what I should be doing next. And I don't have anything to announce yet, but I've got good inspiration from the whole event. So Ron, part of that was answering your question. Was there new products? And then as we go around and talk, as other people talk, y'all should mention also if new products showed up at the festival.
Now, Henry, how did you send those boards to Patrick? Did you send them U.S. Postal Service?
Well, I was able to hand them to him in person on Saturday morning, but he's missing some of the Picos to go on it, and those I will be sending. Let's see, what's the economical way for small, lightweight packages? It could be any of them. I don't know, Jason. What do you want me to do?
I would probably be U.S. Postal Service would be the small economic way for small packages. Don't expect it to get there anytime soon.
Yeah,
you got to be careful. He's already lost an N on his name of his company.
That's right. I'm worried about. He's got a bite eater somewheres.
It's always the last place you look.
Yeah. Or a failed attempt at run length compression.
As for myself, I did watch all the streams except the auction, and of course Henry's got cut off, so I was really watching it intently, and then 11 minutes in, gone. But sounds like they'll be fixing that. So presentation-wise, I did like Terry Steen's presentation on the MicroWorks assembler, because that type of deep dive into disassembly and stuff is something I've experienced quite a bit with Nitrous 9. So it was quite fun to watch somebody else go through that pain. But you actually do get good results from it, so it's worth it in the end. We had two walkthroughs. We had a semi-private one with D. Bruce Moore on the first day, and then of course MarcB took us a walkthrough on the second day. Some of the stuff I saw that I really wish I'd been able to be there in person to try would have been like the Defender game, like the actual Defender arcade board with the Stargate controls and stuff to play around with that. Seeing the CM8 wireless monitor from Portellos was really cool. Spy Hunter with the actual Spy Hunter controls, I really wish I could have tried that, because I'm a huge Spy Hunter fan. At least I got to try it on the Coco itself here, because he's released the disc image as far as he's gotten.
I will say, I do want to say this for that kid that's in that Portellos.
Charlie.
We made Charlie. MarcB and I made him very, very happy because there were two laptops that were on the floor when we were doing the auction and everything, and he apparently he was waiting patiently for those two to come up. And I remember they were waiting on laptops. I'm like, those laptops he's really waiting on? Because they were missing parts and everything like that. So I went into the auction room and grabbed them and everything with his father. And I handed it to him, and for $10, he got two laptops. And he was so happy. I mean, just seeing the excitement in his eyes and everything. And apparently he ran it up to the hotel room and started researching how to fix it and everything. But yeah, it was amazing. I just never, that kid's great. I mean, I never seen a kid so happy in my life. So I'm glad we did the right thing on that one. So
I also like the fact that there's youth at CoCoFEST. I mean, D. Bruce Moore's son, of course, he's quite active, and he's actually helping build some of these MP3 player boards. They're going to be part of the Realm of Doom game, and Portellos Charlie, of course, and others. Like, there's a lot of younger people getting into the hobby, and then we've talked sometimes in the past, like, once we all die, it's all gone. Maybe not. There's enough people that you know, you can actually understand some of these things, you know, top to bottom, these older machines. The current ones, you have no idea what the hell's going on in the middle of it, hardware or software wise. So this is actually kind of nice to see.
It'd
Yeah,
be
there were a
cool
lot
if
of-
they come on the show, wouldn't it?
What's that?
Every once, invite them to the show every once in a while.
Have you missed
Seems
it,
like-
Ron? We've had Charlie on before.
Yeah,
a
but
couple
I
times.
mean, on a regular basis, he can come and sit and jaw with us about stuff, and you know.
Yeah, I mean, if he's up to,
Be
I
a
mean, he's still
regular
got school
guy.
and stuff to do, obviously, and whatever extracurricular activities he's got too.
That's right. And plus, there's a bunch of
Yeah,
us
we're not all
old
retired like you, Ron.
folks. Yeah, that's the thing. Sorry.
I wish I was, but no, not yet.
All right. I sit corrected.
But yeah, no, I like having the youth there, and yeah, I do like to have them on every once in a while to kind of talk about it. And Jacob and Charlie both, and I mean, I honestly, because we're old, I'm like Wingnut, you're young, so you're one of the youth as far as I'm concerned.
Whippersnapper.
Hey, dang kids, get off my lawn.
And you know what? You can talk just fine. Don't worry about your talking. Half of us can't even think.
Hey, Frederic, did you get a chance to watch any of the streams? Obviously, you weren't there either. You were
Well,
planning
no, I
on it
was
originally,
there,
but wasn't able to make it.
Exactly. Well, I was on the live show, and I did watch Mark's running around the floor. So that was interesting to see what it was. Yeah, and yes, I saw a couple of streams. I missed the auction. I would have liked to see exactly what was sold, but yeah, it's really too bad that I wasn't able to go.
Yeah, I think any of us that didn't make it and were planning on it originally, we don't feel the same way on that.
Well, one good thing about Mark's presentation was you could, if you saw something, you could tell him, you know, hey, what do we see right there, you know, or whatever, and he'd stop and look, which is kind of neat.
Yeah, his tour was really, really good, and the signal really held up, because a few times we've done that in the past, it's like, you know, goes into a slideshow and pauses for a couple seconds, you lose the voice for a while, but the voice stayed all the way through, and the video was pretty rock solid.
Yep.
Next year, we'll ask him to get a gimbal.
Yeah.
Well, this is a tablet versus a phone, so you got great Wi-Fi, but it's kind of hard to gimbal something that big, isn't it?
Yeah. We need to get Mark and gimbal. We need to get Frederic to shut off his stupid autocam thing, because I was getting dizzy watching it in the background here just during the show today.
I'll be activated right now. Stupid AI.
Jason, did you have anything else to add? You've actually talked a fair bit about it already.
Yeah, I've interrupted quite enough already, haven't I? You know, I think the schedule thing is good. It was especially nice driving home Sunday and not having to deal with all that awful Chicago traffic. I was pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. I mean, it was nice to get out of Chicago without any traffic at all.
That's a good point. I hadn't even thought of that. But for people who drive in, like myself, yeah, you do avoid a lot of the traffic if you.
Oh man, Sunday's a dream. Big open roads, lanes clear on both sides, just sailing out of town.
When Ken and I were chasing the chocolate bars, we left Monday morning. That was not a dream.
I was worried Thursday afternoon, because I was arriving around rush hour to Chicago from Indiana. But I took the outer perimeter way around, and that worked out okay. And then Monday lunchtime is when I made my exit, and I'd used the closest freeway to Indiana, and it was easy also. So Chicago did not meet my expectations for traffic.
Well, they're the very west side of town, and if you go with that and stay with the perimeter, you're good.
Okay, good learnings.
Just don't go east from there at all. If you go east from there, you may never come back.
Yeah, it gets a little wet.
Yeah, go ahead, Jason.
Yeah, you had good luck then, because usually heading back to Indiana towards the Indiana toll road, like that, what is it, I-94 and 80, that's always a huge traffic jam through there near the state line.
I lucked out.
And you lucked out. I mean, because Sunday I was like, wow, I don't think I've ever not sat in traffic on this section of highway. And I would use the term freeway loosely, because just about every highway is a toll road in that area. So
I was impressed by the gigantic quarry that you drive through on the way out.
That is
Yeah.
pretty cool. That's
on
a
the
good
north
one.
side, if I remember, isn't it, or no, south?
It was on both sides. It was
Yeah.
mostly on the south.
Yeah,
but we
that's
went
right around the
actually
tip of Lake
through it.
Michigan, I think, if I remember.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like on. I thought it was on 80, somewhere down there on 80. But yeah, what else? I mean, we had the what was it? The cup for the Nightmare
the
Highway.
Davenport Cup.
Davenport
Yes.
Cup. And I learned after the fact that Davenport is like a name for couch.
Yes, it's a type of couch.
I'm like, he had to explain it to me. That's an old timey word for couch. I'm like,
Yeah.
now it makes sense.
I think it's regional too.
Davenport. I was thinking, I thought it maybe had something to do with David Ladd. I thought maybe it was the Davenport Cup.
And I believe it means it has legs, so it's not like quilt or upholstered
Like
to
flat
the
on the
floor.
floor. It's got the legs to hold up the older style.
Yeah, you have to sweep under it.
Well, it was good for a joke anyway. I don't.
No, it worked well.
Did any of you guys get to talk to Steve Stroh? He was there, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's in the chat right now too. He just joined us.
I wonder how he's doing.
He sold most of the stuff from what I heard. Like he brought a bunch of stuff to kind of whittle his collection down a bit there, and it sounds like he got most of it out by the time he left.
Right.
He
Even
was
the
he
stuff
was
I
in
wanted.
good spirits throughout the weekend. I enjoyed talking with him a number of times, and he's growing some hair.
Yeah, that was the big noticeable change.
Yeah, and it looks ridiculous.
It looks silly, but I like it.
Hey, Jason, look back at my old mullet pictures from Rainbow Fest, and it seems so silly.
And then say
Fest,
ridiculous.
Yes, well, we all had more hair back then.
Well, he's the one that used to have the Ron Delvaux beard that he'd show everybody. He put it on. Remember? Back in, well, maybe this is a few years ago. Well, maybe it's even more than a few.
Yeah.
Way
Brian Weasler, we haven't heard from you too much. It looks like you're busy, but what was your general impressions and any favorite parts of the fest, either vendors, stuff you saw, seminars?
Oh no, I just enjoyed all the camaraderie and having the opportunity to visit with people. I enjoyed the Spy Hunter that he mocked up there with the original hardware and foot pedal. That was neat to see. Just seeing all the people and everything. I enjoyed the pace. It was nice. I was able to spend some time working on the XORterm that I brought from
yeah, you hit a bit of a snag on that, didn't you?
Yeah, I was hoping to be able to maybe power it up while I was there, and so I started cleaning all the boards in the back one evening, and then I moved to the interior of it, and unfortunately, at some point in time, wherever it was stored before I was able to get it, some mice decided to make the inside of that thing a home.
Could you explain what it is you're talking about?
The XORterm, it's the programmer that Robert Killigus used to develop for game development when he did his skiing and his other games that he did that he did prior. So not all for lost. I cleaned it up and everything. There was a few little wires that were chewed on, so I'll probably address that. Probably the biggest thing was the power supply board. All the pots and everything were all kind of rusted out. But I guess if there's a silver lining in it all, Robert had kept all the manuals, and I was looking through the operator's manual, and the whole back half of the operator's manual is schematics, part breakdown, troubleshooting, everything. So I have access to all the parts and everything, and at least like, this resistor or this, this potentiometer is a 1.5K pot or something like that, So I should.
So anything that needs to be repaired, you know what to do then.
Right.
Yeah,
This glob of rat pee is a 50K pot.
So I did. Since I wasn't able to go any further with that, then I turned my attention to the keyboard that comes with it, and I did have my key puller with me, so I pulled all the keys off and cleaned all the finger grunge off of it, and I got the keyboard all cleaned up nicely and everything. So
yeah, Peter Whale just commented in the chat. He must have been watching. He said, "I remember seeing way too many loose keycaps at one point."
Yep. So I got that all cleaned up and everything. So maybe this summer and fall I can spend some time on it, and maybe we can see that thing run next year. So
it looks like a terminal, correct?
A big one,
a bit like a terminal. Yep. So, but no, I enjoyed it, and if we have some time for some show and tell here, I do have some things I'd like to share with the group when we get to that point.
Yeah, we can do that. We'll probably have a commercial break after the CoCoFEST rundown, which we only got one person left, so it'll be pretty quick.
One thing I'd like to add
Go ahead.
The configuration of the presentation room, they flipped it around, so now I enjoyed that so much better now that you walk into the back of the room. So
Right.
that was a really good move. Maybe other than maybe having to cover those windows on the far end, I think that was a huge improvement and a good job there by.
You're welcome.
Was it you, not Grant? Okay. I thought I was going to have
all
to
the real work is done by people other than Grant. That's
I
basically.
thought I was going to have to
Thanks.
compliment Grant there for a minute.
You're
That
gonna
was
wake
a
him
close
up.
one.
No, that was
No.
actually Randy's idea. So
Yep.
The power of delegation.
Well,
Yeah, we
Yeah,
discussed it
Randy.
last year. Actually, we
After I
talked to
s-
Randy and a few others there about maybe flipping it around. I'm glad that actually worked out.
Yeah, that
After
projector
I
worked out.
suggested it to him.
Yeah, the Glenside Club purchased a new projector this year, and it's a what's it called, a short throw? Is that the right word?
yeah,
So that projector was able to be like within 6 feet of the screen, and so the projector didn't have to be in the middle of the group. So
Nice.
and so that worked out really well. And also, I guess a shout out to Randy too, because he kind of a one-man band getting all that hooked up and everything and stuff. At least,
Yeah, and it went a lot smoother than last year, I have to say.
Well,
Yeah.
and plus also this year we're using his equipment, and so we didn't have to pick up anything from VCF Midwest other than just the power strip this year. So
Yep. So
You mean
Okay.
nobody could to do the dinosaur head, or the airplane
Oh, right. Not on those new ones. It's
or the bird?
They shoot a beam like this.
Yeah.
You would need some really big hands to do hand puppets.
Nick Moretti, since you joined late here, did you get a chance to watch any of the streams from CoCoFEST?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
No.
Well, then we don't need to talk to you then.
Then go back to sleep.
Hey, Curtis,
All right, go ahead.
one more thing. I want to mention I really enjoyed seeing the guy that brought the 6809 based video game like Defender and the Vectrex. It was really cool to see the Vectrex, and now I regret not spending more time paying attention to that.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
Tom C.
Yeah, the Defender arcade was really fun too until it
Yeah, it
stopped
died or
working.
something, didn't it? Something went wrong with the board?
Yeah, I think it was like something went with it, and it was I think it was
they're
just something he
very
threw together
finicky.
at the last moment too. So
Yeah,
Go ahead, Alan.
Stargate is very, very finicky. That it worked at all is very surprising. I used to have a Stargate machine, and I loved it when I got it, and I loved it more when I got rid of it.
It's like a bone. Eh?
Yeah. So, and Tom C's worked on that thing on and off for 2 years now. It was complete trash before. It actually works now. So I'm reasonably surprised it held up enough to make a trip out that far and boot it all. So
Yeah,
That
the
was
Vectrex I
awesome.
got to first play around in person. Like I did try it a little bit, when it first came out as a kid in the store, but I don't remember that much about it. But Aaron brought his to Boat Fest as it was called back then, and that was a lot of fun to play around with.
I miss mine. It died long ago, and I can just use an emulator. It's too hard to fight eBay to try to get another one.
I got
Yeah.
one for cheap.
Yeah, thanks for rubbing that in, Frederic.
But it's incredible because ever since I bought it, I look at the marketplace ads and they sell it for like
rip-off.
600, 800. It's like, are you
Yep.
nuts?
Yeah, they're nosebleed prices
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
They're great.
Well, they're rarer. I guess that's one thing, and they're unique. I mean, there was no other vector-based home machine.
If
So.
you get one, make sure you put a buzz off in it, and then it is very enjoyable. And if you can get the Dayglow frames and stuff for the overlays, that's awesome too. So
Okay.
emulate.
Oh, yeah, well,
them.
thanks.
Great.
Oh, good.
Oh, that was it. Just emulate your Vectrex. It's great. GC
okay.
released all those ROMs to hobbyists legally.
Oh, so they're legally okay.
Yeah,
That's
it's
cool.
all legal. Just grab the ROMs. I saved the head of GCE's email when he sent that out back in the Usenet days. It's like, yeah, I don't care. If you're having fun playing the games, keep playing them. So
Yeah, there's new games being made for the Vectrex too, which is cool
All
too.
the
And there's
time.
even that updated ROM that's using 609 code to help speed up some of the delays and stuff in like Scramble and a few other games.
I've written a couple of little cheesy demo things for the Vectrex just for the fun of it. That's part of why I was like, nah, I need to get a Coco again. And it's the 6809 is too good.
Yeah.
Is there a modern retro version of Vectrex?
ScopeTrex.
That's what I was thinking. Get a scope in an XY mode, and then a
Yeah,
couple of
it's just a little tiny
ADDs and
board, and you
D-days.
plug it to a scope, and you've got your Vectrex.
Cool. Well, thanks everybody for giving us the rundown of the fest, and even the people who are just watching. If you guys watched some of the seminars and which ones you liked, and it looked like a very successful fest from here. I really like the talks. I'm really looking forward to seeing Henry's in full later on, because he was just getting into the space game, firing bullets, and that's when the stream cut off. So, so all the new cool stuff is what I didn't see yet. So,
well, I started with the demo, and then it got more technical as it went, and then I saw, okay, an hour is gone. I'm not gonna go into any more details, and everybody seemed to be relieved that I quit after an hour.
On the other hand, I would like to learn the technical details because eventually I would like to support it in Nitrous 9. So,
yes.
Okay, I guess we'll run a quick commercial. We'll come back for project updates and acquisitions, and then I'm assuming a few of you might have some update acquisitions to talk about since you were just at CoCoFEST and probably bought a lot of stuff. I know Brian for sure has some stuff, and I don't know if Wingnut wants to show his new Coco 3 with 2 meg and a 609, or if it's already on his table. I can't quite tell from here. But we'll come back after these messages.
Hello, everyone. It's your good buddy, your good pal, Amigo, and joined by that dastardly The Brent from ARG Presents.
You're watching CoCoNation.
I feel like that should have been longer.
The CoCoNation show would like to thank the following patrons: AC's 8-Bit Zone, Alex Gare, Alan Huffman, Boysen Tech, Brendan Donahue, Brian Walsh, Brian Weasler, Kieran Anscombe, Coconut Bob, Daddy Burrito, David Ladd, Derek Smithson, Diego BF109, Don Barber, Eric Canales, Frederic Sagard, Glenn Hewlett, Graham Wabke, Grant Leedy, Henry Gernhardt, Henry Strickland, Jason Warrens, Jim Mullis, Jeffrey Drywater, Justin Larson, Ken Reichard, Patrick Euland, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, R. Allen Murphy, Retro Tech Time, Richard Harding, Rob Inman, Rocky Hill, Steve Batson, TJB Chris, Tom C., Tom Gunderson, Tom S., and William Athing. Thank you so much, patrons. If you would like to support the CoCoNation show, sign up at patreon.thecoconation.com.
Hey everyone, I'm TJB Chris, and I'm watching the CoCoNation live show, and so are you. And probably shouldn't be pointing that thing at you. Enjoy!
Welcome to everybody's favorite segment, Who's New to Discord?
Tim Do says, hello, I am a new member and I have just joined. I got introduced to the Coco by Henry III at the New England Classic Gaming Show. I do not have a Coco yet. I am getting introduced to it through emulation at this time. I am interested in adding a Coco Model 3 to my collection of classic computers and consoles. Tim D. 8-Bit Widget says, I'm Caleb G. Just got a Coco Fujinet, but for now I'm not able to use it, as I'm looking to find the best overall composite mod out there for it. The signal is very noisy. Not so much that I can't see the screen displays and all the keys work. But the RF noise is bad. The previous bios were edited for time. Thanks to Boys in Tech, Frederic Micro Hobbyist Sagard, Glenside Computer Club, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Tandy Color Computer 3, and the CoCoNation patrons for boosting the server. Please consider joining Discord and visiting the welcome section to read these bios in full and see what the community has to offer. Just go to discord.thecoconation.com.
See you on Discord.
Oh, hey, commercial's over.
Over? Already? Don't we have any more ads to show? Because, everyone loves the ads probably better than us.
Oh, let's see. Let's turn that off. Go on to updates and acquisitions. let's see.
I know Brian for sure. I don't know if Wingnut wants to show off his stuff he bought at the fest or not.
Let's see. I had Alan up first.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a list.
Just
You
a
missed
real
it.
quick, just a real quick update from me. Been working with Ken Wilmot, Captain Kirchhoff on the Discord with his SST 6809 board. The subject of fourth programming came up, which I thought Henry III would like. And I have a huge archive of fourth stuff. I shared it over to Ken, and it seems like minutes later, micro fourth for the 6809 is now up and running on the SST 6809 single board computer. He'll be posting that, his ported version, the fixes and little changes he made for that. He'll be posting that to his GitHub here shortly. And I've started putting some information together about that on my wiki site to go with the other SST info that's coming along. So this is the year of the single board computer. Collect them all like Pokemon. I need to get Henry Strickland's here pretty soon. And now that I've heard he's going to be farming them out through RickU's site, I've already got a set up there. So here they come. But there's also more. Frederic is hiding away in the back of his office, but at some point his will be available. Oh no, it's too late, Frederic. Go away.
Yeah. Alan, do you think you could get Ken on to talk about his board at some point? Or
He might. It just depends on so many things. So a lot of those are involved like tuning back into the planet Earth long enough to do that. So we'll see how it goes. I'll mention it. I mean, he's in the chat sometimes and he sees the streams, so he'll have heard you say that at some point. But
yeah, because I'd love to see it actually, and kind of have him go through it and demonstrate and stuff. So
yeah, I was talking to MarkO before the show about maybe doing those single boards as a series of Coco techs. Give each of the SBC
that's a good idea too.
Really grind through them and talk about it, because there's a lot to the SST with its little image bus and the all the little add-on boards he's already got for it, and some of the stuff that's coming that I can't talk about yet. There's a big fun announcement soon, as soon as the factory finishes doing factory things. So yeah, Ken, I'm pimping it. Let's do it. We need 100 bunch of people doing all these. More SST 6809, more Bonobo boards, more everybody. Lots of 6809s. But that was my update. I now have a micro fourth out of nowhere just for saying, I really like fourth and you mentioned it. So here's all the fourth stuff. Oh, hey, look at that. You found one that was easy to redo. Hot diggity. So.
And this bundle of fourth, are you going to put it in the archive or somewhere special?
No, probably not. I mean, it's stuff that I've collected from all over the web since the 90s. And it's a huge, just random pile of stuff that would take probably weeks to curate. I don't know how Ken found something useful out of it so fast. But I mean, there's magazines and just whatever else. He said, oh, fourth, here you go. Because I did fourth with Sun Microsystems back on the Spark boxes. The firmware for Sparks was a fourth implementation called Open Firmware. And I had a lot of fun with that as an instructor, showing people cool tricks to do with their hardware. And so I had just always been interested in fourth from that. And it was easy to just share him all the collection of stuff I had and let him mine through it. But posting that somewhere I need to curate that somewhat. But most of it's collected off the web already anyway.
Okay. All right. So I've probably got links to a good bit of it, because I've done my own
if you
collection
want,
of links.
I will be happy to post it somewhere and send you a link, because I know you know how to paw through that stuff and wouldn't need someone to explain it. So
yeah, as far as the philosophy on this goes, I think Jason Scott has it right. He's the guy that calls himself the Internet Archive's free range archivist. He's like, no, do not curate it. Do not sort it. That'll take you years. Just give us a copy and we'll put it online. And, the search engines and AIs can help people find it.
Yep. But I think you've got your own AI. So if you're looking for something for your boards, I'll be happy to send that over.
Yeah, I've been trying to identify which fourth to use. I will probably talk to Brett Gordon because I
yeah.
know that he's
Talk
done
to Henry, talk to Brett, and talk to Ken Wilmot. Because Ken knows fourth and has been doing fourth from like forever. And that's when he mentioned it. I'm like, oh yeah, here, look, 6809, try these. And he was able to just knock it right together. So, and he's got all kinds of really great plans that I hope they come to fruition soon. It seemed like they will, because for him it looks drop dead easy.
Okay, thanks, XL.
Cool. MarcB, who's up
Okay.
next?
We have Patrick.
Oh, okay. Well, my first Fest collection was this.
Can you zoom in
Puffy
there?
Yeah, let me see if I can zoom him up a little better. Got to change modes here.
And big in me, please. There you go. So yes.
Look at the size of that capacitor. And it's
Puffy cap, the power we've been feeding
So,
you.
Even though we say caps don't generally need to be replaced on the Coco, sometimes they do.
This one, now this glue is normal, but the fact that this one has lifted itself up off of the board,
because it bulged at both ends.
It's not so much. So
is that a
was
SpaceX cap or something? What is that?
Right, it's about ready to take off. Yeah, the patient is resting comfortably now. It's been fixed, so that was good. But that was my Fest acquisition, which I wasn't really appreciative of. Then after the Fest, I got all this stuff, so this is good.
All the
Parts
stuff you needed for the Fest.
Well, all the stuff that I need to replace all the stuff that I sold at the Fest, including another pound of solder. And
wow.
Apparently I started a new reel of buttons at DigiKey because I had to split it in two. So we got to the end of the reel. Woohoo! The interesting thing though is these are screws. Cancer and reproductive harm from stainless steel screws. I'm not really sure about that one. But in
I was
any
talking
case,
about the bag or something, maybe.
Yeah, maybe the bag's killing us. And if they just sent me the screws, we'd been fine. But in any case, and then I found this at the thrift store. This is a Triplite Buck Boost power conditioner UPS, so it's always online. And I took that to be a sign. So I think this is going to be the base to my CoCoFEST displays in the future. Because unlike a UPS, this is always in line. It doesn't just come on when your power goes dead.
Just need to change the battery.
You change the battery, but it always makes sure that you don't have too little voltage or too much voltage and blah, blah, blah.
So it's always reconstructing.
So it's a very expensive thing to go buy, and I found it at a thrift store, and all it needs is new batteries. So I took that to be a sign, and it's mine.
I wish I would have known that, Ron. I disposed of about 15 of those last year. So on e-waste.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Well, nobody needs them except us, apparently. So in any case, that was my Fest story. I have new power and more parts.
And you sold out.
Well, that's why I have more parts. 500 switches in a hurry, yeah. Oh yeah, and I did stick this cap in my parts tester thing, and it's still a capacitor, but it's like 3% loss, and ESR's 4 ohms or something outrageous. So it's kind of more of a resistor than a capacitor now.
And yep, so I'm actually putting the keyboard together that I picked up from you.
Sweet.
And I guess you actually include extra screws?
Oh yeah, there's a little more than.
Okay.
Yeah, but they're all toxic.
Well, yeah, they're all toxic.
They'll cause cancer, so.
All right. Let's see. Jason, you're up next.
Oh, it's my turn. Okay. There we go. There we go. What a spotlight. Well, first, now I think I've done that bit before. No, CoCoFEST, I picked up something completely by surprise that I've wanted and didn't think I was going to obtain, but I got one in the box. I got myself a Tano Dragon.
Sweet.
Oh, wow. Welcome to the club.
And, yeah, it works. You know, I like that it has a composite out on it and whatnot, and has the joystick ports, everything here on the side. My first challenge with it was trying to figure out how to turn it on. Turns out the power switch is on the power supply. That threw me off.
Okay. You have a foot switch on the floor like a...
Yeah, it's like a little switch on the power brick. But I mean, I got the box right here, you know, the whole...
Well, that's in good shape too.
Oh, it's in very, It's in 3D. Woo!
I don't know much about
Frederick's-
dragons, but I
like
usually
Frederick's.
see there's Dragon 32 and Dragon 64. What is Tano?
Well, this is a 64. This is the North American version of the Dragon. So it is NTSC. It is, it's getting
120 volts.
Yeah, 120 volts, NTSC. So it's all.
Yeah,
it's all
Tano
cool.
became the official distributor of the Dragon 64 under the Dragon Tano name for selling in the States in '83.
Yeah, you even have on the side here, you have the U.S. flag. You have what is that? German, French, and this must be Spain, I guess. I think.
Yeah, it's interesting because Tano actually, I guess, made equipment for like the oil industry, and somehow they decided to get into the computer market.
I mean, I even have all the styrofoam here, so it.
Yeah, it's all brand new.
It looks pretty, it looks pretty much brand new. I think this was one of those ones that came from, what was it, California Digital, I think it was called.
Yep.
Because I even have it. It uses the same cassette cables as Coco, so I was running some things off the demo tape with it at CoCoFEST there one of the evenings, and I got a really good deal on it, so I am super happy. And like I said, I didn't think I was ever going to get one, at least for not, for a reasonable price, especially. So that was good, and that does lead me to kind of, well, I got the thing from Henry. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do with this yet, Henry, but I'm sure you'll tell me when it's ready to go. Because you said you have to set something up for that.
There's a channel on Discord, and it's got links to where you can get software for that now. I actually pushed out Windows and Mac and Pi and Linux binaries to talk to it, to tether to it.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna have to, when I find some time, as I've been very busy since the fest with real work.
And then someday I'll get you to stick it in that Dragon and tell me what happens.
Ooh,
there you go.
Yeah, that's gonna be, and that kind of segues right into, we're gonna go from acquisitions to a project update, and I'm working on this right now. This is something I did earlier. I have a little cable here I made that goes into a Dragon, and you can plug a 6-pin Coco joystick. For the folks that don't know, the Dragon joystick port is only 5 pins. It's the same configuration, but there is no center pin.
Jeez.
Imagine that you make a cable.
Yeah, you break your joystick. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're right here on the side of the Dragon, and I love that it's left joystick, tape, right joystick, and then serial I/O.
Oh yeah.
And
ooh, yeah, I'm sure I'll be making a serial cable at some point for this. But
it's a 7-pin.
Yeah, it's a 7. Oh, I have some 7 pins here.
I know you
if
do.
I ever get it, I know I got some by mistake, and I think I gave you some, and somebody.
You
I
did.
still have some.
And
so
I told you years ago, if you ever want to make a serial cable for a Dragon, Tano Dragon, that's what you need the 7-pin.
Yeah,
for.
so that's I still have some here, but this will be available at some point. Yeah.
The Tano has a built-in 1651, 6551, just like the Radio Shack card. It's built into the Dragon. Tano Dragon.
Yeah, it's even got I'm guessing this is some kind of parallel port here on
that's
the
parallel port. Yep.
Yeah, so I'm still learning. I mean, this is only the first time it's been out of the box since I got back home from CoCoFEST. I just got it out of the box here a little bit before the show, so I've had zero time to play with it. Oh, and I love how the power supply connector is a DE9.
Wow.
Well, sure.
don't take that power supply and plug it into like your Atari or something by mistake.
The Brits have a long history of exploding power supplies. From Amstrad to Dragon, they just love to blow things up with power
That just
supplies.
seems like a weird connection for a power supply.
Yes, yes.
I was and then the power, and then, like I said, I thought this was the power switch here on the back. I'm like, why isn't this working? And then I look at it and it says like channel 3, 4. Like, well, that explains it. The last place I would look is on the power supply, but this is cool. It works. Want to have some fun with it. I think I could even put some Coco 1 and 2 ROM packs in here and try that out. And
if they're joystick driven, they should work.
Yeah.
Well, I've got my joystick adapter.
You got that, yeah.
Yeah, and so this will probably become a product. I don't see why not, but this is just a prototype that I actually still need to test out. I soldered this up this morning. Haven't had a chance to check it out. But if everything, I mean, it shouldn't be an issue. I mean, it's the same because I can plug in a Black Beauty joystick and it works just fine. So it's just a matter of eliminating that 6-pin on the side, plugging in the computer. But I went ahead and wired this to where the second button and the first button should work as the first button through an adapter. But
nice.
So I see that becoming a product at some point. I don't see any Australian name for that.
You think of one.
British.
I could probably think of one, but that just kind of gets. I think that might confuse some people. But
Teetotaler.
Teetotaler. But yeah, so that'll be fun. But I'm looking forward more time with this. But I don't know when I'm going to get more time with this. But I want to at least test out the joysticks here. And
the Tano Dragon's pretty cool because it's essentially a Coco 2 with 64K, but it also has the built-in serial.
And hardware parallel.
And hardware parallel. I mean,
and I guess there's there's a 64K mode versus a 32K mode. I haven't even had a chance to crack the manual, but I think it's. Oh yeah, it's in here. I've got the manual. I've got the warranty card. Maybe I should send that in.
Oh yeah.
Chano Microcomputer Products Corporation. Oh, attention quality control manager. And it's in New Orleans, Louisiana. I'm sure that and it doesn't require a stamp. I'll get that. And this is okay. This is the listing for the master pack cassette that comes with it. Yeah, and they seem to be all like basic programs that were on that cassette. But then this is still in the bag here. I've got the
manuals.
The manuals. Oh, that's. Yeah, see, I haven't. This is almost like an unboxing because I didn't even get to this at CoCoFEST. There we go. Oh, there's the basic manual. We've got the final packaging specification, and that's all been signed off on. And okay, that's the cassette manual, and the owner's manual. Read this first. That probably tells me that the power supply has the power switch on it. Maybe I should have read that first.
You know what they say? When all else fails, read the manual.
Boy, this even smells like the 80s. And that
smells like hairspray, huh?
What's it smell like?
It smells like the inside of a vintage pole position sit down arcade machine. It's got that smell. But that's all I have. I think. Keep your, if you want a Dragon joystick adapter, just keep your eyes out there on cocoman.biz, and we'll give MarcB a chance to get back to the master control there. He's probably cleaning up some cat vomit or something.
No, that was earlier. I'm testing out the RickU keyboard.
Well, RickU too, buddy. Jeez.
Along the lines,
I don't know what I did.
Along the lines of the Tano there, if you've been following on the Dragon side of things there, John Whitworth was unable to ship some of his Dragon boards, power supply boards, stuff to the U.S. because of some sort of
revised EU regulations.
Yeah, regulations, and it sounds like he's getting close to getting that all squared away, and so he can start shipping again to the United States.
that pound de keister solder you saw earlier, can't ship that to the EU.
Yeah, well, he couldn't even ship in the EU, and he actually got that resolved this past week. So,
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's the whole thing with the lead-free solder. I've been dealing with that, working in that industry for years. And we could still ship leaded solder stuff to the U.S., but even different companies I've worked with over the years, we had to go to lead-free so we could ship stuff to Europe.
Yes, yes.
And that's going back probably 15 years or more now, easily, probably longer.
Man, I've been using lead solder for 40 years and hasn't really affected me any.
Look,
I that's what I use here at home, and I'm just fine.
Mark, are you sure? I think it's affected your spelling.
Although I have to say one thing with leaded solder: if you get the leaded solder, make sure you get the 6337, not the 6040. The 6040 is okay, but the 6337 is much easier to work with. And the 6040, I don't know if it's just me, but the 6040 smells funny.
I like the 6236 too. Get a little silver in there.
Oh, okay. That's even more expensive. Okay, there, Rockefeller.
Right. Let's just go with the silver solder. Yeah.
Actually, you know where I got most of mine?
Just solid silver.
You know where I got most of my silver solder? When they were blowing them out at Radio Shack.
I bet. Yeah, that would have been.
Brian Weezer got an update too from Julian Brown, also in the UK, and he says not close. He's sorted it, so he is able to ship to the EU and US now.
Good.
Nice.
Okay.
And
it's
for
like
the record,
$40 for like a pound of the 6337 leaded solder right now. So
yeah. All of the boards that I've made and given out have been lead free. So
all my stuff is
illegal.
I don't charge anything for the lead.
Okay. Right. The lead's free, so I didn't sell it to you, so it's okay.
Yeah, just don't eat the boards.
Yes, don't eat or don't try to taste the boards or anything.
You're not supposed to suck on the solder.
Well, I'll tell you, I worked with lead paint most of my life, and I find out from the doctor later that any of the lead that goes in your body goes in your teeth, and that's how I lost some of my teeth. Is lead goes right to your bone.
Oh, okay.
All right. Let's see. Next up, we got Brian.
Okay. Let me see here. I switched it myself.
You got to pull up the truck.
There we go. Okay. Yeah, I picked up a few things while I was at the fest as well. Let me switch the camera here and we'll show you the first thing. There we go. It's Coco 3. Anybody see anything unique about this Coco 3?
Is this the one that caught on fire?
Gimme Z.
The lid is off.
Gimme Z. Yes. Let me do a
It's
little.
a bit rusty.
It is a bit rusty. Yes, it is.
Ooh.
Let's see if they'll focus here for me. Come on, focus. There.
It's
there
looking like
goes.
Rick Yellen's beard.
They don't
Yeah,
sell.
there it goes.
They don't sell cameras at the CoCoFEST.
No. So the let's see here. Yeah, so this is Allen's or AC 8-bit. This is the project that he's been working on here, the Gimme Z replacement. There was a number of people, around 25, I think, or so, that were kind of if you want to say, Kickstarters for his project about a year ago. And he's been working on it and occasionally, putting updates and stuff out there on Discord. And he had some boards ready to go. Deke had done some testing for him. Did find one little thing that he made a change, and he got it. And then he got an initial run of them, and he wanted to get them to the people that might have been going to the fest. And so he shipped me about 10 of these things, and I brought them to people at the fest there. And so if you had gone by my table, you would have saw this because I had it set up. What I did was I had this connected through the HDMI, but then I also had the RGB hooked up going to a monitor so you could kind of see it side by side. And then I also had my Gimme X machine there as well, kind of just kind of a comparison showing some of the what's available out there for the Coco 3 type of thing here. But I had it running all weekend long, and it was solid. I wasn't really working it hard, meaning I wasn't really doing anything. I just had it turned on so people could see it and stuff like that. But
What does that ribbon cable do?
So the ribbon cable, let me back it up here just a little bit here. So the ribbon cable goes to, let's see if I can move it into place. It goes to this board right here. Is it coming in on the screen there?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
so the HDMI is generated on the board. This ribbon cable just takes that HDMI signal to this daughter board here, this remote board. And there's a couple screws here, one here and one there. And the idea is that you could he provides a little template sheet, and the idea is that you could put some holes in the back of your case, and then you could actually like mount this like right here if you wanted to. And so the ribbon cable all it's doing is just carrying the HDMI signal from the Gimme X board to this remote board.
And is that a switch on the black and white wire?
This is a switch. There's some different modes that you can switch through. I can't remember how to do that, but there's a
Is that like the Gimme X?
Yeah, when you're in certain programs and stuff like that, you can hit this, and this will change some of the different modes. It's just a mode switch is all it's doing.
Yeah, like artifacting and on off and that kind of stuff.
Yep.
So does that have the onboard DAT for 2 meg of RAM?
Well, it does have the DAT on there.
Yep.
Yes,
okay.
it does.
Yep.
I have mine set up and working with the Boomerang. Hey, Brian, have you tried that with your image capture, the USB one? I tried it with mine. It doesn't like it.
Yeah, I have the image capture. I have it running right now.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I didn't like mine at all. So
that little header on the board is for programming or what? Updating?
the one on the right side.
Yeah.
I mean, this right here, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. And if you buy his programmer, there's a little serial type programmer. Mirror box. Here we go. Yep. This is the HDMI out right here. Well, looks maybe a little fuzzy, but this is my video capture that I have, my little mirror box video capture.
Yeah, I didn't like my mirror box.
Oh, okay.
So I've been trying to read about HDMI, and I get the impression that there's like a two-way serial communication in there that the things can use to identify each other. Do you know if he ignores that? Apparently you can ignore that if you do some default geometries. I've been trying to learn more about it.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you can certainly pose questions. There is a channel in there. There's the Gimme XYZ channel. You can post some questions there. Here's his
okay.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
So AC 8-bit zone at gmail.com
Okay.
there. And for anybody that's interested in one of these Gimme Z's, I don't know how quickly he's ready to ramp up though, but he said that if you drop him a line here, he'll get you on the list for the next run.
For anybody that wants to add, a 2 meg card, either the Triad or the Boomerang, there's a little green jumper there that's between the HDMI ribbon and the 2 wire that goes to the board.
Yes.
So four pins there. So the 2 on the left side are ground because that's what's on the Triad. The 2 on the right are your 2 control lines. So if you have a Boomerang, you only want to use the 2 right pins.
You want to put the
we should
jumper-
mention too the current version of the Gimme Z. It's not caught up to the Gimme X yet because of course Gary Becker and Ed have been working on that for years and doing firmware updates, etc. But out of the gate, this is supporting 2 meg of RAM, and it's also supporting the 2.86 megahertz turbo mode, which I've shown on the show before, the Gimme X, and basically it runs CoCo a lot faster.
You take off the green jumper, and then one of your control lines goes on the control lines going all 4 with the Triad or the 2 on the right for the Boomerang. So the jumper keeps it down to the lower speeds, won't let it do the high speed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because the high speed requires a static RAM upgrade. The Gimme Z will work with the old dynamic RAM upgrades, but not with the triple speed.
Because I'm kind of curious, Mark, because when I was there at CoCoFEST, the machine that I initially put this in had a Disto 512 in it, and all I got was a green screen. It wouldn't boot me up to the main screen there.
Right. That's slow DRAM, so yeah,
you have to clock it back to 1.78 to do that.
So is that something that's done through? Is that done through the jumpers?
Keep it. Now the green jumper, as far as I know, won't let you use the high speed, so that's why it's on there. Is it locks it to lower speed?
Okay.
So well, but get something else.
Well, but remember, people used to shove 150s into a disto, which would work, but maybe not now, because you need 120 nanosecond RAMs in a disto, especially.
Yeah, there's also a certain gimme graphics modes, like some of the horizontal scrolling stuff, because it requires really high speed access to the RAM to do it, that don't function properly most of the time with 150s, unless you got pretty good quality 150s that actually run about 140 or so.
Yeah, we check your DRAMs in your disto. So yeah, the newer ones of the SRAM seems to work fine, at least the one I have.
But I know Alan's planning on like adding the other Gimme X features, like some of the newer graphics modes and extra colors and all that kind of stuff. I don't know if he's got any of that in there yet. I don't believe he does, but it'll get firmware updates. Basically, you can use the JTAG to reprogram it, flash it, just like the Gimme X has been doing.
Right.
Now, is it true that HDMI is nervous about people using the HDMI moniker because it's a private company that owns the HDMI logo and, you know, thing about it, you know?
It was all supposed to keep anyone from copying video anywhere at any time, and I think they're kind of...
So
not an issue anymore.
Here's what I've noticed. I've noticed some retro stuff that claims to have HDMI plug or HDMI.
Right.
They talk about the shape of the plug instead of the protocol because they're not licensed to do the protocol.
Right. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, isn't there a thing where you can send video but not audio? Isn't that part of it?
Yeah, TBI is just the video part. So.
But like one of the reasons there's this thing that looks kind of like HDMI, but it's actually only got one angled edge. It's called DisplayPort.
The old DisplayPort thing, yeah.
Is because HDMI requires you to have a license in order to have HDMI.
And I expect the reason that some of our HDMI capture devices don't work with some of our cabling is because we aren't really giving them HDMI.
Yeah, I watched a really good hour-long YouTube, some hackers explaining the HDMI protocol and his own experience with things that don't quite meet the protocol, but they still work or they still don't work. So there's a lot of territory out there. From my Pi Picos, I know how to generate VGA. I haven't done it yet, but I've studied enough the people who have done it. What I don't know is going beyond VGA to HDMI. What do I have to do to generate that? And so this is why I'm asking questions. Is I'm in learning mode.
Nice.
So yeah, that's so yeah, it's kind of exciting to get that, and it's gotten into people's hands and stuff. If you were by the Coco table, he was one of them, and if you saw his Coco 3 running there, that had a Gimme Z in it over the weekend. Henry Break Key, he got his. A couple of things to kind of note, maybe if you're getting one of these things, is notice the orientation here, how the Gimme Z is towards you, where like a regular Gimme, you know,
turns, yeah,
it's turned 90 degrees, so you got that. And then also too, if you've not used these type of connectors, to make sure that, you know, the blue side goes up towards the clamping piece there. You get that upside down or not quite right, and you might not get any video and you think there's something wrong, and it might just be that you don't have the ribbon cable clamped in there properly.
You won't get video because you'll like connections on one side of the cable.
Correct.
Right. I'm doubly interested in this because the 2 meg that's on my screen right now, the DAT board went out. So I need this Gimme Z to make my 2 meg work.
Exactly.
Yeah, cool. I saw your email.
Probably something
earlier.
else you should mention, Brian, is the cap replacement thing that might be needed for most people.
Yeah, so on this, it's kind of hard to see right here, but see this this capacitor right here? So mine, I was fortunate enough that the legs were long enough, I was able to kind of just tilt this over like the Leaning Tower of Pisa. But some of them you might, depending on what cap that Radio Shack was using at the time, it might stand a little too proud, and you won't be able to get this get the board in place. So you may have to replace this cap or something.
Because that cap could be as big as that circle that it's inside, depending on what they picked at the moment.
Now, Alan has mentioned he's got a lot of these caps on hand, so we might on these, especially on these first batches here, you might just include it with it so that you can just swap it out.
So Alan's in the chat there right now?
No.
Oh, okay. I don't.
He had
I thought.
mentioned
Oh,
offline. Yeah.
oh, okay, okay. I thought if he was there, to maybe give him the opportunity to see if there's anything he wants to say.
I have sent him a message to see if he can come on in the next couple of weeks just to kind of give a general update on the project.
Yep.
You know, when his next batch will be ordered, what the current price is, what features are built in right now. How do you do upgrades for the firmware if you want to, you know, as he gets, you know, more updates for the extra graphics modes and some other things.
Yep. Sounds good.
So that sets in the socket of the gimme.
Yes.
And it's raised up a little bit so it clears everything.
Mostly.
Well, except that cap.
But look how little it is compared to the Gimme X.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's like way smaller. It should be more sturdy because the Gimme X, because there's so much weight on one side because it's not centered, the board's actually quite a bit more on the left, so it kind of tilts its way out of the Gimme socket after a bit, and you start getting weird crashes and things. This is nice and square and right centered over where the Gimme chip socket is, so it should be a bit more stable, I would think.
Yep.
You think in the future they'll make a notch for that?
What?
I'm gonna guess
That'd be a question for Alan. I have no
Oh,
idea.
for the cap.
Wait, there's plenty of room on the board. it looks
Oh,
well,
I'm gonna
actually-
bet that sucker is routed pretty tight
Yep.
to be that
those-
little.
There's
So,
there's
Ron?
some very fine lines on this thing. So
So Ron, for what it's worth, both of my Coco 3s, I have a short cap there. Neither one of them would be a problem.
Okay.
So not
Yeah, and if you have
everybody
one
else-
with really long legs, like Brian did, you just
Right,
bend it out of the way and
the-
you're fixed. So it's just the ones that are kind of in the middle point there that you can't bend it without breaking it, and it's
Okay,
too
so-
tall to fit it.
Daddy long legs is good.
Right.
Yeah. And like I said, he's got them. The caps aren't that expensive. He's got a bunch of them already, you know, on hand. So he's planning on sending them out with the Gimme Z first
Yeah.
orders here.
So what would be the say I got one of those and I stick it on the board and maybe it just connects that partially. You don't know about it, but you put it on. What is the result of that not being properly in circuit?
Same thing with
Random oddities.
Okay,
A disruption in the space-time continuum.
It won't do it probably won't do anything certain. It will just make your computer flake out for no good reason. I think my puffy cap is what I've been dealing with the last 2 weeks. It just makes your Coco flake out for no good reason, and then it's fine, and then it messes up again. That's
Same
why
thing when your
caps
Gimme's
are
loose.
right.
Yep. And this is the socket that's on the bottom of this thing, it is keyed just like the Gimme is. And so
Nice.
if you have it in the right orientation, it slides really nicely down inside there. Let me do this real quick here. Let me go ahead and power this thing off here, and I can, let's see.
Here's another question. Do you get a Gimme puller when you buy it? No? Is that you're laughing? Why?
No, I'm sure that would be a great idea, but they're kind of pricey. It's the big trapezoidal thing with hooks. And anyway,
Well, the thing is, is it okay to use a small screwdriver in the corners?
Well, after you do that, send your Coco off to get the socket replaced.
well, if you use two small screwdrivers in the corner, you can kind of waggle the Gimme
Yeah,
out
that's what I did.
and then save it for the rest of us who don't have Gimme Z's, so we can put it in our dead Coco motherboards. And
So Ron, to answer your question, I'm going to say no, because the
Yeah,
top
you can
of
see
the
how
board
packed that is now.
Yeah,
on
the
the
top of the
underside.
board looks pretty clean up here, but
well,
you
look
can
at
see-
how many traces he's got to run in that much space. Holy cow! I mean, yeah.
Well, we couldn't see that from on top, so
right.
it would be
Now
a
you
normal
can sure
question,
see
right?
it now. No, it's a normal question, and there's sure enough an answer there.
right.
I want to see. Oh, wow.
And this is kind of like a question I got on eBay about one of my cables today. Someone wanted to do something with it that wasn't intended for. I said, "That's on you. I take no responsibility if you damage anything. That's not my.
Right?
It's not
You
my
want to
fault."
make something up? Yeah.
But
go
let
ahead.
me know if it works. Is that the other thing you might have said?
No, I didn't. I'm like, no. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know.
I'm not sure if this is coming through or not, guys, though, but if you look through this grid right here,
yeah,
there's
That's all solid.
there's components underneath there as well.
It's all solid stuff. Yep.
Yep, it's all components and stuff.
Is
So, yeah,
that
this
like a printed grid he made or something? What's
I
that?
think I think he
it's
found.
3D printed.
Is it, or did he find a source for these? I thought he found a source for these.
I don't know, honestly.
Oh, okay.
Sure, those aren't grid bugs.
right?
It's pretty amazing, whatever it is, because trying to fit something into a gimme socket just befuddles me. I don't know how I would do that.
Brian, do you
He
know,
did.
does he have a price that he's currently selling these for? And is it going to change with, the current situation?
I know, like, for if you want to say the Kickstarter price was over $100. So depending on what you bought.
I wonder if it runs cooler with that on it.
I didn't notice any difference in temperature.
Theoretically, it should.
So,
but I know it's using a more modern chip than the Gimme X uses, and it's actually got more room on it, so we have room for firmware expandabilities and stuff to add other features. And it currently supports, 3 outputs, like video outputs?
Well, you get the HDMI, but you can also use the RGB and the composite and the RF. So technically, you could have 4 things running on this thing.
And if I remember, he did the same as the Gimme X did, where all of them run in an RGB mode by default.
Right.
Like all your colors, you don't have to switch between composite and RGB. Just pick RGB for everything that you're running, and it'll be the same even on the RF and the composite.
So you don't need a rubber mallet to make that seat.
Oh, no.
If you're using a rubber mallet,
your warranty is void then.
You're doing it wrong.
So
it's really cool to see this actually finally getting out there. I mean, it's still got some firmware updates and stuff to catch up to the Gimme X, but this is a good chunk of the really cool functionality, like the extra speed and just being able to replace a Gimme if it's died for whatever reason. Plus the DAT board's built in for the 2 meg upgrade, so it's now a solderless 2 meg upgrade. Yep. You don't have to solder and desolder the CPU and all that crap. You just plug this in, wire it to the memory board that plugs into the regular sockets for the 512K upgrade, and you're done.
I got a question. Couldn't this have been done like with one of those W2 pies, It has HDMI out, right? And it has room to be programmed to do everything that the Gimme does.
I don't know if it'd be fast enough.
Yeah, I don't think it would be.
Right.
Because you're trying to handle video signals in real time.
Yeah, and the memory switching between CPU and video as well. So yeah, you got to be on your game.
There isn't any memory in that chip, is there?
Yeah, there is.
Oh, there is.
I don't remember how much it is. It's
Oh, there is. Is it like static?
Well, it's used to save context and stuff for the chip.
Okay.
Yeah.
All the data we're using is the Coco RAM.
Yeah.
Being managed, but then again, you've got to run the Coco RAM double speed because you got to run the CPU and the video off of the same RAM. So yeah.
Yeah, and the triple speed works because you don't have to do the dynamic RAM refresh.
Do you think in the future you'll be able to do something like that with like a Pi type device in the future?
I think the processing speed would have to go up tremendously.
Okay. All right.
Because like the Pico, like the CoPico Bonobo thing, you just have a 600 megahertz processor. It's just running pretty fast, but it still can, too much stuff can be going on. It's still a price. It's still a microcomputer.
Yeah, more like 150 megahertz, although people have overclocked it. And yeah, this does so much stuff that I don't think the Pico is going to do that. Maybe a slew of Picos could.
Oh, okay.
So that's just the feeling I get after trying for a while. But people get very creative with the Pico too. It's
because the Gimme pulled together everything that was a Coco except for the CPU kind of into one chip.
Yeah.
And so between the having to do video and having to do interrupts and having to manage the RAM, there's a lot of high-speed stuff going on there. That's why they put that much engineering into it. And yeah.
That's why it hasn't been done earlier. Huh.
Right. It's hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you saw the size of Ed's board to get that same functionality, which Alan's crammed in there. And this chip that he's using, I think, if I remember, I don't know if I remember the exact number, but I think it's got something like 4 times as much room to add firmware updates compared to the Gimme X.
Cool.
So there's a lot of stuff. I mean, hopefully we can add stuff like blitters and all kinds of things in there.
Or hardware features.
Did you say we're going to add glitter?
Not Gary glitter. That's bad. That's illegal stuff.
No, that's bad glitter.
You've got
glitter and macaroni art.
you've got to standardize on all those extras. Otherwise, you'll have the hardware will be constantly changing, and then you'll find no one will write software
Well,
for it.
not the hardware. It's just
the
firmware. It's just a software
yeah.
update.
You might have to
but,
run the JTAG connector out to the side of the Coco so you can reflash it.
No, Nick says that you don't want a moving target with the hardware. You got to make standard.
It's a moving target for a programmer. So most will say, well, I'm not going to support that because then, not everyone's got that upgrade.
Well, the firmware upgrades are free. And if you have a JTAG connector from USB, you just plug it in and you flash the new one. I've been doing that on Gimme X for a couple of years now. There's no new hardware required. I guess the thing, you don't have to buy an update to get this new feature. It's like getting a flash ROM upgrade on your Coco SDC.
And the Gimme Z will have a lowest common denominator that you can write to. So maybe people have flashed new features into it, but there will be a baseline that's maintained, I'm sure.
Yeah.
So
like the current baseline is 2.86 megahertz support plus the 2 meg plus the RGB output on, a variety of outputs. I guess you'd call that the bare minimum, but yeah, he's definitely planning on adding more, but this gives you enough functionality to definitely get you a good start.
Since we're talking about processor speed, how is it that like the Williams machines and some of those video game machines ran at 5 instead of 2.68?
Which ones ran at 5? I don't know any 609 base ones that ran at 5.
Yeah, I guess they did on the board.
I'm not aware of that.
Yep, that's.
I mean, you ran at 1.5. Do you know which one you're thinking of? Yeah, there's a couple of duals, like Sinistar has 2 6809s as an example.
Yeah, but the problem is that on the Coco, you can't just upgrade the CPU speed. It's the Gimme that won't then handle it.
Okay.
Even if the 6309 could run at 5 megahertz.
Well, the thing about our little computer is the video and the CPU speed are locked together.
Yeah.
So you have to stay in even multiples of the video speed with your CPU speed, which means you can't just bump it up a little bit. You got to bump it up. You got to double it.
Yeah. Plus, you have to worry about the other support chips like PIAs. Those are all 2 megahertz rated parts.
And they've all got to then double as well. Yeah.
I mean, Hitachi does make 6521s and stuff like that at 3 megahertz rated speed to match the 63C09E. So you can get them if you want to do that, but.
Right, but you would need a little faster than that to sync the video back up because our RAM access is shared between the video and the CPU. So the video and the CPU both have to be the same frequency, so to speak.
So what we're doing is pretty dynamic then for the
it's
genre,
It's harder than it could. I mean, if you had a separate video card, life would be so much easier. You could run the CPU however you wanted. And the video,
like modern graphics cards have their own special RAM on its own card that's running completely different than the bus speed, and
right, because they actually have bus that you can tap into, right?
Well, not only that, but they have their own internal bus within the graphics card itself that has nothing to do with the rest of the computer and what speed it's running at. They're completely independent of each other.
A GPU,
yeah,
which sadly we don't have.
Yeah, but Nick, I don't think it'll be that much of an issue to do the like I said, the firmware upgrades are free. They're going to be just you plug in the cable, you run the software, and it updates it for you, kind of similar to the Coco SDC stuff does.
No, you've got to talk about the majority of the market. I've got to unscrew my Coco, open it up, plug in the cable, attach it to my PC or Mac. Remember how to run the programming software. And then screw it all back together again. It's just a lot of work. A lot of people will say, I'm not going to just update it for.
Who screws it back together again?
Yeah, what are you talking about?
I know, but
it'll be emulated for most people.
Normal people do screw it together.
Who's normal?
I mean, the other option, if somebody's really timid about doing hardware, I mean, this is easy enough that even I do it. Like, it's just literally plugging a cable. It's like plugging in the CM8 connector on the bottom of the Coco. It's almost the exact same size. So if you can handle that, you can do it. There's no soldering. There's nothing like that. And this is also a bit easier because the Gimme Z is a lot more balanced and doesn't wiggle in the port and do weird things like the Gimme X does because of its weight. But if somebody's really, kind of testy about it, just come attend CoCoFEST, and any one of, the guys on the board who can help you just flash the upgrade for you, so you don't have to do it yourself at all.
Thanks, Mark.
And we'll get Ian Maverick to do it for you Aussies.
I still think you gotta standardize the specifications
Oh,
before
yeah,
you
there
keep
has to be.
updating it, modifying it.
Well,
there's a
gimme.
bug.
I
There
mean,
was a bug
gimme
in
is the
that last
standard.
update.
You know,
It is.
Gimme
yeah,
is the standard. Write to the gimme.
if you write-
if you want to
if
do
you
something
write-
for a smaller market, then you can write to them, but that's above and beyond your gimme support.
I understand
Now,
what
the
Nick's saying.
gimme-
Like he wants a baseline that, you know, the Gimme X and the Gimme Z both have, that, you know, everybody who has one, you know, they have this feature. So far we've got the turbo mode and we've got the RGB outputs and the 2 meg DAT supports built in. So all that stuff is baseline right now. But these are more like preliminary ones just to get them out for testing. And then, you know, he's going to be adding the extra features, you know, talking with Gary Becker and stuff from the Coco 3 FPGA and the Gimme X and stuff, like extra graphics modes, the expanded palettes and all that kind of stuff. As long as they do it all the same, then the Gimme X is already way ahead of the Gimme Z right now, but it'll catch up. So I would make the baseline the Gimme X, because eventually I think Alan's planning on duplicating all of that. And the Gimme X is already out there for people to run. So unfortunately, it's not manufactured anymore because that chip got discontinued.
Here's another question. Nobody updates ROMs, you know, to be bigger and do more, or, you know, have different modes or whatever.
What ROM are you talking about?
A bigger ROM.
Extended basic, you know.
Well,
any
that
of
the
that.
ROM's pretty well full, isn't it?
Yeah,
I don't know. You can add more to it, couldn't you?
Well, now you're
No,
getting into the incapability zone because
Yeah, now you got. Yeah, you're breaking the standard.
It can
Why
break
not?
all kinds of things.
Because I mean, because you had
It's
ADOS,
like
JDOS.
my
and that sort of
car
stuff.
has 4 wheels. I want to put an extra one on. How do you do that? How do you
right
put
in the middle.
5 wheels?
You're entering
yeah, but
the
you don't just
incompatibility
screw it
zone.
on.
Yeah. And my car is 14-inch wheels. I'll just throw this 21-inch on. That'll be fine.
And chop a hole in the fender.
You know, it
So-
doesn't. Yeah,
Well,
you can't
what do you-
quite just mod it.
The answer is no.
So what do you say we move
Well,
on?
not practical. No.
Mark keeps trying to get the show back on track. I don't know. Should we let him?
Asparagus.
Yeah. Anyway, I've sent an invite to Alan to come on and kind of update people on it. Like what is this timeline? What is the price going to be now with current circumstances, et cetera? I haven't got a response yet, but hopefully we'll hear from I asked if he could be on the next few weeks or sometime in May.
What did the ones cost that, what's his name had there?
What did Brian say? It was 100 if
100
you're one of the
Over
pre-orders?
100.
And the Gimme X was around the same as like 95 to 150, depending on what option.
Shut up and take my money.
Like, I don't know, for example, is Alan planning on selling RAM upgrades, or is he going to depend on third party, like, you know, the Cloud9 or the Boys and Text, et cetera? Anyway, who's next?
That was it.
Project update.
Oh.
I just
Or did you have
finished-
more to show off?
He finished his cabinets.
I just finished the upper cabinets. It's 24
Oh, there's the
years.
project
He lives
update.
Your wife isn't there coaching you?
Well, she's not there right now, so that's why it's going fast.
Oh, and there's
Better hope she doesn't listen to the show.
Yeah, she doesn't listen to the show, obviously.
And now we'd like to, divorce court would like to present Exhibit A.
You're gonna have to take those down and put them in your new, your new plan.
Like,
got a question
did I say
about,
that out loud?
Hello.
All right. So was there any other project updates?
I've got an acquisition that I've got a question about.
Okay.
At the auction, I got the 64K Coco 1. And my
white
question for the crowd is, when you turn this on and you're running the normal ROMs that are in there, can it use the extra 32 of K, or is it gonna only use the lower 32 of K by default? And anything I do with that extra 32K has got to be my own code.
By
That is
default on
correct.
extended basic, it's just going to use the 32 unless you have a program to kick it into 32K or 64K mode, which copies the ROMs into the RAM.
Yeah, there's nothing to do
Right.
that copy like there is on a Coco 3 by default. That's
It's
what
an
I
ex-
was
no,
expecting.
It's an external utility.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thanks.
Look up ROM RAM and you will find it. Was
Something
it-
you can add to ROM.
ROM2 RAM was the actual 7-letter file name.
Well, you don't need to copy ROM to RAM. You can keep the ROM where it is. It's being able to use that extra up a 32K of RAM for something else.
Yeah, like a lot of the 64K games would just map in
Yeah,
both banks
yeah.
of RAM, not copy the ROMs at all.
Well, but you,
Okay,
but you ditched BASIC to do that.
Yeah.
No. Well,
You,
no.
know, you don't ditch
yeah.
it. You just leave the ROMs shut off. You just map in 32K bank of RAM.
That's
on
what
the
I'm
bottom.
saying. So if you want to
machine code, yeah, basic won't see it, but machine code could, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I got it. Thanks. And is Sloopy trying to speak to us?
Yes, but he's not making any noise at all.
Hello.
Oh, there we hear you.
Oh, no, we heard the hello, Sloopy.
Yay. Am I clipping bad?
No,
you
you were emoting, but we just weren't hearing anything.
Yeah, you're just in the basement.
Well, I kept talking when you asked if there's any more project updates and acquisitions, and
didn't hear
I
you.
guess everyone was just ignoring me, which I can understand that.
Yeah, I guess so.
He's worked us out, guys.
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
dang
What? Huh? Did you,
All right, Sloopy, what you got?
It's been a long time coming because it was from VCF East, but I finally found it. I've shown people on the Discord, but to general public I haven't shown. Is this?
Oh, man. There it is, the button. I'm trying to find the right button. Joystick, okay.
Yes, this is the new analog joystick for the Coco from Tech Dungeon.
You would call it Black Beauty 2?
It's a self-centering, so
it's self-centering and 2 buttons, so it's a Black Beauty Deluxe.
It's a Volvo joystick.
I like
Hey,
that.
can you turn the self-centering on and off?
No.
Okay.
There is a licensing fee.
Yeah, but yeah, I talked about it before and couldn't find it, and eventually I did find it, and I have actually been using it quite successfully. The past Game On Challenge Live with Chambers, I used it, and it works quite well. So, because I know
Easy
a lot
financing?
of people, yes, some people were asking me about it and when I was going to show it off, and well, here it is.
Sweet.
Oh, you're just showing off.
Very, very. It's a very solidly built. The only thing that I don't like about it is the buttons have quite a bit of travel, and it's like they probably go down like 3 to 4 millimeters, and they don't actuate until you've gone down almost to the bottom. So,
It
but
has
other
a
than that,
sparkly face on it.
yeah, it's textured.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you see.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, pebbly.
Is it embossed on the back? Who made it?
No, unfortunately, he doesn't have that. He doesn't have his name or anything on it. Yeah, because he doesn't have his name on the digital ones either.
What we need is a joystick like that that's got those big arcade button on the front.
That'd be
like that.
Like that one.
Yeah, like that. Like that. Exactly like that.
This is his digital one.
And that's a digital, yeah.
I have one of those too, just different color.
Yeah. Well, that one was made for Missy, and her favorite colors are purple and black.
So you're the one that's been hoarding all the McDonald's drink coolers. Caddy things.
Oh, these? No. Missy told me that she doesn't drink very much coffee, and that
And you're counting.
I'm not going to. That I don't go to Wawa very often for coffee. Every single one of those is 2 coffees for her. Like if I buy myself coffee but not her, it doesn't go on the.
You just get a coffee.
It's only when I buy her coffee, and they're each one of them is at least 2 coffees. Some are 4.
So that's like a week's worth of coffee.
That is
a week's worth. Easy.
That's me at the fest, basically. That pile.
Yeah, to give you an idea of how tall that is.
Right.
And he shrinks down lower
And
and lower.
he's-
And lower.
Whoa.
Are you selling them back to McDonald's at a
Do we need
discount?
a,
He might use it to support the roof of his house at this point.
No, they're for Wawa. They're
we
from
need an
Wawa.
intervention?
But no, you remember last year when I had all the floods?
Okay.
That is like almost ground zero for the flooding. So what I'm hoping is if I put it there and it starts flooding, it just sucks all
Absorbs it all up.
Oh, they'll just absorb all the water. Yeah.
Great idea.
So, but yeah, that's all her coffee.
But soggy cardboard smells terrible when it's wet.
That reminds me of a Facebook group I'm on. It's called Americans Will Use Anything But the Metric System. So
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, so that
Vancouver's,
pile's
yeah.
like one Sloopy tall.
Yeah, it's funny because it's she's only 4'10", so it's actually taller than her.
It's taller than she is.
Yeah.
Wow.
And we don't see her because she's already into next week from all the coffee. So
Yeah, actually she's at her parents' house this week.
Oh, that's how you can freely talk.
Absolutely.
yep, he's clear for the moment. His folks aren't on Zoom, so we're good.
So do you want to do the game on challenge results and then do a commercial break before we hit the news? Mark?
Sure. Ken, you awake?
Sounds good to me.
Nope, I'm not.
As
Okay,
usual.
go back to sleep,
That's
eh?
pretty well normal, so just, cue it up.
Welcome everybody to the CoCoNation Game On Challenge of the Week results video. This week we played Chambers. We had a total of 14 players. We had MarcB with 200, MarkO 1500, Mike Zweifel 1800, Jim Rye 5200, Ed Rhodes 7800, Coconut Bob 9500, L Curtis Boyle 9800, Kieran 13,500, Canadian Retro Things 24,500, Sloopy Malibu 30,700, Tasman 53,500, Shenley 184,800, Dr. Ted 205,400, and the number one score for Chambers was Retro Rick with 607,500. Thanks everybody that played this game, but wait, there was also a second game that we played.
There's more.
And we also played Chispy. During the play of that game, we had a total of 7 players. We had MarkO with 12, Coconut Bob with 20, Shenley 83, Ed Rhodes 97, Dr. Ted 151, Canadian Retro Things 175, and the number one score for that game was Buck Owens with 635. Thanks everybody that played both the games this week. We'll see you again next week.
You're such a good speaker.
And the CoCoNation salutes Retro Rick.
Salute!
And Buck Owens.
CoCoNation salutes Buck Owens.
Retro Rick. Is that Rick? Rick with the beard?
No, that's some other Rick.
That's another
Nope,
Rick.
it's another
okay.
Rick.
I can't keep my Rick straight.
Or the Henrys. Or the Rons.
Right.
Hey, Mark B,
Yeah.
you didn't play Chippy, so I didn't come in last.
What happens if you have too many Ricks on the show?
Oh.
Do you need some sort of Rick?
Well, we have a Mark counter and a Rick counter and
I think there's a TikTok filter you can add.
Yeah, I couldn't figure out that that Chippy game very well. All I could do was take a dump in it.
Yeah.
Good night,
I thought
everybody.
I submitted a score for Chispy that first day I tried it.
See one.
It was really, really low. I might have been lower than Mark, but
It was
but
so
maybe I
low,
forgot
it
to
didn't
upload
make
it because
the
I was so disgusted with my gameplay.
If I missed it, I'm sorry.
Oh, that game I wouldn't care.
There was
Chambers
Yeah,
for me
real
was
tough.
disappointing because I'm actually pretty good at that game, but unfortunately with the VCC, which is the only emulator I have that runs properly with my particular joystick and adapter, I never got a chance to put it on the real Coco because I would have done way better with that because I was always playing double speed.
Excuses.
I had to
All
get it
right.
off my chest.
So obviously, Chispy was a new game. It was just made a couple of years ago, so there's no reviews for it. But I did find some reviews for Chambers and Rainbow. September 1984. We got a one thing that I found interesting is that they did say in this review it's based on Cosmic Chasm, which, yeah, loosely based on Cosmic Chasm, which is I can kind of see that. If you don't know what Cosmic Chasm is, it was a Vectrex game. And so they basically say that the graphics are superior, the sound effects are excellent, and the degree of challenge on all levels is tremendous. And for those of us that never made it to a reactor room, which is probably most of us that played, when you do get to the reactor room, you can't exit through any of the doors because there's no key. And the in that room, the energy balls do not blow up by running into the base, and you must blow up the reactor by shooting it 20 times. And if you want to change the color mode in the game, which I don't think anybody ever did, you hit the M key, which I wasn't aware of that either. And
it has a pause key.
Yeah, it has a pause key, which I also didn't know about at the time. They found Chambers. It was a continuous challenge, and the graphics were fascinating. The level of difficulty involved and the diversity of graphics and sound effects and the levels of challenge assure that Chambers will have a long lifespan. So I have to agree, because it's definitely one of those games that you can play for a long time before you're really going to master it.
Yeah, and there's a good variety of the chambers and the chamber maps. And
yeah, especially with the updated version, which has, what, 10 extra levels and
extra monsters and stuff.
Extra monsters and everything. So the other review that I found was in Cuthert Chronicles. And they basically talk about the game for a bit and then talk about the graphics are brilliant with the choice of changing the color set to any of the remaining 3 sets without having to reload the game. The sound is also well above average. A nice touch is the ability to choose from a large variety of mazes, which is one of the things you can do at the start of the game. You can choose whichever maze you want to start on, except for the last couple of mazes. The game also has high score and pause facility. Overall, this is one of the best from Tom Mix and MicroDeal. So you can also see the MicroDeal. I would guess that's the cassette cover there.
Yeah, yeah. I think the original one's in color, but yeah.
Yeah, well, this is a photocopy of the magazine, so. So yeah, Chambers is definitely a game with a lot to it and a game that you can play for a long time. I mean, I never even made it close to getting through the first screen, like the first level. So.
Yeah, it's one I had a lot of fun with it as a kid. I wasn't even the best player in our local computer club, as far as I was several people above me. And I managed to complete a few chambers back when I was younger, but there's a few of them that could get pretty darn far in the game. Probably would have given Retro Rick a run for his money.
Well, I know Retro Rick was hoping that he would have time to play some more, but he just ran out of time. So said it took him a couple hours to get that 600,000 score. So
yeah, it's a game that if you haven't played it before, I would consider it one of the Coco classics. It's a lot of replayability because of the extra mazes, etc., even on the original version. But it has really nice tight controls and stuff here. I would rank it up pretty close to something like Cashman or something like that.
And it's a really nice feature that you can choose from all the different mazes to start with, so that you can vary your play every time.
Well, plus the fact if you're not hugely good at the game, like one thing we've talked about on a lot of the Game on Challenge stuff, is that if you're not very good at the game, like some of Nick's games, for example, like Gunstar, if you can't get past level 2, you'll never see level 3 and 4. You won't have a clue what it even looks like. Yep. Where in Zero Hour, he fixed it up so you pick which room you go to and you can just switch between. You can get to see almost all the screens. And Chambers did this way back in 83, 84, where they basically let you pick from any of the groups of rooms each maze. That was a really good feature. I wish more games had done that back in the day.
Mm-hmm. And also, it was good that it had the high score there, unlike Chispy, which just erased your score as soon as the game was over. So I think that also was a reason that not a lot of people posted scores, because when
you'd have
when
to
they
catch it right
died,
at that right second. Maybe that's what
Yeah.
happened to me. Maybe I didn't get a chance to capture the score before it.
Well,
left.
with mine, I just went. I played it live on the Game On Challenge, and then I just went back and screenshotted the Game On Challenge. So that, but yeah, even and considering that's a modern game, that's one of the most annoying things, in my opinion, to do in games is make it so that, because you're not watching your score when you're playing, and then when you
No.
die and your score immediately disappears, you're like, well, how did I do? What?
Yeah,
like,
did I
why
beat
do
my
you even-
last one, which I didn't see either?
Why do you even have a score if you
It's
don't
just going
even
to
get a
blink off
chance
as
to
soon as you're
see?
done.
Yeah, if you don't even have a chance to see what it was.
I totally
It's-
agree.
And the fact that people are doing that in modern programming is baffling
Sad.
to me.
Sad and
baffling.
baffling. Yeah, I agree. Totally agree. Any
I
tips
did
and tricks?
actually. Okay,
sorry,
for
go
tips and I was just gonna say, yeah, I did enjoy both the games. I'm probably one of the people that enjoyed Chispy more than others, but as for tips and tricks in Chambers, I guess I did a lot better on certain screens, when I chose different screens than I did on other ones. So I don't know if it was just a level of difficulty or what, but I just seemed to do better on. There's a couple of ones that if I chose that level to start on, I did better. So it's worth going through and trying them all, because then you can find ones that you start off doing a bit better.
Yeah, Chambers, I guess the main thing is you got to kind of get used to when the fireballs, whatever the heck they're called, coming out of the corners come at you, is to be able to steer them into the central reactor to get killed off.
Yeah.
And then also when you're getting ready to finish a level and you're ready to kill the last alien or whatever, and you got the keys to make sure you're near an exit so that you can immediately hit it and not get killed.
And choose your exit wisely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So-
make sure you're next to the
Yeah, 'cause-
exit that you want to go in when you kill the last enemy.
Yeah, because you don't want to keep having to redo rooms because you don't get keys, but you still get shot at and everything, or get chased down and stuff. So it's better to plan your route a bit so you're not redoing rooms you don't unnecessarily have to do.
Yeah,
And also another one of the. Oh,
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I figured out the way to go in the first maze, how to go, so I didn't have to repeat any rooms.
Yeah, you can map it out, and it's got the whole map right in the top corner, so you can map it out ahead of time before you start the game.
Yeah. And then eventually you have to get to the center room. That's the last one. There's no keys there, and you have to just blast the reactor while dodging the fireballs, which don't die now. But you do move a bit faster than them, especially diagonally, so you can kind of just keep running around the outside, I think is what I used to do. Once they came all, kind of gathered up in a certain area, then you kind of like guide them around. So
so you were supposed to shoot the center.
Yeah.
Last room. I couldn't get past the last room. I would keep getting to the last room, and that's it. And I didn't know what to do. And when I asked on the Game On Live, everyone was like, "I haven't gotten that far yet."
And I couldn't remember. I remember because I was trying to remember from when I played it way back when, but I couldn't remember what the details were.
Well, see, Sloopy, what you got to do is you got to go through and find the articles on the game, and it might tell you. Or instructions.
Or read the instructions.
Yeah.
That's silly.
Oh, we got a post from AJ Griglak in the chat here. He said, a reminder for Game On Challenge. He has a spreadsheet up in the Game On Challenge channel that actually has a list of all the games we played so far. I know Ken was kind of doing his own to keep track of scores and stuff, but there's a user accessible one.
I just have the chronological list up there. So.
Yeah. So he's got an actual spreadsheet. You can do a search and stuff and, filter and that kind of thing.
Well, you can search on
some
I guess I don't have a spreadsheet. Mine's just a screenshot of the spreadsheet.
Yeah.
I mean, I can link the spreadsheet up there, but.
Where did he post the spreadsheet?
I said in the Game On Challenge channel.
Yeah, because I'm going to pin it.
Oh, by the way, we got to watch how much we're pinning in there because I have to erase something every time I want to pin my game on channel because I think our pinning is full in there. So I'm gonna go through and erase a bunch of the stuff that's pinned in there.
Like earlier lists of the
Because
games
you're only allowed to pin like 10 or 12 things on each channel.
Yeah.
And
some of them are quite old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, so what was I going to say? Oh yeah, with chambers, don't ever bother taking your finger off the fire button because there's no advantage to not firing.
Yeah, just use the rapid fire.
Yeah.
Unless you're trying to pick off the last guy, when you're trying to exit the room, then you might.
Actually, when I'm picking off the last guy, what I do is I position myself right near the exit that I want to use, and then I just start firing in the direction that he's going to be coming, and then he crosses the stream of my bullets and gets killed.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it would work.
I just wait for him. Just position myself, wait, and fire.
No, that's definitely my favorite of the two, in case you haven't guessed.
Yeah. I think that was the favorite of a lot of people over Chispy.
Yeah. Buck actually ended up quite liking Chispy, though, because he actually managed to win the whole game in 6.5 minutes. And
well, that's the thing, is it's an enduring little game once you figure out and what you're doing and whatnot. But yeah, you gotta just be prepared that it's you gotta be prepared that it's got a lot of like pixel perfect type stuff to do in it. So and
okay, cool.
Yeah. So
that was the game on Challenge Live.
Well, nope. The other game that we played during this week was the
one
yeah,
I keep
going for another
stream.
week was Demolition Derby, which is bump and jump without the jump.
Yep. Bump and grind, we call that. No, we don't.
I was watching it. It looked more like bump and crash.
Yep.
That was bump and bump.
Definitely one of the things to do is don't bother hitting any cars that are in the middle of the screen. Only hit them if they're near the edge, because you lose fuel every time you hit a car. And if you're just bumping them and they're not going into the wall, you're not getting
it just sucks fuel, basically. Yeah.
Yeah. And with the fuel trucks, only bump them when they're moving towards the wall and they're close to it, because when they're moving away, they don't really move to the side at all. They just throw you across the screen.
Yeah. Yeah, they have to be pretty close to the wall when you hit those, and they have to be going towards the wall, like you said, to kill them off and get your little burst of fuel.
And also watch your angles, because you're going to always bounce off in like a pool ball type angle. So you don't want to pinball yourself, like bounce off the car that you're putting into the wall into another car that then knocks you into the wall.
I think going the other direction, that actually comes to your advantage, because you can cascade like a pool balls or something like that and hit one that hits another into the wall.
Well, yeah, you can do that, but you don't want to get caught between two cars, because you'll hit the car that goes into the wall, then you'll hit the other car, which then will send you into the wall.
Yeah, or a rock or anything else that's coming by.
Yeah.
Yeah, one thing that I did notice is that some like the fuel vehicle and the bulldozer type thing push you further than like regular cars.
Yeah.
So
you've pushed them less.
And what you may want to do is use a regular car to push into them, because whether you push them directly or another vehicle pushes them, they go the same distance off. And if you hit a regular car, it only pushes you off a little bit while still getting the larger vehicle to.
That's the cascading effect. That works good. But yeah, definitely the cars that are worth less points bounce you less. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, that actually is a bad game. It's not bump and jump, which when I saw it at Radio Shack, that's what I was expecting. And when you discover the jumping's missing, I don't like this game. Didn't really try it too much, but actually it's got some unique flavors of its own that I quite like all the ambulance. I think we saw Bob Emery, because he was actually getting up to course 5 or 6. And he was getting like 3 or 4 ambulances on the screen at once coming up behind him.
Yep. And it was a nice little, after the game that we had a couple weeks ago, it was nice to be able to have one where you can hit the cars and knock them into the wall and make them explode, rather than you just immediately exploding when you hit them.
Yep. Yeah. Compared to Morocco GP.
Yeah. But I guess I will bring up the Game On Challenge live. And Sloopy, you want to talk about it?
No
Sloopy,
audio,
are you-
Sloopy again. If
Oh, I don't have a choice. I have to talk about it.
You do.
Oh. Okay, well, we had another great episode of the Game On Challenge Live. I think we had like up to 7 people at one time playing.
Actually, we had a lot of people just hanging out too.
Yeah, we had quite a few spectators, which I was quite happy with. And hopefully we can get those spectators to start playing. Obviously, we were evidently the games were not that bad because people were playing the games and not other things. There was a few other things that were played, but for the most part, most people were playing the games for the Game On Challenge. So
It was mostly Bob that was playing other games, but you know his attention span seems to be pretty short.
Yeah, he always does that. So Ken, that means you get an attaboy and a pat on the head.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was great time was had by all. Not as fun as being at CoCoFEST, but still, it's the next best thing. So maybe you should be there. Yes, all you people out in Viewerland, you should join us and play on the Game On Challenge Live. It's really easy. We can even help you set it up. So
you could play on emulators, on real hardware, or you could even just use the Play Me Now button in the
computer archive.
Yeah, that thing.
Archive. Yes.
I'll be willing to give help on how to set up a capture system for your Coco 2 or Coco 3.
Yes, I can do that as well.
Well, Sloopy, where and when could people join us?
Where? On the Coco Discord in the Game On Challenge Live channel. When? At 5 p.m. Pacific North America time, or 8 p.m. Eastern North America time.
And if they can't join us, where could they just watch us and comment in the chat?
No, they have to join us. They can't go to Twitch at the CoCoNation, or to YouTube at the CoCoNation like they're watching this show. They have to participate in that show. This show they can watch. I mean, I don't blame them. They wouldn't want to be associated with this group of reprobates. But the Game On Challenge Live, they're great people.
It's where all the cool people hang out.
Right, and it increases your status within the community.
So, how about we take a look at what we're going to play for the next 2 weeks?
Yay! And this is the part where we hear Ken say,
well, for the next 2 weeks, I have chosen a real doozy.
Oh.
It's an old one, but I think it's
so are we.
Kind of a fun one. Does anybody recognize this game?
I thought it was going to be Neutroid original.
I do remember. What the heck is it?
If I can stump Curtis, then it's a good day.
We can go home.
I recognize it. The foot comes down.
Yeah, the foot comes down and crushes your cities. So you're the helicopter there, and these blocks are falling to try to destroy all your cities on the bottom.
And that's a foot.
And then there's also the colored blocks there. They just land and blow up if they land on a city. The foot there will bounce along the bottom and destroy a bunch of cities. And the cities
pulling
are
a blank of the names. Sorry.
Your cities are your triangles and your circles at the bottom. So the idea of the game is to protect your cities. Come on, Curtis.
No, I'm blanking. I know the game, but I can't remember the name.
It's called City.
Oh, it's literally that's what it's called.
That's why you said city 42 times.
I thought it was called like City Bomber or something like that, wasn't it?
Okay, there's the title screen. City.
Oh yeah,
What
you're
it's
right.
called. It's just called
This is like a
City.
T&D game or something too, isn't it?
I think
It's called
so.
City Copyright.
Yeah, it's called City Copyright, not City.
Well, that's a scrolling screen. So
Oh.
So that will be our game for the next 2 weeks. Let me just look up here. I forgot to bring this screen up, but I will tell you a little bit more about who made the game.
Well, that looks like a pot holder I used to make off those little
D&D
frames.
software.
Right.
Oh, and there's a
D&D?
Coco 3 RGB patch. Yep.
So yeah, Andrew Pakursky wrote it. T&D Software, issue number 24, June 1984. It came out. Color.
Hey,
computer 1, 2, or
Pakursky,
3,
he wrote a ton of games.
16K. And according to this L Curtis Boyle, it's a rather cute stomping foot shape that comes down to crush your cities.
Yeah, and it's very
Cute
similar to
foot.
one that a dragon game had. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if that was stolen one direction or the other.
All right, so there you go. Have fun with that one, everybody.
Cool. Okay, so before we hit the news and everything else here, I think we should have one final commercial break.
Okay, here we go.
Hey, Amy. Hey, Taylor. We're watching the CoCoNation show. Yeah, we are. Woo! You should too.
Future Vision Research is your source for FujiNet platforms, including the FujiNet for Tandy color computers. The FujiNet cartridge supports CoCo models 1, 2, and 3 and comes with HDB-DOS DriveWire 3. Load files from SD card or connect to Wi-Fi and load files over the internet or your local Windows, Mac, and Linux computers. Applications from the FujiNet team allow you to follow news from all over the world, catch up on Mastodon messages, and even track the International Space Station. For more information and to purchase your own FujiNet devices, visit fvresearch.com.
In a world where RGB produces black and white video, one cable can make a difference. Switcheroo. CoCo3ScartCable.com.
When you want the latest in TRS-80, Tandy, Dragon, MC-10, and all of their hardware cousins, no matter what it takes, or where news breaks, from around the world to your nation. The CoCoNation News with L Curtis Boyle.
Okay, so the first story is actually some of you at the fest know. Richard Lorbieski is back, former head of Boys on Tech, and he's resurrecting Boys on Tech itself. So he made a public announcement, and he's also got it on his webpage. Basically, just text at this point. He's still ramping things back up. So I will read it verbatim for the audio listeners, because some people here still listen to this as a podcast and won't see the screen that I'm showing. So And I will mention he's actually in the chat at the moment. I will also mention he's actually going to be on the show next week on May 17th to kind of talk about Boys in Tech coming back and some of the stuff he's planning on doing and some updates. So anyway, what he posted here basically, Boys in Tech, a retro computer company based in San Antonio, Texas, is pleased to announce the reintroduction of the Boomerang 512K Classic and 2 meg memory boards. We will also resume production and distribution of our Paragon joystick adapters, SDC cards, and other products. And I will mention that his Boomerang E2 board, which is the 2 meg upgrade static RAM, should work with the Gimme Z at the turbo speed, just like the Cloud9 Triad Plus does.
It does.
Does? You verified? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've tried it. I've got a Boomerang in one of my Cocos, but it's the one without the Gimme X and stuff there, so I couldn't remember if it was fully tested or not, but I was pretty sure it would. The target release dates are as follows. Boomerang boards by Thanksgiving 2025. The Paragon joystick adapters by July of 2025. SDC cards in limited edition kit form by the end of June 2025. Additional product announcements will follow, so that's kind of a nice teaser. The Boomerang boards serve as memory upgrades for the Tandy Color Computer 3, available in 512K and 2 meg memory options. Due to volatility and uncertainty with tariffs and supply chains, pricing for the Boomerang boards has not yet been determined. I'm sure all of you hardware guys know that kind of stuff. The Paragon joystick adapters are the smallest commercial available adapters facilitating the use of Atari or Sega Genesis joysticks on Tandy Color computers, Dragon with an additional adapter, or Tandy 100 computers, which I did not even realize. Or maybe one Tandy 1000, I'm not sure. Pricing for the Paragon is yet to be determined. The Coco SDC, of course, is a widely popular, that's an understatement, disk drive emulator designed for the Tandy Color computer. In response to popular demand, Boys in Tech plans to distribute a limited number of SDC cards in the form of kits. So for those of you who like to make your own soldering and stuff to get the cards, and I'm getting it a bit cheaper than buying the pre-made ones. These kits will include a pre-built and tested SDC reader board along with pre-programmed CPLD, Atmel, and flash chips, while the remaining components will require through-hole soldering experience. Target price for the SDC kits will be under $50. So it's also, if you have the capability of doing this, it's a fair bit cheaper than the existing ones that are currently, fully retail from Retro Rewind and from Zipster Zone. On May 12th, 2025, so this is on Tuesday, boysintech.com will launch, and he's got a placeholder on here already that I'm showing on the screen, providing users with the opportunity to sign up for email for updates on the Boomerang, the Paragon, the CoCoFEST, and other products. Updates will also be available through the CoCoNation podcast, Coco Discord under the name Boys in Tech, and other social media channels to be announced. And you can reach him now at info@boysintech.com. That's BOYSONTECH.com. So good to see that Richard's back. I was kind of surprised to see him at the show, and then all of a sudden, he's resurrecting Boys in Tech, which is really cool. Because it's always nice to have a couple of options, because we've all hit, shortages. You try to order something, and all of a sudden it's sold out, and another batch doesn't get made for a month or 2 months or 3 months or something. And it'll be nice to have, multiple sources again on a variety of products rather than just the Coco SDC.
Hey, Curtis, I also wanted to interject a little bit more on the Boomerangs. So I got some Boomerangs, the new Boomerangs, and one of the older ones to a AC for testing a couple months ago. And I've tried it on my own with the newer Boomerang E2. I'm pretty sure that the new latest Boomerang that I had would work, at least from what AC said. I'm going to try it with mine I have here. I believe there will be a problem with the older ones, especially the 2 megabyte. So there may need to be some updates there at some point. So, but anyway, there is a path forward. It is updatable.
Okay, because I thought, because I used to have a Boomerang E2 and the Triad Plus and one of Ed Snyder's 2 meg cards, and I actually gave one to Bill. I think I gave him the Boomerang E2, but I thought we had tested with the Gimme X, and I thought it was working, and that's an older one.
Well, the older ones had a firmware update. Remember the issue with the 512 and the read-write on the memory banks? There was an issue that some things had to be patched in order to work right with the Boomerang.
Yeah, the ones that were kind of allowing you to read the extra bits of the MMU, the higher 2 bits.
So I know for sure that the one's been fixed for that seems to work fine with the Gimme Z, because that's what I have right now on my Coco 3. So I just need to try the, and again, AC tried the newer one. I believe he said he had some difficulty with the older ones, or the older firmware. So,
okay.
But there is an update. So,
okay. Yeah. Well, like I mentioned, I've reached out to Alan of AC's 8-Bit Zone to see if we get them on. Actually, we get the both of them on at the same time. We can probably just hammer out everything right away. But definitely, unless something happens between now and next week, next Saturday, Richard will be on the show to kind of talk about this and answer any questions about some of the products. And for those of you who weren't around back when the Boomerang was being sold previously in the Paragon, et cetera, here, you'll be able to kind of get caught up.
Cool. He can sell also boomerangs without the dad board and all kinds of custom things. This would be.
Yeah, the gimme Z, since the DAT's built into the upgrade itself there, then yeah, you just need the boomerang ram, which is the smallest and takes the least space. It's literally boomerang shaped. It basically follows the pins that the 512K upgrade went into.
Right.
And the Triad Plus, of course, it has it's shaped like a triangle, so it's cool that they have this unique shapes. And I think Ed's, if I remember, it's kind of a piano shape for his RAM upgrades. I'm not quite sure what the reasoning behind that was, but they're all very unique looking. You can tell instantly. If somebody says, "Yeah, I got a 2 meg upgrade," you just take a look at the board, you'll know instantly which one it is,
Right.
even from a
through
distance.
the slots and yeah.
Okay, next up after that, Coco Town, sorry, returns an episode showing using is this Ghidra debugger, which I did not know anything about until I watched the video, actually, or read his description here. But basically, it was created by the NSA. And it's an open source project to reverse engineer software, and it actually has a 689 module. And he decided to try it out to reverse engineer Donkey King, originally written by Chris Latham for Tom Mix Software, and of course ranked as one of the best ever Coco games, especially that early on. It was one of the ones you could show off to people with other 8-bit computers at the time and go, see, we do have decent games on the Coco. I'll play the intro because, of course, he's quite funny when he does these. But
when I think of the NSA, I think open, transparent, community-minded. So it was no surprise at all to learn that the National Security Agency has their own GitHub account full of open source projects. Seriously, one such project is Ghidra. Originally intended to reverse engineer malware, it is extensible and can actually be used to reverse engineer all kinds of software, including software written for vintage CPUs, like the 6502, the Z80, and the 6809. Today, I talk about getting Ghidra installed, and then we use it to reverse engineer one of the all-time great Coco games, and in fact, my #1 favorite growing up, Donkey King. We'll use Ghidra features that not only disassemble but decompile machine code, analyze control flow, rename subroutines and variables, and more. Along the way, we'll learn some cool, sneaky tricks buried in the bowels of the Donkey King code. And that all starts right.
Yeah, that's a good teaser for it. And it's pretty, looking at the Ghidra project, it actually has some intelligence in figuring out subroutines and where to find text and stuff. It's got quite a few good little tools for a disassembly here. I might actually have to look into myself because I've been doing all this stuff kind of more manually these days, but it looks like it might have some advantages and actually get these types of disassembly projects done a little bit faster. So I'm just worried, is the NSA going to be spying on me while I'm running their stupid tool? That's the one thing I don't know. So hey, definitely go check the episode out, and it's going to have a sequel to it, I'm sure. Go ahead.
Being in Canada, there's probably not much they can do.
I don't know if you've experienced malware before, Mark, but it doesn't really care what country you're in or from.
Oh, okay. Well, I was thinking of the spying on you.
No, I probably could still do that too. Just like Syria and all the rest of them. And definitely go check it out. This is actually going to be the first part. He's actually going to be delving a bit more into this before he gets back to his Moon Patrol game. Next up after that, Bruce Moore did a quick 2025 CoCoFEST QuickTime movie. Now, we've had such a long discussion on CoCoFEST, etc. already. I'm not going to play any big part of this here because, the show's already running long. We got lots of news to get through here. But I basically covered it. Like, he covers his own booth and singing the anthems and stuff. They have the intro to the show. And I wanted to show some of the stuff he was kind of showing off here while walking around because of the stuff we were talking about before. So here's round or whoops, a bit further. So there's Force of Doom being played, and of course the sequel will be using the new MP3 chip that him and David Kroeker have been working on for full soundtracks in the background and high-res graphics too. There's Jacob playing Bomb Threat by Rick Adams at Rick's booth.
No monsters, just treasures and keys and doors.
But
you're gonna add monsters?
Probably.
I hope.
There's Temple of Doom, which I think we showed last week, so I won't play too much of that there. But basically, it's a four-way scrolling version of Rogue that he's working on. And we were talking earlier about the Defender game playing off the actual Stargate controls here. This is before it died. There's the Vectrex. Omnistar from Rick Adams as well. I don't know how close his music is going to be to getting a copyright flag here, so I'm going to keep cutting it off here so hopefully it doesn't trigger anything, even though he's got different lyrics. There's some MC10 love there from Coco Man.
Yay!
And there's Nightmare Highway, the final edition, which we'll be covering in a little bit more detail a little bit later in the show here. But
Nightmare Highway.
Sorry,
this was the game you had to play to win the Davenport Cup. And then there's the high score stuff, which Jacob actually won the Davenport Cup. Which he's proudly displaying there. Anyway, it's a nice little 7-minute kind of a summary of some of the things that Jacob and Bruce were directly involved with at the fest and showing off some of the stuff that you could see. It's not like an extensive, here's every booth type thing. So if you're expecting that this isn't it. But good that he has a whole bunch of stuff. He's even got some of the, songs and stuff that he's done for Coco-related projects in there as well. So definitely go check that out at his YouTube page. And once again, all show links are in our show notes that are on the Coco Discord in the news section and under the CoCoNation subsection, I guess you call it. So any of these that you want to go take a look and take a look fully, just go grab the show notes. They're already posted for today's episode, so you can actually get ahead of me if you want to. Next up after that, we have Henry Reitfeld, who does a quick hour and 45-minute video here on using the FujiNet as a super IDE on the Coco. Now, since this is a fairly short one, I think I will play this one in its entirety just so you guys can get what this is. And if you have any questions, Henry is actually on our Discord as well.
This is a look at the super IDE drive image for the FujiNet that essentially turns the FujiNet into a super IDE hard drive controller. So it just booted up into the super IDE drive, and I can go through the various drives. There's 256 disks available on this drive image, and then I can use a physical drive 0 or 1, and I can copy a file from the physical drive 1.
Now, is this something that he was demoing at the fest? Because Henry was at the fest, I know.
So right now it'll copy that program wmaster.bin from physical drive 1 to hard drive 200, and we can check that. And then we can reset the Coco and show you that it saves it to the hard drive. So this essentially recreates the hard-to-find super IDE by using the FujiNet.
Yeah, that was a pretty cool update there. Did he demonstrate some of this stuff? Like, I don't know what Henry was showing off at his booth at the fest in particular. Does anyone remember what Henry Redfeld was showing?
No, unfortunately, I don't remember. I walked by there, but I don't remember looking really closely at it.
Okay. Next up, we were just talking about this, the MP3 player that David Kroeker and D. Bruce Moore are working on. So he's actually got an update on his blog. As you said, final settings achieved here. Now, this is a fairly lengthy video again here, too. I'll play a little bit of it just to kind of get a feel for it, but it's pretty well working, I think, the way they kind of planned on it working here. So you can actually get the different MP3 audio tracks and stuff that are set up for in his case, this game for Realm of Doom. And basically what it allows the Coco to do is to control which ones are playing when. So when you get to certain scenes, you actually can flip and change the soundtrack to match the scene that you're currently in. And this is something that I know Nick had been working with Jim Brain on doing something similar, but the project unfortunately fell through. So actually Nick's been talking with them, and maybe we'll get that special MP3 version of Gunstar out of it sooner rather than later, instead of never seeing it again type thing. There was some extra hardware there, but they're kind of working out details. But I'll play a little bit at the beginning here, but you definitely want to go check this out. Once again, the show link is in the notes that you can get on the Coco Discord.
5. Back just a bit more. Come on.
Yeah, it's like 16 minutes. I'm definitely not going to play all of it.
Variable resistor.
Let me fast forward a little bit here, just to give you a little bit of feel.
That's one turn.
Well, we don't have the time for all 16 minutes?
No.
I'm waiting for the boom.
A cool way to switch the amplifier from that to the pulse code modulation. He really digs the using the transformer. Why is that?
We can get a lot more volume out of it.
Yeah.
And the circuit's a little simpler this way.
Yep.
So D. Bruce Moore is monitoring levels, and his initials are DBM. So
I hadn't thought of that before, but yes. Anyway, there's a lot of detail they're kind of going through and figuring out how to get the levels, because, you know, sometimes you get some clipping and distortion, and you got to make sure the original sound samples didn't have it in or were driven a bit too high, so that when you do try to increase volume, that, you know, it starts to distort, etc. here. But they're definitely getting much, much closer. I got to see an earlier version of this when I was attending the Winnipeg Retro Show in January. They've progressed a fair bit since I last saw it. And yeah, it's gonna add a whole atmosphere, because I mean, this is kind of like jumping over top of the AY chips and even the OPL3 chips, because now you're doing something where you can record absolutely anything. You could have a 300-piece orchestra, you just record as an MP3, and then you can actually use that. And basically the Coco takes no time at all, because basically it just says select this track, start playing it in the background, and goes right back to what it's doing, playing the game. So you actually can do all kinds of atmospheric things here too. And I know Nick has some pretty cool stuff for Gunstar that he actually had his son do some of the soundtracks and play guitar on. So, and he had different songs for each level. So it's a pretty impressive thing. And I'm really looking forward to this, because this is fairly easy to program for, even from basic. So if you want, you can just create a folder for your own particular game that has all these different soundtracks for different parts of the game, and it's pretty simple to get it under your control to play the appropriate tunes at the appropriate times. Next, after that, talking about single board projects, and I believe David Collins, was he at the fest? I know he's planning on it. I'm pretty sure he was there. Maybe even gave away some boards. Do anybody here on the panel that was at the fest know that? No?
Crickets.
Does anybody recognize the board here? Did anybody see this actually while they were at this is the HB 63C09M, and this is something we have covered on the show multiple times. He's just done a massive update, as he puts it, for the firmware, and he's got a fully functional Flex version 9 up and running on it now. So you can actually run the old Flex operating system that Frank Hogg, Spectral Associates, and TSC used to sell for the Coco. And it was kind of the Coco 6800, 6809 version of CPM. It's probably about the closest equivalent. But he's actually got that up and running. He's got the boot ROM to actually boot it up. And He's actually got a link to the source code if you want to actually hit his GitHub. You can actually get the source for the entire project, and as well as, you know, the flex ports, etc. Does anybody recognize the picture here? I don't know how well it's going to show up on your screens here, but I also don't know if he shaved since then, so maybe that's not going to help you remember him if he did make it to the show. I know he's planning on it, but I don't know if he made it.
I don't recall seeing if he was there or not. I mean, I was looking for new people, but I don't remember seeing him in particular.
Okay.
David Ladd?
Yeah, if I'd known this board was there, I would have taken a good look at it. But I think it's cool that he ported Flex to it. I'd like to do that to my single board as well. And so if he's got his GitHub there, that might help me too.
Yep. Yeah, he's got it running at 3 megahertz, 6309, so it's a decent speed. It's, you know, basically equivalent of the Gimme Z or the Gimme X at turbo speed. So, and he actually got it when he got Flex booted here. He actually logged into it with the terminal program, and you can actually see it running and booting Flex, like you're saying. Yeah, it's mounted and enter the date, etc. And the old +++ prompt that Flex used, that was before the Hayes modem stole it to, you know, do command mode there.
How did these guys use terminal programs?
Well, back in the Flex days, I mean, you usually ran natively on the Coco, and they had the OPAC, for example, from Frank Hogg that would kick it in a graphic screen to give you more text real estate. You run P mode 4 and do it 51 by 24 or something. But yeah, a lot of them did terminals back, 78, 79 when the first Flex packages started coming out. Because you got to remember, Flex actually started on the 6800 even before the 6809 existed. So it was actually a main competitor on the Coco 1 and 2. If you're getting into serious software and serious operating system development, Flex actually, I think, was a bit ahead of OS9 Level 1 because OS9 Level 1 had a fair bit of overhead. You couldn't write as big of programs in there because the Flex system is a lot simpler. It doesn't multitask, et cetera. It does have a fair bit of power to it, and you did have executable commands you could just directly run by typing the command name. And later on, there was stuff like Uniflex that did add multitasking. By that time, I think OS9 kind of pulled ahead, especially with Level 2.
And back then, that was just a way to do it. You had a CPU system, and then you had a terminal that plugged into it.
Yeah, exactly.
That was just the standard way to do things.
Like the gimmicks, it didn't have its own keyboard. You plugged in terminals. And here you can see an actual directory of the listing here. CMD is command file, which means that's a runnable program. You just type in the first part. And then you got assists, and there's the text files and help files and stuff in here too. So, and actually, if guys have never played with Flex before, if you want to take a little gander at it, included with EOU, the last 2 versions, I believe, if you go into the emulators folder, there is actually a Flex emulator that will actually run, and you can actually run Flex itself and see what it looks like on the Coco itself. But this is a version running on a single board computer at a faster speed. Next after that, Terry Trapp, the guy who's been running Ribs, and I've been logging in there at least a couple times a week just to kind of see. Basically, you can hit it from a Telnet client on any modern machine. And back in the day, you dialed it up just like the old days with old BBSs, and Ribs was a really cool BBS because it actually supported FidoNet protocol, both Echo lists and stuff like that, so that you actually were transporting messages all over the world. You get conversations with people in different countries and stuff. It was really cool, and it was all mostly free. Most places, if the long distance charges were too much for the sysop, they might charge a little bit. But at any rate, he's been working on getting it fully working on his Coco Blender, and his Coco Blender is a board that's going to have like a SID chip simulator built into it that's compatible with the Commodore 64 SID chip. It's going to have a network adapter, which he's been working on for this part here. And he still runs Ribs. And one of the updates that he did, and I'll show a little screenshot of what he mentioned there, but he's actually got the Coco Blender hosting Ribs now instead of going directly. And it was up for 12 hours straight and still running fine, hadn't crashed or anything. So he thinks he's got most of it kind of ironed out now. He's got a video here kind of showing it where you can log in. Now, he was having a few glitches at the point of this video when he recorded it, where occasionally would just like corrupt a character or something like that. So a bit of timing on the R232, or maybe overflowing the buffer a bit too fast. So I won't play the video here, but it does kind of show him logging into Ribs from the sysop side. So it's on his Coco that's being hosted on the net by the Coco Blender, which is kind of a Coco IO card. This is the kind of stuff I think, with Rick and for the general network cards, you could probably do with those cards as well. The FujiNet's a bit more limited because it's more of its own protocol and stuff. So I don't know if it would let you just, whip out a BBS and just throw it on the net type thing without having to do some, changes to the hooks into the system. And he says, as in this particular post on Facebook, he says, 12 hours in, the Coco blender is still serving up ribs. And you can see the login screen on plain text. He's actually going to be working on the ANSI stuff next because, of course, a lot modern machines will prefer the ANSI, which is basically a combination of VT100 terminal and color codes combined with the IBM PC character set. And I actually sent him a message to try. He uses KBCom for some of his testing, which is an Eddie Kuntz project for running VT100 and VT52 emulation. But that actually has the capability of running on a graphics screen on the Coco 3 under OSINE level 2, and that also lets you change the font. And we added big fonts up, I think, in 1998 to NitroSign, so you actually have 224 characters instead of just 128. And a lot of the IBM character sets in there, so a lot of those BBSs actually look proper when you log in. And this is, like I said, you can grab the link from the show notes on the Coco Discord server, but this is the link to his GitHub. This contains not only the code for some of the experiments he's been doing, but actually has the source code for his entire Coco blender handling the networking and stuff. So if you guys want to learn how to do that, you can grab all that stuff too. And here he kind of mentions what the eventual plans for the entire blender is. So it's going to have a hardware serial port, an Ethernet bridge, a real-time clock, a sound card, and a second monitor port. And as he puts it, it's basically a cartridge for the Tandy computer that will include all the things that Coco STC was missing. Now, for those of you who've heard the rumors and talked to people about the upcoming Coco STC 2 that Darren Atkinson, the creator of the Coco STC, is very actively involved with, he did leak one particular thing I can mention in public now on the Coco Discord, and that it will include a real-time clock as well. So I don't think it's going to include all of this, but I can't really tell you too many things because I might get killed. Next up, Thomas Cherry Holmes, the creator of FujiNet, posted some screenshots of the Coco, Apple II, and Atari 8-bit. I got that wrong in the show notes. Whoops. Basically playing Fujitsu, which is a Yahtzee clone for those machines. And basically this is showing you the exact same time gameplay on all three platforms. And you can see the visual differences because obviously the Apple II is a slightly higher res artifact in the Coco 1 and 2, which is basically what the Coco version is doing. And of course, the Atari has some pretty advanced graphics compared to the other two. But it actually looks pretty good. And you can see the layouts are a little bit different depending on the the resolution of the host machine and what colors are available, etc. But the Coco version looks quite nice. And these are playing like on through FujiNet all at the same time. They don't even have to be in the same physical location. They can be all over the world. And you're actually having 3 different 8-bit platforms playing the same game at the same time. So you'll actually even notice like the scores and the different columns and stuff actually matches. Like he's got 215 scores here for the 5s and for the subtotal, I guess there, which matches what you see over here too. And you can see also the highlight bar tells you which players are active here too. So you can play. And this is the kind of the power of getting stuff and some of this networking stuff done from Rick and Thomas and others. And Henry Strickland in particular with his Nekot OS is to get it so that you can actually write games that, first of all, we'll probably prioritize a lot of stuff for Coco to Coco because we're Coco people. But with something like FujiNet here, with the protocols being public for every 8-bit machine, you can actually play against each other on multi-platforms. And as the platform software gets more and more advanced, and you'll start to get more and more advanced types of games. Like right now, most of the FujiNet stuff is like not real-time arcade stuff. It's mostly turn-based or pretty close to turn-based with stuff like Yahtzee, etc. But that will be changing as time progresses and the software advances. Next up, Ron DeVell pointed this out. Roger Taylor has got a 5-DVD set of the Coco magazine library for $49 that has all of these different magazines on here, including Rainbow and some others. I see there's a few might be missing, like Color Computer News I don't see on here for some reason. Now, Ron, do you know, like you talked to Roger, actually, I think probably more than most of us do. Do you know, are these the same scans that are on the Color Computer Archive and the Internet Archive already, or are these better, higher quality? Because I do know some of those have like missing pages and, some yellow banding in the background, some weird stuff too.
Yeah, I have no idea. I ran across it and I put it out there so people could see. I'm gonna order one when I get a chance, and
Okay.
I can report on it later. But
Sweet.
it sounds like a great idea to have these so that you can, electronically get to them quick and look.
Yeah, I know he mentions that the 5 DVDs combined is over 35 gigabytes of storage.
Yeah, that would take a while.
Right?
Yeah, even if you are copying it off the archive.
Yeah.
Now, mind you, I think the archive, the one we talked about last week, where Williams released the latest update of everything that's on the archive, I think actually has all this, but it's a lot smaller. So I don't know if it's comparison between compressed and uncompressed, or if
Yeah,
these
good
are
point.
higher quality scans. Like I said before, I noticed some of the scans in the Color Computer Archive in particular, and the Internet Archive actually do have some glitches. There's a few rainbow issues I know that are missing like 20 pages in the middle somewhere completely, type thing. So I'd be interested if Roger has these all fixed up. So if you can find
Yeah.
that out, Ron, that'd be great. I'd like to.
Okay. He has invested a lot of money in stuff that
Yeah, and he's
My
actually
mind
got
went
some other
blank.
hardware projects here that he's got,
Yeah.
software projects here too that you can get.
But I mean he bought into the stuff that
Steve Bjork.
Steve Bjork had sale through a holding company or something, and he purchased a bunch of his stuff.
Yeah, and that was a bit of a bidding
He
war,
spent-
so that cost
he
him a fair bit.
spent a lot of money on it, and this helps him out if you buy it. It's like $50 or
Right,
something. It's
right.
good.
Yeah. And for those who want, this stuff of the hardware or whatever here, he's got, for example, for those of you who are, listening and not seeing the video here, he's selling a Coco Y cable for $29, which is kind of a poor man's multi-pack interface for 2 slots, as long as there's not addressing conflicts between the 2 cards. And quite a few combinations work there. I used to have that. Actually, I still have one on my TC9. I don't have a multi-pack in there. It's actually a Y cable. He's got a Coco Christmas Pack 2019, which I think is a bunch of audio and video demos, Christmas related. A quite expensive one he's got here is complete source code to Crystal Quest for the Game Boy. I don't know if that's a disassembly or did he write that for the Game Boy? I have no idea.
If you take a look, I think it's a disassembly, and it's you have to click on it.
Okay,
I'm
we'll
sure
forget to that. He's also got PCB mount joystick DIN sets, so he's got a pair of the joystick DIN plugs here for $10. I don't have a clue how competitive it is with regular, but oh, this is Steve York's source code for Crystal Quest. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, in his little box. Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
Oh, and this is the original. This is not a copy that he scanned in. This is the original one that Steve had that he got in the estate sale.
Right. Yeah, it's like a one and only.
Oh, right. Yeah. And it's in his little Filofax folder box that he had it in. It's cool.
Yeah.
I could see where you might. Yeah. Oh, you don't get the box? Man.
Well, it's just that, that half-inch stack.
Yeah, no, it's fun.
Yeah, just about here. Yeah, it's a definitely a historical piece, and it is unique. Like, there's no other copy of this anywhere.
Yep.
I don't have the money for that kind of a purchase, though, so I'm
no.
out. That's
But
over
they've already-
$1,000 Canadian. So,
But they've already burst the dots off the side of it, so it's nice.
yeah, and Steve may have done that himself. I don't know.
He's done the Mr. Coco, right? I think.
Sorry, what?
He built the Mr. Coco. It's
Yeah, the
like,
Mister. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Where he has
Yeah, the
wings
Coco
on
3
the
engine for the
side.
Mister. Yeah.
Yeah.
He also did the Matchbox before that. So.
Right. The guy's a wizard, just like Simon
Yeah.
is in a way. Simon's a really
Well,
good at what he
Roger's
does.
both the software and a hardware wizard, because if you remember all the free games, the machine language games with Coco 3 he published back in the 90s, like Spider Hyper, Spider Hype, Mary and the Bees,
Did
Pilly
he do
Eddie.
a Jewel game, a Jewel.
Yeah, Bejeweled was 512 game with
Yeah.
digitized music in the background. And
Yeah, that was pretty
he's done
good.
a lot of really cool stuff. The projector,
Yeah.
609 based image viewer for a variety of formats from
And there
GIFs
was
down to
2 versions of
Atari
that.
ST and all kinds of stuff. So he's done a lot of stuff for the Coco community over the last 30
And he
years.
did NetMate.
Yeah, which is the only one besides Sock Masters Twilight terminal that will support full ANSI graphics on a graphics screen fast enough to run 9600 baud on the Bitbanger.
Yeah, it's a great program.
Yeah, he's done a lot for the community. Most of the time, especially in the 90s, he gave away everything for free. So the fact that he's trying to recoup a little bit of all of his development time, it doesn't bother me. There's no way I could afford $800 for source code. That's way out of my range. We've talked about this earlier when we were covering CoCoFEST itself, and we were mentioning that all of the seminars that were given, plus the auction, the videos for those are all up on the Glenside Color Computer Club channel, which is Glenside CCC on YouTube. And you can see some of them here. The CoCoFEST auction is almost 3 hours long. Coco on the Couch, where his Boise came and interviewed multiple people, including Mark Overholzer. Just kind of talking about Coco stuff. Who else was on the panel? William Mathing, I think, was. And
yeah, William Mathing was number 3, and Brian Donahue was
right, yeah.
And he
I like
started with the
that
Apple
Boise's
II
doing
also.
this, actually. So, go ahead.
He started with the Apple II also. Yeah.
Which one, Brendan?
Anyway, yeah, Brendan. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yep.
Well, yeah, you guys eventually caught up, so. But I like the fact that Boise's been doing these kind of like impromptu chats, and this is a kind of thing like we're talking about having couches in the main hall for after hours type thing, and maybe you don't record them like this, but it'd be nice to have the couches together and you just kind of like, chatting away about whatever without having to go out in the hallway to find a chair type thing. And we're having to sit, behind tables in a line of chairs, but having a group of, couches or something fairly comfortable that's kind of facing each other so you can actually have a full-blown conversation. And of course, all the seminars here, the only one that had any glitches from all the ones I watched was that Henry's got cut off. And hopefully that gets fixed up fairly soon here. But John Strong's and Rick Adams and Terry Steen, everybody's stuff is on here. So if you want to catch up, all of those are now available on there. And I've watched them all. They're all really informative and they're really, really good stuff. Next up, this is another young person that's got into, he doesn't show his face, I can't tell his age specifically, but just the way he refers to the fact that the Coco 1 came out before his dad was born, kind of gives you a hint about his age. But he picked up a Coco 1 on eBay, and it's actually a fairly modified one by the looks of it. It's a later one. You can see there's no RAM badge here, and the color computer sticker thing is actually in the middle, not on the side. But if you take a look a little bit later,
it's got a cartridge.
Yeah, that's the same one that's in front of me.
It's got everything on it. It's got a bit of an
so he's got this little thing here. I didn't quite pause at the right spot here, but he's also, whoever owned it previously to him drilled a bunch of holes for cooling for a fan or something, I think.
extension to it.
There.
Yeah.
Plus this weird custom cable-y thing. And you'll notice it's also got a Coco, later model Coco 2 keyboard
Looks
replacing
like a
the
deluxe,
chiclet.
And it's the deluxe one, the black.
Nope, there's no F1, no F2. It's
Oh,
just a
okay.
straight Coco
Right.
2
Just Coco
later
2.
generation keyboard. Not the melded one, but the later version. But yeah, it's definitely a modified one. Whoever owned it also had the instructions. They put a sticker on the actual case here to tell you how to initialize a floppy drive with disk in E0. So I think if I remember, I think I left him a message. I'll see if we get any feedback. But yeah, he's a fairly young guy. And he's just fascinated by some of this older hardware. He's starting to collect 8-bit machines. And once again, it shows that the youth are interested in this kind of stuff. I don't know how widespread it is, but at least it does not look it's going to die off with us, which is good to hear. Next up after that is an interesting little demo by Dim Cave Software, as they're called here on YouTube. And it's Club Color Brazil, which is a Tier City color computer demo. Now, the comments here that he put in his description of the video mentions that this is the very first 609 assembly program he's ever done, and it's basically meant to be a little demo. And it's basically using SemiGraphics 4. But for a first try at doing assembly language, it's actually pretty cool. It actually repeats a little bit. And there's a little bit of a credit at the end. It's just a hair over a minute. So I'll play the whole thing. There's no sound, I don't believe. And he did this on a CP400, the Coco clone from Brazil. So it'll run on this Coco exactly the same. The scrolling effect, and then it kind of does a cross dissolve-y thing. and switches through some colors and stuff here. So for a very first try at the first assembly language program, that's pretty good. That's better than I did, I'll tell you. Anyway, basically it cycles through and repeats, and then when you break out of it, it actually has a little bit of a credit here, which I'll stop. Color Brazil. I don't know if Eric or anybody knows who exactly this is. Dim Cave 2025, of course, the name of his YouTube channel and the year he did it. Written by Nellaton. I'm assuming that's a handle and not a name, but I could be wrong. So Eric, if you're watching this, if you have any details on who did this, and if he's going to be attending the Brazilian retro show that's coming up this year, then let me know, and we can get some details on it. Next up, this is kind of an interesting one from the World of Dragon forums. And the user Serenarian, I have no idea who this is in real life, but he posted pictures of his Maplin I card, which he used to control a model railway and a radio-controlled tank way back in the 80s. So this was kind of a commercial breadboard type thing, and then you kind of like, he modified it, I guess, for the addressing in this case, because it was conflicting with the Dragon disk controller. But he was using this for controlling his model railway. So he got some pictures of the board. And this was commercially sold in the early 80s. And here it is, the populated side that he did. And here you can actually see it with some other things actually controlling his model railway track. And I've known there's been a few people in the Coco world that have done this kind of controlling the model railway. Did anybody in the panel here do that, or at least know somebody that did? Out of curiosity. Nope.
No, it was really popular in the day, but I never actually got around to building anything like this because I couldn't stay in one project long enough to get something like this done.
Yep. And plus, I would be the type of guy, I'm going to program all to hit the same track at the same time and watch it blow up.
Flames, and then, your thing's all gone.
Yeah. Now I'm broke. I can't do this again. So
that and family. Perfect.
But it's kind of cool to see this as a project board that was sold commercially, and then he just filled it up as a controller for his model railway tracks. And modified it here so he could run his software from disk instead of having to load from cassette.
It looks like it was a relay driver board.
Right. I'm going to say the person who sold that commercially had some guts, because how many of those exploded that he had to deal with through no fault of his own, because it's just screws that people are connecting model trains up to. I know the customer.
Yeah. So would this have been kind of like some of the A-bus boards that the Coco had? Because they had a bunch of controller boards they used to sell for the A-bus.
Yeah, but this has very little buffering, and it seems to be just direct connected, so it's kind of running on the edge there.
I mean, it's using a PIA.
Yeah, 6821, I think.
Right, but what's your fuse in between that and the bus?
His other board seems to have more buffer on it. I'm assuming.
I think he's running a little fast and loose here.
Yeah.
His case is 2 rubber feet screwed on the bottom. There you go. That's
Yeah, it's just kind of cool things like some of the, we were used to the Coco having a lot of development being done on the hardware level, and a lot of, even Radio Shack sold breadboards, right?
Trains were really popular back then as a way to do something remotely. We seem to bring the same two audiences together, the computer people and the train people all were the same
there's
people.
some common out. There's a Venn diagram that those cross quite a bit.
Right.
Julian Brown is mentioning in the chat here, he says there was a 4-bit controller IC you could fit to each motor.
Sweet. So you don't have a lot of different control voltages. You just kind of put. So the track is a bus, like an ICANN bus on a car. Is that what you're saying? That's awesome.
I know you're above my pay grade in hardware knowledge at this point. Ask Julian in the chat.
If you go back and read Stephen Levy's Hackers, the opening is the 1959, the MIT hackers before the computers. They were using the trains. It was the switching people that did the train model layout. And so, yeah, there is a very high correlation between trains.
It's kind of like ham radio and computers. There's a big Venn diagram match there too. So,
yep.
Next up, Julian Brown, of course, has been working on the ATX form factor Dragon 32 replacement and enhancements. And he's been kind of, going seesawing back and forth. He's been testing some boards. He's actually ended up splitting one of the boards apart into two boards. I think mainly because of size considerations here. So this is his first reboot of the serial plus real-time clock board. So it has a real hardware serial port plus a real-time clock. And then another one he had. This is before he split the RTC, or just after he was splitting the serial and RTC. So you saw the result of the split part, and the rest of it's a PIA IO board. So there's revision 1.1. For now, I'm going to just use the bad version of the VDG board. It doesn't use any of the extra block of connections at the end of the board, so I can just cut them off. So that's a little demonstration. You can see here it's kind of almost got an AT bus style thing here. And this thing will actually support like up to 256K and the SAM by 8, I think, by Karen. And here's the actual IO board you got manufactured. He said, annoyingly missing the gain control on the cassette input, but I can live without it for now. The unpopulated positions are for the RS-52 and PS2 keyboard connections, none of which is immediately necessary. So this is kind of an evolving design, and since he's in the chat, he can probably explain this a heck of a lot better than I can. But basically the point was to have a main, CPU board with some other features that are built in. It'll be common to all of them. And there's different IO cards that you can add depending on what you want to do. If you want to just drive a terminal, you might just get a serial real-time clock board. You don't need anything else. And others will have the VDG on it, or a VDG with the SAM doublers, so you can run full double speed while running the VDG output, or maybe some other, maybe a Super Sprite FM Plus type stuff is built in on a different board. You can just kind of swap and build as you go, kind of along the PC style that you add your capabilities as, cards, as opposed to having to replace the whole main motherboard. And then we got the update from John Whitworth that we alluded to earlier here. He said, well, I nearly gave up on the whole CE marking malarkey, and that's the thing that the European Union is requiring now to ship within the EU. It's the more stringent regulations as to what you have to do to get stuff to ship with electronics on it. Putting together the technical checklist and was going so well until I also discovered that even as a titchy little supplier, I need to be registered with the WEEE, so that I can now proudly advise you all to recycle these boards, and I can include the little wheelie bin symbol on all the kits. Anyway, I've now completed CE certification for the Dragon PSU. That's a replacement power supply unit. To start with, I will only be able to ship to the EU via eBay, as my own website is either all products or none to the EU, and only the Dragon PSU is ready so far. In order to self-certify this properly without deception or cutting any corners, I've had to refresh some of the supplied components to ensure that I can prove RoHS3 compliance, LEDs, jumpers, trimmer pots, etc. Get WEEE registered, navigate the Europa Standards website, get a trial at Verify EU in order to, by then, to buy checklist templates, etc. Measure EMF, electromagnetic frequency, around the device to comply with EMC regulations. So basically, this is now approved, and you can now sell it. And I think somebody had updated us before in the chat from the UK that this is actually being sold in North America too, if you want to. I'm assuming probably with maybe a 10% tariff or something. But yeah, it's basically he's gotten through the initial certification. He's got his first product that he can legally sell across the entire EU that meets all the new regulations, and he'll be working on the rest of it as he goes. And Julian just updated here on that board where he split the IO board apart. He said that build board was too big for the case, hence splitting it in two, so it didn't quite fit. It plugs in just fine, but it won't fit in the case. And the last of the regular news here, for getting on the Game On news and the upcoming shows, a person named Alan Mailer on YouTube put up a brief video of some retro stuff that he had picked up for his TI-99 4A, but he also showed a little bit of new hardware he got near the end of the video, including a Dragon 64, which is to add to his Coco 1 64K, the white case one, and the Dragon 32 he already had. So this is a bunch of TI stuff. He also picked up a couple other 8-bit machines I think are going to work, and if you as well, just play a little bit, you can show the Dragon. There's no commentary, I should mention. You saw the Coco 1 go by, here's Dragon 32, here's the Dragon 64. And you can really see the case coloring difference here. I don't usually see these side by side to see that. Looks in good shape, though. That's pretty pristine. Might even be as good as Jason's. And then he picked up a couple other things here, like the Auric 1, etc. So pretty good collection. He's got, a Coco 1 64K melted keyboard, and a Dragon 32, and a Dragon 64. So he's doing pretty okay. Anyway, that's it for the regular news. So I will quickly go through the upcoming shows, which has shrunk a bit here because obviously CoCoFEST is over now. And then I'll do the Game On news last. Back to the announcements. Oh, a reminder that Richard will be on the show next week if you have any questions about Poison Tech and its upcoming projects. Okay, you guys should be seeing RetroFest 2025 if I shared the right window.
Yep.
So that's organized by Tony Jewell, whom we've had on the show before as part of the Dragon contingent of people. And it's a retro computing festival happening in Swindon, England, May 31st to June 1st. So just a few weeks away. Other Dragon people have committed to attending as well, like Richard Harding, who's kind of the archivist, and Chris Poacher is the guy who runs the Microdeal Facebook page. And it's being held at STEAM, the Great Western Railway Museum. And I've actually seen on the Amigos Discord, because of course a lot of their viewers are from England as well, there's several of them attending the show too. So if you watch any of the other Amigos shows, and if you happen to be in England during this time period, you can actually see a whole bunch of them as well at the show. Next up after that is VCF Southwest in Texas, June 20th to 22nd at the Davidson Gundai Alumni Center at the University of Texas in Dallas, Texas. This one is got an admission fee. So it's in advance, it's $20 for an adult, $10 for a student. 17 and under are free with accompanying an adult. If you want to exhibit, tables are $50. Prices are slightly more expensive if you get them at the door. So if you are planning on attending, I would definitely recommend getting your tickets early because you'll save at least $5 per ticket. And of course, this being the right in the backyard of where Tandy used to be, a lot of the Tandy alumni still live in the area and attend the show. And Mark Siegel, amongst others, has committed to actually attending the show. So if you get to go to this one, you can actually come and ask Mark stuff in person. Next after that is the Southeast Michigan Vintage Computer Club, and they're having their 8th public meeting display on June 28th from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern Time at Grace Chapel's Gymnasium in Waterford Township, Michigan, not too far from Pontiac. This covers all retro gaming consoles and home computers. The host of it is the guy behind the Commodore Chronicles, a guy named Adam that a few of us that have been to BoatFest have met in person. He's a really nice guy. He's a regular on some of their stuff. I think he's even got his own channel on their Discord at the Amigos Discord. And he's also not only just as a Commodore fan, but he's also a Tandy 1000 fan. So he's actually got quite a bit of that stuff he's brought to BoatFest too. And I'm sure he'll be showing some of that off as well. But if you're in the southeastern part of Michigan, that's coming up in not too far in the future, about a month and a half, just over a month and a half. Okay, next up, that weekend, one of the busiest weekends in retro, if not the busiest weekend in retro. And this is the September 12th to 14th. That's the Friday to Sunday. So the first one is VCF Midwest, which is the largest retro show in at least North America, quite probably the world. That's September 13th to 14th at Schaumburg Convention Center in Schaumburg, Illinois. This is the 20th anniversary of it this year. There's usually a whole Coco section there that Rick and a whole bunch of others on the panel have been to before. Still free admission, which is really cool. It's one of the few VCFs that doesn't charge admission. And you expect a large number of Coco and Glenside people to be at the show because it's right in their backyard, of course, in Chicago area. So that's coming up. And then that exact same weekend is the Retro World Expo, September 12th to 14th at the Connecticut Convention Center in Hartford, Connecticut. This covers video game, home consoles, video game arcade, home computers, wrestling, and a whole bunch of other things too. It's kind of a more unique blend of stuff for a retro show. So I'm really curious if somebody actually gets out to it, if they can kind of report back what it's like. There's also including game playing tournaments and stuff here too. There's so it looks like it's a pretty established show. Like if some of the pictures that you've seen go by here, it looks like it's also actually got some like almost cosplay and stuff there too. So it's a pretty wide gamut show. It's not just, vintage computer stuff. And if that's not enough and you're in Canada, there's yet another retro show that exact same weekend. And this is the one sponsored by Retro Rewind and Frank. So he's been a member of the committee organizing these since the start. It's kind of a split off because they had the World of Commodore for years and years in the Toronto area. This one is the World of Retro. So this covers all retro computers. And the Coco has been represented the last couple of times, not just by Frank, but by other people bringing stuff there too, like Stacy Vetzel, for example. And this one is September 13th to 14th at the Old Goodies Department Store in Kitchener, Ontario, which is west of Toronto, about 40-minute drive or so. And it's right beside a place called The Museum, which actually is a museum. So it's kind of got a link with museums as some of the other shows do as well. This one, besides the general retro stuff of, showing a bunch of gaming and home computer platforms and stuff, and has vendors and seminars, it also has active LAN parties. You can go and play against other players, workshops, door prizes and raffles. And admission is free to this one as well, and it's being held on both Saturday and Sunday from noon till 5 p.m. Eastern. And there's a bunch of details there too if you want to get from the website. Next up after that, near the end of September, is Tandy Assembly, which is at the Courtyard by Marriott Springfield in downtown Springfield, Ohio. Some exhibitors have already signed up for it. They haven't got the seminars up there yet, at least last time I checked. But mind you, it's still, quite a few months out from actually happening yet, so I'm sure that'll be filling in soon. And of course, this covers all things Tandy and computer related. So this covers not only the Coco or the Z80 based black and white tier city model 1 through 4, etc., but also covers Tandy 1000s and pocket computers and model 100s and 200s and basically all the stuff that Tandy did. And it's got a pretty wide gamut of people there bringing stuff to demonstrate and show off, and seminars and everything else. Boise's presented there multiple times as an example. After that is a Portland Retro Gaming Expo, October 17th to 19th in Portland, Oregon at the Oregon Convention Center. This is a rather huge gaming-oriented, definitely, and you can see how crowded the show floor is if you're watching the video. But they sell like all kinds of stuff for home consoles, home computers, etc., plus plush toys, based on arcade characters and stuff. So it's a pretty fun place. And Tim and AJ have attended this as actually had a booth here a few years back. I think they are planning on attending again this year just as attendees, but it looked like a lot of fun when they were there. And if you're into gaming, that's definitely one of the ones you would want to check out. And the last one I've got for now is Canada's getting its own official VCF near Montreal, January 25th to 26th. Enjoy the snow. It's at the Royal Military College outside of Montreal. And not too much happening yet because this is very far in advance. I mean, this is a good 7 months off, 7.5 months. And so if you've never been up to Montreal, Montreal's a fairly diverse cultural place and one of the older cities in Canada. So there's a lot of historical stuff to go on there too that you can check out. And I'm glad we're actually getting an official VCF. There was talk originally of the World of Retro Computing actually becoming a VCF at one point, but it looks like they decided to get something a little bit outside of the Toronto area because a lot of the retro shows are all within an hour of Toronto type thing. And this takes you to a whole different province. And if you learn French, you can talk to Frederic in his native language.
Is that close to you?
Oh, God, no.
Oh, no. Okay.
It's a couple thousand kilometers away. It's further than Toronto, actually.
Oh.
Okay, and the last up will be the gaming news here. Let me get my notes ready and I'll share. Okay, so Jim Gary returns with a couple of things for the MC10. The first one here is a conversion of a TPUG magazine. And I think, is that the Pet Users Group? I think that's what that stands for, if I remember correctly. And it's from the TPUG magazine, and it's a game called Sample Adventure, originally written by Stephen C. Darnold in the June-July 1985 issue. So it's a standard, text adventure game style game.
Yeah, it's Toronto Pet User Group.
Yeah, that's one that Frank's been a member of since like the 70s or 80s
Probably
or something.
since the beginning. Yeah.
If I remember correctly, he said it's the longest running computer users group, period. It even outdates any of the Apple ones.
Yep.
And they were actively involved in the creation of the Super Pet with the 6809 add-on board that runs OS 9 Level 1. So I will definitely give them props for that. No, it's a beginning one. It published in the magazine, so I'm assuming if you have a copy of the magazine, it probably explains how adventure games work and how the parsers and stuff work. So Next after that, he converted a game. Now, he actually put 2 uploads for this particular one. He did one yesterday, did another one this morning or late last night. Dottie the Kangaroo. Now, this is a game that was originally on the Sinclair, I think. And the author in 1984, his name is Ian McTavish. He was a 14-year-old. And this was actually published in a book called Sinclair Programs. So the original version that Jim had originally posted here took just over 4K. So you required the 20K memory expansion pack on your Alice or your MC10. He went and kind of played around and compressed the code down a bit, and he's actually got it so you can run on a stock 4K MC10 or Alice. You don't need an expansion pack at all. And the game cable looks actually pretty cool. I mean, if you heighten the graphics up here, and you could probably make a pretty decent arcade game for the Coco on this. But basically, you got a little kangaroo that you're jumping. You can steer it in the air, and you're jumping between platforms. You have to collect this red square to complete the level. Then you have to exit the right-hand side. So here, I'll just pause briefly. So basically, you're always jumping. You can't stop jumping. You can just steer. And this blue part here in the bottom is water, and you'll get eaten by sharks or something like that. So basically, you have to navigate your little K character here by steering it left and right, because it constantly jumps, and you have to make sure you don't over jump. And basically, you have to come up and grab, you have to hop on top of the red square, which will then turn it yellow to complete the level. And then you have to like jump across to get to the exit, which the exit will show up once you've got the red square. So I'll just play the first level a little bit, and then I'll show you a little bit at the end. There you got it, and then it opened the door to the next level. So now you have to get across to there. So a lot of it's based on the timing. Because if you wait too long, let's say you hit the ground and then you jump up 2 squares, and then you start trying to do that last jump to the right we just showed, you won't make it all the way. You'll end up in the edge of the water and you'll die. So it's not pixel perfect, but it's timing perfect, I guess is probably the best way to describe it. It comes with 5 levels, and they definitely get a bit more difficult as you progress. And then the game actually ends. In this bigger case, he died near the end here, and full of kangaroo eating sharks. That's what the water's full of. But you can definitely see, like, you got much more precision jumps here, because it's not like a wide platform you have to try to land on. And remember, you can't stop jumping. You're always jumping. You can only steer left and right. So in this case here, you have to like jump here and then try to navigate up here to grab the red spot, and then kind of help your way across to get to the exit. Anyway, it looks like a pretty interesting little game for 4K, especially. Next up, Persurat and Keys Von Oss have released 2 more game packs based on the AGD engine, which of course is the games designer package for the Spectrum. And the first one up here is pack number 72. This is for regular Cocos and regular Dragons. Includes 4 new games: Mandarin 2, Project Valius, Rollerbar, and Solo. That's S.O.L.O. I will let you guess what franchise this is based on. Any guesses, anyone? Any?
Couldn't guess.
Bueller?
No.
Galaxy Far, Far Away, I think.
Yeah. So obviously Star Trek. That'll get me murdered. But it's actually more of a space shooter. Like a lot of the games that are done with the AG are generally like just plain old platformers, but this actually has a little bit of a space shooter thing. Then platform.
In the ring.
Yeah. Well, you don't want to get sued, right?
No.
That's one thing Disney's famous for, so you don't want to do that. Then here's Rollerball. This looks like a multi-platform. I'm assuming you're this rolling thing that has to go around and collect things. That's my guess. I haven't played any of these yet. Here's Solo, which has a pretty cool comet opening screen. And I have no idea what to do in this game. And then Project Valius, which has a nice title screen as well. Or Valius. This looks like more of the standard AGD platformer type things. So that's a free download. If you can get that at the World of Dragon Archives forums section, you go to the uploads section of the forums, and you'll see the post from them.
No,
they also go ahead.
I was going to say, it's kind of sad. The one thing that those games we just saw did well on the Spectrum was use colors to kind of explain the high-res black and white graphics.
And that's why you get the Super Sprite FM Plus board, which is what these versions are based on.
Sweet. Here we go. Good intro. You're welcome.
So they also released the NP18 pack, and that's the new palette pack. So basically, these are the same AGD games we've been looking at over the last multiple years, converted for the Coco and the Dragon. But in this case, these are to use the Super Sprite FM Plus board. This is basically MSX hardware, so it has 16 color graphics and hardware sprites and an actual sound chip and everything else. And he released the new one here. What he's been doing lately, he's been doing these NP versions, which basically he's changed the palette to more closely reflect what the original Spectrum versions looked like. The original conversions of some of these palettes were pretty far off. So this has 4 games on it too. The one is Ice Slider, and then there's Remote Operated Vehicle, Robot 1 in the Ship of Doom, and then he titled this here, like Zyblut or Zibulet or Warzian. The reason he did this, that's not the title of the game at all. It's because the title of the game requires the usage of some 4-letter language that is not family friendly, which I'll see if I can stop scrolling before I hit it, because I don't want to offend anybody here, especially people with kids. But you can already see, as Rick was mentioning here, the fact that you get a bunch more color on the MSX versions of these same games. And these are running, native 699 code, but just running through this hardware card that you plug in with its own sound chip and more advanced graphics for the Coco 1 and 2. Because you gotta remember, these are Coco 1 and 2 Dragon 3264 level games. I will mention that the Super Sprite FM Plus board does work on the Coco 3 as well, though. So you actually get the hardware sprites and this particular type of graphics modes as well, and the sound chip. So this one looks like a standard platformer. And then we've got Rover here, which stands for Remote Operated Vehicle Recovery. Cool title screen on that one. This one I quite like, because even though it's just like you're just driving around different screens, it does have that kind of 3D-ish top view look that you see on stuff like what's that dragon game with the where you're trying to escape from the maze type thing and you're dodging snakes and things.
This is something they always did in Europe that we never did here, that I miss. This sort of accentuated exits for the rooms instead of just...
Yeah, but this whole top view, the one dragon game that came out, it's something with Eddie, the character Eddie in it. I'm blanking on the name. But it has that same perspective, except it actually scrolls in real time, so you're actually seeing the walls as the perspective changes as you're walking between rooms, which is really cool. But this actually has that same effect, though I don't believe it scrolls. I think you just jump from room to room, because that's kind of what the AGD engine is based on. Also, I mentioned Alan Murphy just mentioned in the chat here. Just a note, MAME now emulates a Super Sprite FM Plus board, so if you want to try these games with these colors and the sound effects and the music included, you can download these packs and just run them under the MAME emulator if you don't actually have the hardware. Or if you say wanted to write some games that use that hardware, there's a good way to test it, even if you don't have the hardware yet. And you can see in later screens, like you've got some entrance ways that have been destroyed and are just rubble. Or here's like a whole chunk of its all rubble. And here's Robot 1 in the Ship of Doom. Cool 3D effect on their title page there, I thought. Unfortunately, the game doesn't look anything like that, but... And then the other one, I'm going to see if I can just whip by here. Kind of like a really weird psychedelic wormy thing here, and this is a devil will tear your head off, and that's one of the nicest things this game says. I'm not going to, because we are trying to be a family friendly show, I'm not going to show you the actual title screen. There's definitely some swearing on it, so if you want the link to the place where you can both download it and actually see the screenshots to see if you actually want to see these games and try them out is in the show notes, and you can go grab them there. So anyway, 2 new packs, one for the Super Sprite and then one for regular Cocos and Dragons. 4 games in each.
I'd do it just to find out what the words are.
Oh, good. My teaser worked. Next up, we have this is actually pointed out. Sorry, go ahead.
MarcB might learn a few new words.
Yeah, I might.
I don't know. I've watched it on the Game On Challenge. I'm pretty sure he knows them already.
I just checked it out. I didn't learn anything new from when I was in the Army, so.
Next up, this was actually pointed out by Tim Linder. there's a website called Nerdly Pleasures, which is a fairly large blogging site that reviews a lot of the old 8-bit hardware and stuff. And the title of this particular article they published on Tuesday is the original Tandy color computer worth your gaming time? And I think we all know the answer to that question. So a lot of people that, know anything about the Tier Steady color computer, which is, not as much in the mainstream thought processes as stuff like the Atari 8-bits or the Apple II, even though, sales-wise, I think at the time they were pretty competitive. But a lot of people thought that basically the gaming experience in the Coco was what Radio Shack sold. And there's 100, 150 games, even including the Coco 3 stuff, and that's pretty well it. And of course, the actual game market from third party, if you've ever seen Rainbow or Hot Coco or Color Computer Magazine or Color Computer News or Spectrogram or all the other magazines we had, is obviously much bigger. It's in the thousands. So they do a pretty good review of the hardware. A couple minor mistakes, which are kind of understandable. Like they mentioned that if you wanted to get more than a 35-track single-sided double-density drive, that you need a new controller, and that's not true. Even the original 12-volt controller can handle an 80-track double-sided double-density drive just fine. Just Radio Shack never sold those drives. And then when Radio Shack did upgrade the drives, because the original tech drives they sold, the gray with the push button to eject the disc, that was 35-track. The full-height white ones that they later shared with the Model 1 and 3, those were 40-track already. And then when they got to the FT500, the FT501, those are all 40-track single-sided as well. They never told you that. You could use them in OS9 and actually get the extra capacity. And the FT502 is actually a double-sided 40-track drive, so that was a 360K disc. That was the same as the original PCs used.
It's because the drives were cheap then.
Yeah,
Right.
but the thing is, I mean, they could have patched this basic ROM at some point and enabled it, like ADOS and some others did, and it actually even made them backwards compatible because there's a lot of empty room on the directory track. But they never did.
It wouldn't have been compatible. They had a standard.
Well, no, it would have been compatible. Like the 40-track single-sided and the 30-track or 40-track double-sided actually fit. Because, I mean, if you look at the directory track, sectors...
Yeah, but the Disk Basic didn't...
Right, Disk Basic was 35-track, single-sided. That's that.
Yeah, but they would have had to upgrade
That's
Disk
that.
Basic, which they already broke backwards compatibility when they brought out 1.1 just to add the DOS command. They broke a whole ton of stuff that tried to directly call ROMs. So they had precedent.
Yeah, well, I mean, because the disk itself doesn't have a spot on it to say what format that disk is in, like
Right.
OS9 does. So
True,
so the
but-
controller there wouldn't be a way for
Right.
for
So
disk or
you-
basic to know.
So you can't do anything the original Disk Basic couldn't understand. And since it doesn't have any way to say this might be a bigger disk,
I don't
you
know if I
can't
agree with
have
that.
a bigger disk.
I don't know if I agree with that.
That's corporate speak. I
The
mean,
granule table, for example, takes 6 to 8 bytes out of one sector. And if you pre-initialize the entire sector with a certain value that you could tell, that way backwards compatible would ignore it anyway. The new one would go, oh, this has been formatted as 40 or a 40 double-sided. And you
But
also
the
had
old
extra
one-
sectors after the main directory, I think ends on sector 11 or 12, and then from there to 18 is never used. Like you could have put in all the extra files there. You can make it backwards compatible, is what I'm saying. Not an 80-track double-sided, forget it. No, that's too big. It wouldn't fit.
Okay.
But and that's why some add-on third-party DOS ROM upgrades were quite compatible. ADOS was quite famous for being very compatible. Except, of course, when you go backwards, you can't take an ADOS double-sided disk and put it in a single-sided drive and expect it to run with Disk Basic, obviously. But it was future-wise, it actually did work fairly well. So I'm kind of disappointed. But at least OS9 lets you support it. Anyway, that was one of the very few mistakes I found in here. So he's kind of running it. He's actually got a Coco 1 real hardware. So he's showing it what it actually looks like. Here's the semi-graphic color bar test. Then he kind of talks about the design of the hardware and what ports there are. Shows the original Black Beauty joysticks, even with the aluminum handle. Then shows some games, including the official Frogger from Cornsoft. Skiing by Robert Kilgus, which is still one of my favorites. He even goes into some of the multimedia stuff. This is something we just recently covered ourselves here. So Mickey's Alpine Adventure is one of those cassette-based ones that has audio tracks with speech, etc., in between chunks of the program or graphics. And as you're playing this game, you just leave the cassette recorder on the play position, and the motor on-off commands will tell it to, fire up the tape again. Audio on-off will tell it to play it through or to shut it off because you're loading code and you don't want to hear the squeaking, squealing, type of thing. And you actually will get, Mickey Mouse actually talking to you while it's loading in, chunks of stuff here. And a whole bunch of the early educational games did this, which was really, really cool. So the fact he covered that impressed me, because a lot of people don't even know that. He's got popcorn, artifact colors through an emulator, and then he's calling this Coco 1 artifact colors. Now, I can't remember what this is called, but basically there's a thing you have to fix when you start getting these weird bars starting to show up in the video output, and I know you guys have discussed this before.
Yeah, 555 timer or something like that.
Yeah, 555 timers going.
So one of you hardware guys, if you guys want to leave a blog post back to him here, just to kind of mention, you can fix this. It's supposed to look more like this. This is that chip starting to go. And then he talks about Descendants and Cousins. He talks about the Coco 2 and the Dragon 3264. He does mention the Coco 3 where he had I think he had a couple glitches there about what he was talking about. He also mentions the history through the Ag Vision and the video text terminals, which was cool.
Research.
Yeah, he did a fair bit. I have to say, like, the few mistakes I found are pretty minor, and you have to really know your stuff to actually know some of the stuff here. Here's playing Daggerath. Shows the difference between the two different artifact color sets. Of course, Daggerath is more designed for black and white, but. And his final thoughts and a bit of a summary here. He said the Coco is a better system than you might think. Now, of course, this is coming from the gaming perspective. We're not even getting into operating systems and stuff. There's a lot of games, and many of them are freely accessible through the cassette port. You like Popcorn, Polaris. Some people like Dino Wars, but you need 2 players. True. Canyon Climber is a pretty good exclusive game. That's not quite right. Canyon Climber also exists in the Atari 8-bit and the Apple II. Datasoft actually ported that to multiple platforms. In fact, I don't think the Coco was even the first one. I think the Atari version came out first. They mentioned Zaxxon is a good one. Donkey King. So he did cover a little bit of third party, but there's a lot of really good third party games he skipped, like Time Bandit and Cashman and Speed Racer and a whole whack load of others. And as he mentions here, and this is where I knew he was serious here. He says, of course, no Coco overview can be complete without a mention of Dungeons of Daggerath. Absolutely true. Now, he said the Color Computer is a well-documented system. All the software manuals you could ever need can be found on the Taylor Study Color Computer Archive. And, here's one mistake here. He mentioned, I'm talking about the T41 with the lowercase support on later Coco 2s. Anyway, there's a fair bit of stuff on here. It's pretty accurate. It's a pretty good read. And a few of us have left comments already. I definitely think you should try out some of the other third-party games that I think you'd be pretty interested in, like some of the Mitchtron stuff and Diacom and early Sundog stuff and other Atomics titles and Spectral Associates. He didn't cover any of those. So there's quite a bit more stuff to add to it, but at least he came to the conclusion that it's actually quite a decent machine. I think one other thing he mentioned the Coco 3, but doesn't really get into it because he doesn't have one. I don't know if he wants to try it in the emulator, but the Coco 3 is definitely like a whole other level up type thing, which actually some other comments will be coming up about that a little bit later in the show. Next up, Chronological Gaming. He's still doing some job hunting here, so he's basically doing a week on, week off at this point as he does some job hunting to try to get a permanent job. He's actually got a temporary 3-month position, I think it is right now, but he's still actively trying to find a full-time job again. But he just in the middle of December of 1982, and they got another Coco game in this week. So this one case, it was Cyborg Wars by Nova Soft, or probably Software, I should say. So I think we've played Nova Pinball. I can't remember if we played it in the actual Game on Challenge or not, but it's the only other game. You can see this ad here. This ad's here for Nova Pinball, Pac-Mac, which is a Pac-Man clone, Bug Zap, Derby, which is a Demolition Derby clone. None of these are on the archive or have copies except for Nova Pinball and Cyborg Wars. I have not seen the other ones at all. So if anybody has these, please upload them to the archive or you can contact me direct and I'll do it for you. But those are missing in action. But basically, Cyborg Wars is a clone of Robotron. And this came out before Robotac by Intracolor. So this was the first one we had. It's lower res. It's P Mode 1. Gameplay is actually a little bit more faithful to the arcade than Robotac, even though Robotac looks a heck of a lot better on the screen for graphic-wise, in that the indestructible Hulks are actually indestructible, and you hit them and they just kind of ricochet back a little bit and keep coming at you. In Robotac, for some reason, I don't know why the original author did that, but you can just shoot them like anything else. There's nothing special. It's just a shape on the screen, one of the enemies. So that was a little bit disappointing. But for those of you who've not seen it before, and I can't remember if we played this on the challenge before, Ken. I'll play just a little bit in case you haven't seen it before.
It gives you a little bit of reprieve. It looks like it's loading in, but then it finally pops in.
But you got the humans, which is the orange only
Why isn't it letting
ones that
me
you're trying to
go?
protect.
Oh man,
and
if you touch they're leaving behind what looks like a little dot. Can you see that on the screen? There's like 1 pixel. If you touch the 1 pixel, it counts as the enemy. But if you destroy all the others, then you obviously move on to the next wave.
yeah, these little dots. I don't know if they're bombs or something that they're leaving
No
behind.
way.
That's not in Robotron, but
So
maybe they added a bit of original gameplay to it too. And I did play this game a long time back, and one thing he couldn't figure out is how to start the next game. You had to keep resetting and reloading every time he ended a game. I know I've done it in the past. I just can't remember if it was a joystick thing you had to do or a keyboard sequence, so I'm going to have to go try it again at some point. Let him know. I mean, check that out if you're into general retro gaming on all platforms, home computer, arcade, home console. Excellent show. We've had him on as a guest on the show before. I've guested on his show before as well. A lot of fun, and he really delves into the history and stuff. He's even had some of the programmers of some of these classic games come on and talk about them. Next up, Nostalgia Vault did a twofer. They basically did 2 videos playing Tetris for the Coco. Tetris is one of those fat binary cartridges that came out after the Coco 3 was released, written by Greg Zumwalt. And so he basically played the Coco 1 and 2 version in one video, and he plays the Coco 3 version in another video. Now, here's the Coco 1 and 2 version. You can see artifact colors, a little bit of the Russian skyline, etc. here. A little bit widened because he's using the exact same graphics between the two as a 4-color mode. Now, the one thing that was odd is when he went to play the Coco 3 version, it came out as black and white, or grayscale at any rate. And I'm not quite sure why that is, because it plays in color just fine. In fact, there's no artifacting. It actually can use RGB colors. So I'm not sure how he managed to do that. And let's see. Is there a monochrome option on Tetris that I'm not remembering or something on the cartridge version? I don't know. Anyway, everybody's seen Tetris. I'm not going to play any sample video from that. Next about that YouTube channel called Z4RT4N, or Zartan, I'm guessing, if you're in elite speak mode. He decided to cover a couple of Sierra Online games, the officially released ones for the Coco 3, which is namely King's Quest 3 and Leisure Suit Larry. These were large multi-disc games. King's Quest 3 in particular was large enough it took 5 double-sided flippy discs. So these are ones that you don't read each side in a double-sided drive. You actually literally have to flip the disc, and it treats it as single-sided. And you can see here he's actually playing it on a real Coco 3 with a real Sim8 with a real door, a real multi-pack. He's got a real FT502 drive hooked up, and he's got a Coco SDC as well. So he goes through and plays them. I actually have left him some comments because I mentioned like the fact that he is flipping the disc so often on King's Quest 3. I said there is a little talk gen utility that comes with it, and if you have a drive with more capacity, you can tell it to regenerate the table of contents as to what disc and what side has what. And I think if I remember correctly, King's Quest 3, I think only takes 2, maybe 3 sides or 2 or 3 discs instead of 5. I think just 2, if I remember correctly. If you have a 40-track double-sided drive, which an FT502 is. In fact, Leisure Suit Larry, I think if I remember, fits on 1 disc when you're done with it. You just load it up and go. So he was asking details about that. But since he has a Coco SDC, I just suggested, why don't you just grab EOU, and then all of the Sierra games are on there, and they're all on a hard drive, so you don't have to do any flipping of anything. You just boot it up and go. So he actually has been responding to me. So if conversations go well, maybe I have to have him come on as a guest of the show, and he can kind of get caught up on the Coco world. I invited him to come watch the show today. I didn't hear back on that because he's probably busy on a Saturday afternoon with no notice.
By the way, Curtis, he has a Tandy Drive floppy case with the little plastic under the latch unbroken, which is even more rare than a CM8 with a door.
Yeah.
All right, so what we're looking at here is the ultimate Tandy Color Computer 3 setup.
It's the ultimate Tandy Color Computer setup back in the day. Of course, we're at 2 meg and stuff now instead of 512, so just thought I'd put that in.
We got the CM-8 monitor, which is specifically RGB, made for the Coco 3. I have upgraded this to 512K from the original 128. I have the multi-pack interface. This is the SDC that has all the ROMs loaded on it. This is the actual FD502 disk drive. So we're going to load an actual game today. We're going to load King's Quest 3. And
not even pirating
do
it.
This. No, failed. Nice. There we go. Type DOS. I think I actually had to put the wrong side on. All right, I gotta put side 1 in. Let's see if I can do this again.
I didn't last too long playing this with the original discs because old man was at flipping the floppies every couple screens, a pain in the ass.
OS operating system 9 boots.
Yeah, they didn't even boot it up at like faster millisecond. It was like the worst
has a
30
cable
and
that
stuff.
actually runs to, this is the controller card that goes right to it. Usually plug it right into the Coco 3, but with the multi-port.
And I would play the whole thing, and like I said, he also does the Leadership Larry here too as well. So, but definitely, I mean, the fact that he actually got a 512K sticker, which Tandy never sold, that means he's contacted a modern vendor somewhere, and he's got a pretty good complete system here. So he might be a good candidate for say like a Gimme Z and 2 Meg.
There you go. Got a live one.
We'll recruit him. And there's his Larry one, which is already had it booted up here. Now, he was trying to break out of the music because Leisure Larry's music intro is actually quite a bit longer in King's Quest 3. And the original Leisure Larry, or any of this here, Coco 3 games, you couldn't break out of it until it was done playing. Now, the modified versions that Robert Galt and Guillaume did that are on the archive, and also including you have actually added in a break key check as it's pummeling the DAC. So you actually can hold down the break key for a second or two and break out of it. So that's another reason, of course, to upgrade to the EOE version. Next up, Expert Tech, that wonderful guy from South America that has a real Coco 2 with real joysticks and a real Amber monitor that he plays all the old games on. And the game he decided to play this week is Doodlebug, which is absolutely one of the most horrible games you could pick to play on a monochrome system. Because in order to get the special letters to spell it extra or special, where you can get extra man or a huge bonus, you have to hit the letter when it's the right color, blue or red, which on a amber or grayscale monitor, it looks exactly the same. It shifts a little bit, and you can't really tell what color it is. So not probably the best way to play it, though he played okay. You can definitely get the hearts because that just lights up in white, so you can tell if it's white or black pretty easily. But yeah, it doesn't look too bad on a monitor screen, but just it doesn't really work. And it was fun watching him try to figure out how to start the game because he was moving the joystick and it would give you a number of free men could vary between 3 and 6. And he's clicking the button and won't start. And it actually says here, players, how many number of players do you want? Now, obviously, English is not his native language because this whole video is auto-translated. So I'll definitely, cut him some slack there. But that was actually one of my favorite games. That was one of ComputerWare's best earlier games, actually. Pretty close to the arcade, too. It got pretty good reviews compared to some other clones from other machines. And the last one I'm going to cover for this week is ZX Frankie on YouTube, which we've covered before. He's one of these guys that plays a lot of the old Dragon and some Coco games with the intention of, trying to record the video to get a high score in some of these high score websites that keep track of all the obscure and common, back in the day, 8-bit game systems, 16-bit systems, etc. In this case, he's playing the Dragon game Legit or Legit. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. I'm going to guess Legit. Which I have played before. I can't remember if we've played this one, the game on Challenge or not. Ken, if you know, let me know. But basically, it's a fairly simple thing. You basically got these moving platforms with the holes in them, and you have to jump up on the platforms and try to get up to the very top. Now, the thing is, if you fall, you die. If you slam your head into something, you die. Yeah, Mark's very familiar with this, the dying part. Have you played this one, Mark? Is this one you remember playing?
We played something similar. I don't remember if it's exactly this one, but not too long ago. We did something similar to this.
Okay. And then on later levels, you start getting introduced to these other creatures that start coming in that you also have to dodge. In this case, a snake is your first one when you get your first obstacle, as it calls it. But as you progress, it adds more and more of these, and they're actually different creatures, even with a different appearance.
Yeah, the other one we played had more stuff early on.
So here we're up to 2. And the holes start getting more complicated too. You get some double holes and stuff like that, which makes the timing between levels much harder.
Oh, and you wrap around.
Yep. Now it's added a 3rd. So yeah, I remember. I think I remember the game you're talking about, Mark. And this one does. It has the same basis, but it does have some different gameplay. And actually, from the two of them, And I've played both of them over the years here. I think I like this one better, personally. It's just as hard, but it has a bit more variety to it. All right, he got 1,540 points. So even if we don't have it as a game on challenge in the next little while, you have a competing score to go against there. And that is it for the news this week.
Oh.
So everybody can wake up long enough for us to sign out.
All righty. So, anything else to go over today?
Not that I'm aware of.
This concludes another episode of the CoCoNation, the world's leading live interactive talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer. For all things the CoCoNation, visit us on the web at thecoconation.com. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to show@thecoconation.com. The CoCoNation show would not exist without the community and its cast and crew. The CoCoNation theme song copyright 2022 D. Bruce Moore. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. The CoCoNation is over. Join us on the Coco Discord server.
Coco forever.
Okay.
Thanks for doing all this work, Curtis. You work hard.
Yep.
We appreciate it.
Yes, thank you, Curtis.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay.
You know, we all complain though if you're not here, huh?
Oh yeah.
I was doomed last week because I would either be on the show and get complained about the show, or I would have been at the fest and complained about being at the fest like Grant did. So.
Well,
okay.
awesome.
Well, till next week.
Yep. Next week, remember, Richard Lorbies could be on to talk about Boys on Tech.
Good.